Yeah, that looks like it's working. Yep, you are set up for a live stream now. So it'll just automatically record. You don't have to do anything with the live stream itself. You can just keep it running until the end of the day. And then when you close out the Zoom session, that's when the live stream will just automatically close. So you are all set up here. Let me return the host powers back over. I'll just go ahead and give it back to Kevin, and then you guys can decide how you want to divvy that up.
Sure.
Yep, Kevin's good.
All right, have a good day.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
So do you want to just, I guess, put up the,
Yeah.
and then I might just mute. I'll give you a call.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, I think we've got everybody here. So maybe, Suresh, if you want to unshare your screen for a second, we can kind of do some introductions and then jump into it. Well, first of all, thanks everyone for joining. I think actually it's maybe showing Digo's audio is still connecting. Digo, are you able to hear us?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, man. How you been?
Great. I guess we're both kind of going with the COVID hair.
Nice hair. I was gonna say, well done.
All righty. Well, I guess welcome everybody. We have our students and our reviewers joining today for our Design 6 review. So this is, again, the 6th semester, so third year students. And I guess maybe before we jump in and talk a little bit about the studio, I'd love it if the reviewers could just briefly introduce yourselves. I think many of you maybe have interacted with the students, but if not, I don't know, maybe Alex, would you kick it off for us?
Yeah, hi, good morning. So my name is Alexandra Jeszka. I'm an assistant professor of architecture and sustainable design here. I teach construction 1, design 3, which is the studio, 2 studios before, and then a seminar on sustainability and an advanced studio right now, which deals with plans. And I'm a registered architect in Italy. Thanks.
Thanks. Hey, Matt.
Yeah, mine can be really brief. I think all the students in your studio are currently in my construction class, and so I think I know them all there. But
Yeah.
Well, everyone, yeah, I'm Matt Ficus. In addition to construction 4, I do teach design studios as well, and I look forward to discussing your projects.
Great.
Yeah, we probably both had all of the students in our classes, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm realizing.
Yeah. All right, and maybe Digo, this is the one that the students haven't worked with yet, but.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Diego Lima. I'm an associate and senior designer at the Gensler Austin office here in Austin. I primarily design high-rise, vertical mixed use, and large commercial projects there. And I have taught sporadically at UT, as well as at California College of the Arts in San Francisco, where I lived before here. And yeah, looking forward to working with you guys, or checking out your guys' work.
Good. All righty, well, I guess just briefly about us, Suhash and I are co-teaching this Design 6 studio. We've co-taught a few studios now, but the theme of this studio, maybe Suhash, if you want to share the slides, but this is, again, the environmental and urban scale as part of the intermediate sequence. And so the focus of this studio is, I think, the theme is to think of architecture or look at architecture at the scale of landscape in the city, and looking at architecture as deeply integrated as a response to context. And so what we chose to focus on for this is looking at the Guadalupe Street corridor between Lady Bird Lake and MLK, so the southern kind of extent of UT, as it relates to the now adopted kind of orange line of the Project Connect transit initiative. So if you want to advance the slide, switch maybe to that map, we can kind of, yeah. So again, we're looking at this stretch of Guadalupe. So the kind of northern reach, that I think we're all familiar with, the UT being kind of through here. So the downtown reach of Guadalupe. And the studio was kind of sequenced to kind of look at more of a broad scale analysis, understanding the kind of adjacent initiatives that are ongoing in the city, and kind of focusing on transit and the related opportunities that the initial investment of the Orange Line could bring in terms of both public space and potentially an overriding theme of increasing density downtown with the housing typology. So if you advance the slide, we can maybe talk about just the there is a ton of, could you advance? Yeah, this one. So apologize if this is a little blurry, but just the kind of adjacent initiatives that are all occurring, the Congress Avenue master plan between the Capitol and the lake, both the Waterloo Greenway, formerly kind of Waller Creek Conservancy Initiative, Shoal Creek in terms of its master plan, trail vision, obviously the actual Ladybird Lake trail system itself, and then the Capitol complex, which is under construction now. And so I think there's just a lot of ongoing kind of large scale, linear or kind of corridor improvements that are all being simultaneously investigated and even kind of constructed in the city. And then with the passing of the proposition to begin the Project Connect initial investment, which on the next slide we can look at the overall map. So this studio was focusing on the Orange Line, which is the north-south transit leg of the light rail connection, and specifically looking at the kind of downtown enlargement of this. We did kind of as a intentional exercise for the studio, take a liberty and kind of extend what is now the assumption of the underground tunnel, which would maybe kind of extend up to around 12th Street from the river in terms of subterranean stations. We kind of took a speculative approach and extended that kind of actually up to kind of the MLK boundary. So the students were, again, their kind of area of focus of the corridor was between UT's campus and the lake, with an assumption that there would be subterranean rail lines and a number of stations that they would help locate through their analysis and then engage with. So I think Suhash is going to talk through kind of the sequence of the assignments that all collectively built kind of to the assignment 4, which is what we're going to be looking at today.
Yep. And I think everybody's in Austin, so you guys are very familiar with the Guadalupe Corridor. So one thing we decided earlier, it's Congress has been looked at a lot. So Guadalupe, it's kind of the forgotten one, and it's kind of the edge condition. So now there's a lot of construction going in Guadalupe Corridor. So how can you live there? So we divided the studio like in 4 parts. The first part is the corridor. So they did an analysis of the corridor, trying to do like an inventory of what is the character of the corridor, analyze where there are pockets, what's working, what's not working. Kind of there's a clear zone of the south being the mixed use area. Then there's a center part where it's closer to the Capitol. And then there's a top part that is kind of the non-developed area right now. The second exercise was to create like an urban station. So here the idea was to question yourself, how do you go below grade to a station without quickly dropping? How can you create a better experience going below grade and create this public space? And what does it mean to have a public space in Austin? We did call it Urban Plaza, but we're not saying bring the famous plazas in Europe back to Austin. Like, what does an Austin plaza look like? What is an Austin station going to look like? How can this fit within the context?
Yeah, I think specifically for assignment 2, again, I guess it's worth mentioning that assignments 1 and 2 were done as group projects, and then moving from there, kind of they deviated into individual projects. But assignment 2 was really kind of focusing on, with an assumption of a 16-foot kind of vertical grade change to get to a mezzanine level. What's a meaningful way to do that besides just a direct staircase that is kind of through a public space? So again, it was both looking at kind of the, technical connection to a station, but the focus was a bit more on the kind of public space adjacent and the procession to that, less the kind of technical, boarding platform logistics of the station itself.
And to clarify on what Kevin just mentioned, we're not really designing the station. It's more the plaza and the public space that we're designing. How do you drop down? Then assignment 3 was a precedent study. They looked at housing typology. So then here was a question: who do you think is going to house in this public plaza? Is it going to be adjacent to the public plaza, the housing? Is it going to be on top? Is it going to be next to it? Like, what's the proximity level and why? So as a group, they had a thesis concept that they kind of developed from assignment 1 and 2. And at 3, they were trying to find out who it's going to house in this new project, which is going to be the assignment 4, the proposal. And here, the idea is the intervention of building, plaza, and the sub rail station that will happen. So we go from plaza to below grade substation to now building plaza below grade substation, and look at the project as a whole. How do you live close to Guadalupe? How do you live close to a below grade station? How do you avoid that station feel when you're living close to a station?
Yep. And then kind of in terms of the framework of the studio, obviously assignment 1, as an analysis, kind of locating site potentials and opportunities along the corridor was very much a top-down assignment. And then also assignment 2 was very site related and kind of understanding the challenges of grade change. And then there was kind of a transition between the 2 group assignments to then the individual, where we then asked them to look at density and housing, and that became a little bit more of a bottom-up study of units. And then the culmination of kind of their plaza, which was for many of them kind of revisited and fed back into a kind of a hub of both a housing building and or a building scale intervention, and then a kind of an update either adjacent to or very integrated with their plaza.
Yeah, that's correct. Like I mentioned, the plaza was sent as part of an assignment, but that could change as they develop the housing typology. It was not a fix.
I guess another kind of just logistic. Is everyone able to see in the chat? I did send a link to a Miro board that has, so the students will be presenting roughly 7 to 9 minute kind of a slide deck, but they have also loaded their slides of their drawings to a Miro board that y'all should have access to. But did that chat maybe not coming through?
I don't see it. I think it's because you posted it before I joined, maybe.
Yeah, we can only see what's posted in the chat since we've been on the
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, let me repost it.
thanks.
Sorry.
And then it's the Miro board is divided by session. So you'll be looking at first 3 students in that session.
How about now? Did that come through?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, so the rough kind of sites that are on the board right now are kind of the sites that through the analysis, the 4 groups developed. And we've tried to separate it so in each session, so as a group of reviewers, you'll be looking at essentially a student from each of the unique sites. And then just in terms of orienting yourself on the Miro board, the students we're looking at today are on the far left kind of column. Any general questions that y'all have before we jump in?
No?
So I have one question just about the location of the plaza. Was that a free choice or they all worked on the same place?
It's a free choice based on their first assignment analysis and the concept they're trying to find.
Well, as a group, it was a free choice, and the plaza was a group design. So the analysis that they did as a group, they selected or justified a site location. Then as a group, they designed the plaza, and then they split into individual projects. Yeah. All righty. I guess with that,
we're starting with Clara.
Yeah, Clara, you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Take over.
And just as a reminder to the students, yeah, try to keep your presentation, 7-ish minutes so we have enough time for some good feedback.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Clara.
Okay, good morning. I'm Clara. Okay, so the theme that my group chose when doing our analysis was accessibility, which is kind of a broad topic. So we actually defined it as the potential to reach spatially dispersed opportunities. So we focused on a couple different things, and that was like land use and what things that people would want to go to and how they would access that via transit and how far away those things are from each other. So our first analysis was of the program and spatial opportunities. So after cataloging the actual building uses, we determined which ones were more inclusive, that would be accessible from street level and have more public engagement, versus things that are more exclusive, that are designed for specific people that you wouldn't go in otherwise. Our second analysis was of the public transit system. So we were focusing on the different bus stops and the types of users that would use those bus stops and how many users per day and how close they are to each other and the things that people would be using them to get to. And our last analysis was of the time and geographical convenience. So this talked about like how far away things are from each other and how easy it is to get to them from walking and from the bus stops. So after that, with accessibility in mind, we chose Wooldridge Square as our site because it is not particularly accessible. It doesn't really have much of a program. It's definitely not ADA accessible, and we thought that it has a lot of potential as a site. So we chose that to kind of be able to make it more engaging for the people that would be using it. So first we cataloged what the building uses surrounding it would be. And then we analyzed the people that would be able to come to the site and which direction that they would be coming from. And then we started to go a little deeper into the site itself. So this is an analysis of the shading that helped us determine placement of different things on the site. And another big thing that we talked about was heritage trees. So we decided to keep all of the trees that were existing on the site. So we were working around their critical root zones when doing our intervention. And this is a diagram of the slope, because that was one of the main problems with the site as it was before, was that the sidewalk that cuts through the site is not ADA accessible. It is not functional. So we did a slope analysis of the whole site and regraded it to create a path that's easier to walk on. So this shows kind of the program layout that we used for our intervention. So we put our train station entrance close to Guadalupe Street, and then we have a central plaza with other programs on the outsides that in section B would be kind of an amphitheater area, and then a little park fountain for kids to play in. And it's all very inward focusing. So our process that we used for that was kind of peeling things up from the site to make it more level and be able to kind of carve into, so we could keep that natural character of Wooldridge while making it actually have functional program. So this is a site and floor plan of our final design for the plaza and the entrance into the train station. So you can see the amphitheater and the playground as well. And this kind of shows the circulation. So we have kind of a slower path for people that are going to stay for longer and kind of enjoy the space, as well as a staircase that gets you directly to the train station, which was placed there because of its proximity to the bus stop on that corner. And then this is just a section that kind of shows the transition from the park space into the train station. And this is a view into the train station itself. So based off of our analysis, I decided to make my housing project transitional housing for homeless families, because one of the big critiques we got on our last review was that all of our analyses deal with people that are like using the buildings around it and everything, but we were kind of ignoring the homeless population completely in our analysis. And I thought that was really interesting. So I wanted to kind of focus on that. And I thought it would be good to make it for families because it's location next to the park and things around there for children to do. So the first two levels of the building have public and private uses. So there's like a public cafe and a daycare center that is primarily for children of residents, but it's also available to others. And that kind of connects to Wooldridge. And then as you move deeper into the building, it has more residential units with flexibility for families of different sizes and if their families will grow. And there are a lot of connected patios and internal courtyard circulation to kind of create a sense of community for the residents. So this is a drawing of the unit that I used to aggregate into the massing for the building. It is essentially two kind of intersecting bars that are a little bit offset, and there's typically a patio space as well. So in one bar, that was the bedrooms, which some of the units have 2 bedrooms, some have 3. So there's a little bit of flexibility there based on people's different needs. And then the other bar is more of the kind of communal living space. So it's open because it kind of encourages more like family-centered activities. And the last space would be the patio to give them kind of an outdoor space if they wanted to grow vegetables or just have a place for the kids to play outside. So then I'm gonna leave this for a minute. I have a video of the program stacking that did not want to load into the PDF. So this just kind of shows how the units were aggregated. So it was in different levels, and the way that they stack is so that all of the patios can get their natural light that they need, and the patios kind of build on top of the units below. So you can kind of see that here. And then again, this is more of the public area that connects to Wooldridge. So this is the daycare center and the cafe. And then as you move further back, you have some kind of shared amenities for the residents on the first floor. And then as you move kind of more inwards, you get into the residential units. So this kind of shows the primary circulation. So you can kind of see how the circulation wraps around these interior courtyards. And then within the massing, there were open spaces on either side here that are the location of the vertical circulation and then the elevator. So on the third level, it's more of a flat surface with more space, and these large spaces would be spaces for children to play or for people to spend time outside and interact with each other to kind of create a sense of community. And then on the upper levels, it's more just circulation that wraps around that interior courtyard. So this is a view of the approach to the building, where you can kind of see the massing and then the tectonic structure attached to the front that is using that same unit as the residential units that's aggregated a little bit differently and then made out of kind of a frame structure instead of the solid masses of the program. And that allows plants to grow on it. There's also a little space that kind of connects to Wooldridge. So it'd be for ice cream, there's space for people to play. So it's connected to the park. And then back here behind these vines, you can kind of see the entrance to the actual residential space is a little more closed off, just for kind of safety purposes. So this is the ground floor plan. So you can kind of see how the approach to the building is there. And then have the cafe and the daycare. And then you move into this interior courtyard where people can kind of sit down and spend time together. There's a gym area, there's bike parking, and kind of like an office mail room. And then there are some residential units on this side because of the slope of the site. And then the third floor is a typical residential floor. So the third, fourth, and fifth floors are all just residential units, but this kind of shows those open spaces for people to gather and kind of the playground area over here. And then how the units kind of fit together to create those little balcony spaces. And this is a view of the interior courtyard with that circulation wrapping around. So just like our design for Wooldridge, it is inward facing to kind of create like a sense of privacy and community. And then this is a section that also shows the connection to Wooldridge and how those function. And then there is also parking on a below ground level to deal with the slope of the site. And then this kind of shows more the contrast between the solid masses and the tectonic structure that plants are growing on, and kind of how that functions, and how the way it's aggregated, there's solid spaces and then there's also voids in between them, like this interior courtyard. And so this is the last view. It's just kind of a bird's eye of the whole area, which shows its kind of connection to Wooldridge and the contrast between the massing and the tectonic structure. And that just highlights the like path connections and then a visual connection of these little tectonic follies that are spread throughout the park to kind of connect those two spaces together. And that is the end of the presentation.
Maybe I can jump in. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering whether this is just an issue in the presentation or this is how your project developed, but it's surprising that you actually showing us the siting, the location of this residential complex at the very end, right? And so everything flows perfectly and it all makes sense, and you made many really interesting decisions, but I'm just surprised by how you structured your presentation to jump directly from talking about the design of the plaza and then to the residential unit of every single flat, without actually telling us about how you organically moved from thinking about the plaza to thinking about how to connect the housing complex with the context. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that. And then maybe if you can go one slide back when we see okay, perfect. I also wanted to ask, if I'm understanding correctly, are you actually interrupting San Antonio Street here, or is it already like that? Because I don't remember.
Yes, we actually, as a group, decided to interrupt that just so we could kind of enhance the connection between our housing interventions and Wooldridge.
Okay, so I actually I used to live right around the corner, so I know this area very well. And I think this kind of decisions are so important that it will be really important to kind of set the stage earlier, so that we can understand how you're not only rethinking the Wooldridge Square within the the perimeter of the sidewalk, so to speak, but you actually completely rethinking the way the circulation or the traffic would happen in this area. And I know that this street kind of at some point already is interrupted a little bit further down the street, but this is a big. Exactly. Yeah.
It is right here, so it is a little misleading in your graphic. This actually
Yeah.
is not a street. So
Exactly. That's what I thought, that this is already not accessible because you have all this, I think, federal buildings or something like that. I don't remember what it is. But anyway, so to me, this would be really, really important to address. And then from that, I think you would immediately start seeing how you could have a more organic connection between the way you guys as a team designed your plaza, the circulation paths and all of that. And that's a whole different story, we can discuss, but I just want to focus on that linkage between the two projects. So that's to me something that I'd like to hear more about, and maybe also about your process, how that happened, or was it really kind of dropped on the side once the complex was designed, or is just the way you're presenting it?
So I think it's more the way I was presenting it, because I was thinking about like how the building itself is built up from the site. But when I was actually designing it, I was thinking about kind of the connections to Wooldridge, and actually considered doing more of that kind of curved nature, but then decided to go a different route and have kind of a contrast between the more solid program space and then the more open kind of flowing nature of Wooldridge, because the site that the building is on was actually a parking garage. So it didn't have any natural character that needed to be preserved on that part of the site, whereas that was something that was really important with Wooldridge. So
yeah, I agree with Alex's comment. I think you shouldn't mention it's almost already a dead street, so you can take over the street, not just I took over the street as a group. There was an analysis done and we looked at the program surrounding and we took over the site that is a parking garage, because that's the most unused actually potential of that site right now. The other buildings are tall, built, real program buildings, So that link was missing. You went right away, this is my unit, and we so zoomed in quickly to just looking at unit.
And I think, especially in a studio that focuses on, well, it's called environmental, but it's really about urban context and understanding how a project actually emerges from that context. To me, that would be really fundamental to think about all the approaches, to think about how your intervention is going to affect everything around in good and bad terms, what it means to completely change the traffic, how people would start driving around and walking around. So those are all really interesting things that could have also affected the way you're thinking about the complex itself. Maybe, there would be an opportunity to actually think about a semi-public path that would cross through this space, right? And somehow integrated into the pedestrian traffic around this site. So I'll leave it to the others for now.
Tag, you're it, right? Thank you, Alex. Actually, I think you kicked it off with exactly what I would have started talking about too, is citing, and how does your plaza study speak to your housing study and vice versa, right? And I understand that, it's a short semester and it's limited, and COVID devastated everything, blah 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 blah. But having said that, I think it's important to constantly be thinking about these projects, and you're going to reflect on these projects for the rest of your career, right? In terms of lessons learned and how can I apply what I didn't do in that project to the next one, kind of thing. I generally think that interrupting connectivity, especially in an urban context, is usually not the solution, right? I would have loved to have seen that connectivity continue through to, what's that street on the northern side? Is it 10th Street or 11th? I think it's 10th, right?
10th,
yeah. So connect through to 10th, and you can start to question, do we change the paving to allow vehicle traffic through or not, and slow it down, with a different paving, or do we cut off vehicle traffic and allow pedestrian traffic through there? You developed two very wonderful languages here, right? You have the one landscape language of the plaza, which has these fluid forms that are kind of echoing responses to topography, lighting, and kind of, I would call them maybe urban pressure points, right? Like a transit station, a bus stop, where people enter the site on, corners and things like that. So it's kind of creating this blend maneuver. And then you also have this wonderful architectonic language that you develop for the housing, right? Which is this kind of assemblage of grids and frames. And I would have loved to have seen these two start to interact with each other and weave into each other. Because I agree, instinctually, when I read this, it doesn't speak to the site very well because it kind of, there's no marriage between them, right? It's this architectonic element here, which is the housing units, next to this plaza. It's almost like it was designed by two different people. And I understand one was a group and one was you. And maybe you were like, man, I'm sick of that, fluid stuff. I want to do some boxes over here. But it's good to think about, all right, you've changed the context and the language of this site now when you did your group exercise. How does that change how I create my housing development here? And then how can I make this housing development bridge this pathway through, right? Every decision we make has cause and effect. And if you devise a system, and I think what Kevin and Suhash were trying to teach you was you can design systems that then have to learn to adapt and respond to the context to which they are, building in, around, on top of, and near. And the trick is getting those systems to be able to perform at all those levels. At the individual unit level, right? Like I'm living in this unit and it has a nice little courtyard, to the urban level of I'm a pedestrian walking and I don't want to walk 2 blocks in the Austin heat and sun. And can you provide me a shaded kind of path corridor and inlet into this plaza? And that was the other thing too, like you had these shadow studies at the beginning, and I don't see a lot of shading elements here, right? Which is like, I'm always just shocked by how hot it gets here in Austin. I was like, oh my gosh. So, we're always chasing shade, right? Shade's like the one thing we want to find everywhere. And you kept the trees, which I think was a good instinct. But there's also architectural shading elements that you could have implemented into here. And you devise a language for it in your landscape strategy at the plaza, as well as at your housing strategy. But then the renderings, like those frames are empty, right? Like how come they're not starting to fill up with louvers and all this other stuff? And then how do those two things bleed in? So as you add detail and articulation, that also gives you opportunities to start to communicate between the two systems, right? The kind of blend system of the landscape and the plaza to the rectilinear kind of cellular system, the kind of cellular automata, right, of your housing development and everything like that. So, and also your units are so locked in, right? I would say like that cellular automata should have a little bit more what I would call wiggle room, right? Where like units can change and overlap and you can mix an indoor outdoorness with them as opposed to being so fixed. And again, I understand these are a lot of parameters to give you to figure out in whatever, 4-6 weeks. But that's the challenge, right? When you get in the profession, you have to do it faster than that. So
yeah, I think those are
accurate.
Yeah. It's like, well, and I figured, by the way, how much time do we have? Like, there have been a lot of great comments, and I don't want to go on too long. So
We got time. It's only 3 students this per session.
perfect.
So.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I just want to mostly build upon those comments. I mean, Alex and Diego made some fantastic points, and Claire, like, there's clearly a lot of accomplishment here. And as was stated, you have to address so many scales throughout the semester. And ultimately, this would be somewhat of a critical loop to where you get to this point and realize, okay, now that you've created this object, how can you then cross the spectrum of the scales and reconsider? And I think that a lot of what you've created is a bottom-up scheme where you have the term that Diego was using was a cellular approach, where you've kind of figured out the Lego block and assembled that. But now then it needs a rinse over of the hand of the artist to then consider, okay, what's this overall form that I've generally created now? How can I craft this to become something to where it's more of its parts? And so that, yes, it is part of its constituent parts. I think that and part of that has to do with considering the fabric, even though most of us acknowledge that there aren't amazing landmark buildings all around in the context. I think that, and that's the case for most cities. We look, and actually in Austin, as I understand, there are 43 towers under construction right now in downtown Austin, or 43, buildings. It's changing radically, and most of us would agree that these are, to Diego's point, they're going up so quickly. There's not a ton of thought in them, unfortunately, and There aren't amazing. However, I think you get to maybe if you go to that final rendering, I would still expect to somehow get a sense this is downtown. I mean, even if you had to lie to me a little, show some sort of downtown. This looks like it could be anywhere in America, and anywhere in this, some grasslands or whatever the case was. Some acknowledgement of that, or even choosing a view that acknowledges the density, at least, even if you're not trying to directly respond to the buildings that are around, and you're not trying to be contextual in that sense. But I think that's what this reads as, is a bit more like the Softy Montreal Expo project, where is this experiment of just expressing the housing as an entity in itself, but not as much of it, but it doesn't yet tend to be an urban presence the way that it can be, but using the same kit of parts that you've worked with to craft something that is a bit more of a, has more of an urban scale and urban presence, both in terms of the overall reading and then also the way that the ground floor can operate. And it's the point about, and just to be clear, this direction we're looking at, this is basically Wooldridge Park to the right. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is facing away from Wooldridge Park.
Yep. So we're seeing the point here where your scheme is kind of dipping its toe into the park, right? That's, yeah, and it's really interesting. I think it's an interesting move. It's an interesting move to make. That could be even a whole other discussion, and it somewhat has been another discussion now in terms of blocking the road and those types of things, and there is precedent for that. But I think there's a lot to be said about, if you imagine then sketching over this and starting to think, okay, how might this read as something that reads more as a cohesive whole? And you can then simultaneously also maybe read some of the objects within it. And I realize that there have been schemes. Well, let me stay on that thread. And I could imagine you crafting something here. And then now if you go to, let's say, your typical floor plan, the top typical floor, yeah, there you go. So let's now imagine that, the overall form, just for the sake of argument, I'm just going to, first of all, I can't sketch very well annotating, but let's just say that instead of being as much about just following individual elements, one way would be to do something that were tapered, for example, and then that would become a little bit more of the reading of this overall of this object as it to extrude up and become something again that is layered in different ways. That what that might begin to do for you is then give you opportunities where you have like this dead end corridor here, which is kind of just fitting because you're working with these very strict Lego blocks, and you've kind of got, well, I guess I just need to offset one element here. And if instead there was some element here, you'd have these opportunities for poche, for these types of elements to bleed out into there, and or this terrace, some terrace could blend and be part of that unit. And you can negotiate between the top-down logic and the bottom-up logic. And so I think you have the bottom-up logic fairly figured out. There are, again, this is being picked, but these are the types of things that you can start working on. You have these, plenty of these types of corridors that seem as though, hallways ending in doors or just ending in a blank wall, that perhaps if you just, let the hymn out of themselves a little bit and then begin to sort of sketch over this in plan or in massing, that might unlock a lot of different things and still capture the wonderful space that you have for these kind of interior zones, and maybe now create a little more intrigue in some of these other zones as they relate to a larger whole. Does that make sense what I'm saying, Claire? I don't know if
Yeah, it does.
And again, I'm saying all this acknowledging that a lot here, and it's virtually impossible in a semester to address all these things. I want to show it as an iterative loop. This is the way it always works. You have to go far here, and then you step back. It's this way in terms of between going analog and digital, or getting really tight and hard lined in dimension with something, and you realize it's too stiff. Back to sketching, and then the sketching is too loose and not rigorous enough, doesn't fit the circulation properly. And I think you're at a really good point here to where you can reflect on this. to think about, what form could this take if I thought about it a little bit more as an overall urban mass that will check these boxes, and that might just give you a little more leeway. And on the ground floor, if you go to the ground floor now, I think, and I couldn't understand what you're saying. Is this at grade? Is that or because of the slope that these units are not at grade?
So this would be at grade, and then these sides are not.
Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to confirm that, because I just wanted to confirm that having units at street level in an urban area, it wouldn't be recommended. But I would also just generally, I wonder if I don't have a solution for you about this, honestly, but I think it relates to the same idea of you working with these units that are perhaps a little too small for an urban setting. Some of these feel like the size of just a tiny room. That for the sake of sustainability in a different sense, when we talk about sustainability, talk about sustain, to be able to endure over time, part of it's having a little bit of a loose fit and a little bit more universal space. And there are opportunities to make it even just half as open, have half as many of these partitions that you have, to give flexibility for different types of functions that could happen over time. And 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we don't know what offices or workplaces or cafes would be in the future. And so it's so specific. And therefore the structure would need to align to that, the core align to that. It'd be very hard to undo that floor later. So I think that you could break your rule with some of those modules on this ground floor, especially. It doesn't mean you have to make it an entire plinth or podium, but I think it could break away, and that would be a more typical urban response. And I realize there's still the challenge of how it would step down back on this side. But I just mentioned one other sort of picky thing that I think is a trap that we fall into as architects and students in architecture, where because I think you mentioned, let's see, so this being this cafe being really the probably only, or maybe the daycare is a public facing, like all the rest of these, all for residents, right? Like, and then I guess and would the daycare all be for residents, or do you imagine that being public?
It would be primarily for residents, but it's open to the public.
I think part of one of the things that we challenge in Austin is we don't have a very walkable city. Like if you try to walk from the campus to downtown, there aren't too many buildings that feel approachable to you, where you feel like you could just walk in and wander in. And a lot of the times it's just parking garages at ground level. Other times it's just a lobby to a residence. So I wonder if there'd be a way to dissolve this a little bit more.
Especially on the side of the square, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And I know you had some sort of, like food truck type thing, something there. But I would just say, as a general rule, I think in Austin, we lack active street frontage. Walking along most streets, especially in the north-south axis, going down Guadalupe, going down Lavaca, it just feels like walking miles when you walk down there before you get to a place where you feel like you could sit down and take a break. Most of the buildings feel very private. And so this helps what you're doing here, but it really gets activated when there's a program that feels accessible to people. Mm-hmm. And I would even challenge cafe as a typology to, I think it's a safe one, because we, as those higher education and around this sort of thing, a cafe, everyone likes the cafe, but that's not most demographics. Or not most, let's just say not all, I'll just say this, not all demographics want to buy an $8 cappuccino. And it sort of becomes a exclusive thing at a certain point. If we sort of think, well, a cafe is just a safe thing. I know it's from that place. I think you meant that way, but it comes off often being a fairly exclusive program. And so again, this is getting picky, but just things I think are worth thinking about. And just I'm expressing a lot of the challenges that come with this that I don't have a clear answer to, but just things that I would ask you to try to think about.
But if I can just add one thing to that, you actually chose a very, very particular type of housing. You mentioned it's a transitional type of housing for homeless people, right? Which in a way means that it's even more difficult in downtown in the context of the density of downtown, to deal with this program and find ways to actually stitch together the arrival of a population that is very often not welcome, and you need to think about that, and how you create a common ground, and how you actually integrate these people into the surrounding fabrics. I think the social issue, thinking, for example, about maybe a precedent like the Star Apartments in Los Angeles, but Michael Moulton, where it's a transitional housing for homeless people with addictions, and the way the podium is designed and the way the units are designed above is very particular, and it has a very particular relationship to the city, but it's not on a main square, it's just one block, in downtown Los Angeles. So I think here there will be really a lot of need to think about that social context. And the other thing I would emphasize is comparing the density of your project to what's going on around, to actually understand whether you could sustain this idea and defend this idea in terms of the density. Is this dense enough? Is this high enough for this area? And if it's not what you want, if the height or density is not what you want, this should become part of your discourse, your the way you tell us about the project, to explain why you're pushing against it, and how you would address those issues, the social and the issue of the density around. So yeah,
I think those are all really great comments. I think just touching back on the earlier one, I think it is pretty interesting to imagine kind of the next iteration of this, when you have a cellular massing approach and you have kind of a distinct language of the adjacent park, and then starting to look at that kind of overlap and availability to kind of dissolve those a bit more, to allow for kind of at least a pedestrian connection to the there is an existing kind of pedestrian connection to the north, and then also just the porosity in general. I think kind of allowing your system to react to the existing conditions of the park more, and kind of deploy those cells in there, is a beneficial kind of outcome of that approach. And then I do want to also, echo, I think what's just been touched on in terms of, being, hyper kind of contextually specific. And I do, commend you. I mean, it is a challenging and very specific program that you chose, and user group. And I don't think you actually mentioned it, but the adjacent parcel to the north is the county jail and the county court. So understanding, like who that user group is, and not necessarily turning your back to a jail, but also being realistic about what that pedestrian connection is to the north. So yeah, I think, I appreciate that you didn't shy away from, very kind of challenging and real kind of issues that the city's facing in terms of kind of marginalized groups, in terms of homelessness, and building next to a jail, and trying to understand what programs and response is appropriate to kind of front a historic kind of public plaza, and then kind of a somewhat dead part of downtown in terms of pedestrian activity.
Sleep.
I think it's correct. It's what Kevin just explained. It's basically Alex's first question: how do you decide this site? It's the context of the site and what was existing. So that'll tell you why you decided this type of housing too. So a little bit of elaboration on that will really help the thesis.
But so, do we still have time, or are we moving on to the next student?
I think maybe a brief comment, and then we can move on if that's okay.
Okay, I'll seriously curtail it then. I think the other thing too is that, and Matt was touching on this a lot. I'm of the opinion that architecture, in a lot of ways, is an exercise in nuance, and understanding what makes a good urban context, and how do you divide kind of private or semi-private space from public space. A lot of times it's very, very nuanced. It's like a small gesture. And so when we talk about porosity, particularly at the street level, it's not always like entries into courtyards. That is very large, like architectural scale, heroic porosity. But porosity is a lot what Matt was talking about, like shops that I feel like I can go into, retail frontages that I feel like are accessible to me as a pedestrian, which is not necessarily a residential lobby, but it could be a hotel lobby, right? But it's also Could be a corner store, bodega, taco shop, stand, like laundromat. Like, think about you guys should have mapped, not just like you mapped functions, you did it in like a zoning category, like commercial, residential, but really you want to map like uses. Like, this is a particularly dead zone for groceries, right? So if you're going to have, families coming out of homelessness, you got to provide grocery store in some capacity. And that can be a corner store, bodega style grocery store that has all the essentials, right? But these are things that activate urban context, and it's something that Austin keeps overlooking. Like, we keep building these new downtown zones without having an understanding of like, what are the essentials to make it a livable part of downtown. It's like, yeah, sure, there's a bunch of like retail, but not all retail is equal, right? and we, especially like firms that I work at, right, we think of retail like, oh, box with glass in front of it and there's a back, and it's like, well, no, I mean, the corner store's needs are different from the taco shop's needs, are different from the laundromat's needs, which are different from high-end boutique retail needs. I mean, that has a place in the urban fabric, and I'm not against it, right? I'm more saying like, it can't just be one thing all the time, otherwise it's not a true city. And you have to think about all the real dense, highly walkable cities you've been to. One of the things they do is actually, they do hold a hard line to the pedestrian edge, but they're densely populated with a lot of usable programming. And that's the thing, that's where the conversation needs to be at. So, and then other things to think about when you're doing things like this, also apply like some reality, right? Like structure and vertical circulation actually might help you calm down and control your aggregation of your cells, right? And like, that's how like, Bjarke Ingels does a lot of his stuff, like or ODA, right? They're kind of fitting their cellular exercise into an overall gesture and mass. And then it turns out into a delightful experience, and it's buildable, but like, it just helps you sometimes control the computational animal you've created, which is important, right? You have to kind of hone your controls of like, when does a computer take over? When do I exert myself as creative kind of controller? So anyways, sorry, that was longer than I thought. Sorry.
Yeah, those are good comments. I think consider it when you're finishing up for portfolio.
For the rest of your career. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Congrats, Clara.
Maya?
Hi. Okay. Do you guys see that full screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We got
I have an
it.
issue with
The
that.
controls are on the top. Maybe can you drag those?
Yes. I think so. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So hi, I'm Maya. We began the semester with an analysis of the Guadalupe Corridor. So my group focused on the diversity of the corridor. So we first looked at the diversity of land use, and we found that the south end has a more diverse land use, while the north end is primarily offices with a few restaurants that are mostly fast food. We looked at what times of day people occupy different parts of the street, and similarly found that the south end is more activated at night. And finally, our analysis of transportation revealed that there are multiple areas of high transportation density throughout the corridor. So because our analysis revealed that the north end was not as diverse and activated as the south end, we chose to locate our plaza by MLK. And this plaza would have a new metro station, and putting it at the intersection of MLK and Guadalupe would also bridge campus and downtown. So this is our site at the intersection of MLK and Guadalupe. And then MLK is kind of acting as a barrier between these two kind of distinct zones of Austin, while Guadalupe is more of a continuous condition. And so we decided that this intersection would have a lot of potential. So currently there's a Pizza Hut and a computer repair shop and surface parking there. So my group challenged this as the best use of the site. We looked at access to the site when we were thinking about our design for the plaza. So thinking about bringing UT students across the barrier of MLK, and also as the Capitol Corridor complex is developed, there will be more use of that part of downtown. So the plaza contains a food hall and a cafe to attract both students and professionals working nearby. And the large stairs are kind of to draw people in and for gathering. And we also incorporated some green spaces so that it would appeal to the public. And then the access to the metro occurs from the plaza. So you can see they walk down and there's elevator access there. And then to further increase the use of this site, I am proposing housing for graduate students. At UT, graduate student housing is often far from campus, and this location is walkable, and the units would accommodate graduate students with young families. So the design began by kind of looking at where on the plaza it would make sense to build. So I wanted to keep it open to campus, and this back is a parking lot and an apartment building. So I segmented this mass to fit the context, and then the back part sits on top of a parking lot, so the segments were staggered. And to add, and then fanned out, and this allowed for green space to be added within the residence. And then vertical circulation occurs at the hinges. So this aerial view shows access to the site from campus at these corners and downtown from these. The program has a food hall here. There's a cafe here. The metro is down here. This parking lot would be converted into residential parking, and the bottom part of it would have like a corner store for groceries. And then the circulation, the residential circulation occurs at the hinges, so you can come in from the parking lot and circulate out to your unit, or from this lobby part, while users of the plaza can either trickle out to the plaza or go down to the metro. And then the site plan shows how the building fans out in order to have that outdoor living condition. And this part has it, but it's covered. And then this is the plaza level plan. And so it has the cafe, which is mostly for students, a food hall for professionals for lunch or also students. And then this is metro ticketing and access. And then the ground floor plan shows the residential lobby and the bodega within the parking lot, and then the circulation up to the residents from there and there. And this is a plan of the fourth floor, which has units on all three segments. So circulation occurs in the loggias, which are also shared outdoor living spaces. And then this is the sixth floor plan. So it's similar, showing all the same elements. And then the cross section is looking at the relationship between the garage, which has been partially converted, and the residence. So it sits on top of it and then goes back and over the plaza. And this is the unit plan. So there's two different types of units. And a perspective view of the units showing how the outside creates a nice outdoor area. And that the housing would have a small room that could be used for graduate students with kids or just as a study space, depending on different needs. And then this is the unit section, kind of looking at the same stuff and access to outdoors. And then this perspective is from the East UT entrance, and it shows how the residence kind of sits over the plaza and on top of this parking lot. And this one is from within the plaza, looking up at the food hall, or down at the food hall and up at the residence. And then this perspective is from the most heavily trafficked corner. the west UT entrance, and you can see down into the plaza and access to the metro here, and then the residence. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Should I start this time? Go in reverse.
Yeah, it's your corner
That's right,
of the city.
Yeah, it was funny. Go back one slide. Yeah, that's my condo, right? This one in that
Oh,
building.
that's my favorite
Oh,
building. That's
really?
like one of my favorite buildings here. Yeah,
Yeah, Suhash
Yeah.
also loves that building.
love that building.
So yeah,
That's funny.
I'm incredibly familiar with it. Not only that, even my great aunt and uncle lived in Cambridge Tower, like when I was a small child. So I knew the kid as a child, and one of my uncles taught at the McCombs Business School when I was a kid, and he would commute from Dallas. And so I have a lot of history, and that's where I live. So it's weird because that puts me in a strange position where it's like I have a lot of opinions about that. I'm almost biased to a certain extent, so I clearly do know this really well, and I've walked by thousands of times by this line. So I let me just start. I think there's a lot of sophistication in what you're doing and a lot of accomplishment here. And I think that you could, there were a few things that could be almost inverted to really improve your scheme, or to, I'll just dive into it. Are you familiar with Rolling Hall across the street, the business building?
Oh, yeah.
Conference Center? So what I think is really clever about that, and is it in any of your imagery by chance, or maybe even what your site plan? Do you have that, zoomed out to where you?
There's a massing of it.
Yeah, it would
Somewhere
be
with the
here.
massing of it.
There was like a aerial view that had it massed out.
Yeah,
let's.
There you go.
Yeah, here.
Yes. Okay. So stay
It's
right
kind
there.
of basic, but.
So I think what's clever about that building is that it acknowledges that MLK is very harsh, and so is Guadalupe. Continues back over here, and so it turns its massing, its solid portion of the massing, to MLK and to Guadalupe, and creates its own internal courtyard on Whitus here, and then does this sort of terracing you're doing on its inside. It acknowledges this is a really brutal exposure on MLK, and so I wonder if your scheme could have almost been inverted to where you almost in some ways mirror a bit of that here, and if you were to bring a lot of your height and mass on this side where it's very harsh, like in the TCY here, and you would never want to just sit outside there, and no one does, because there's just cars idling there or flying by, and so if this whole scheme would work better if you had just taken that mass, put it up here, and then allow that terracing to fan out to the south, where then you could manage that sunlight through different overhangs, and it could have different seasonal presence.
I think I would like to jump a little bit on this one, but
yeah,
like I agree with you. Like we looked at MLK, it's a busy street, but like at urban scale, if every building turns their back to MLK, then that's just going to become the street no one walks across, So I agree with you. We talked a lot, like, is this the right location? You're bringing UT students, so maybe it has to fan to UT and open to UT instead of turning the back to MLK. So we both went back and forth with the other two members had to turn back to MLK as a natural reaction. Yeah. I always wonder at urban scale, because if you walk Guadalupe, a lot of the buildings turn to Guadalupe, and now that's just a transit corridor.
Yeah, and I guess that's maybe one of the things to, and so with that, because I appreciate hearing that, Suhash, as well. And again, in saying this, I acknowledge that there are pros and cons to all these things. And like I said, I'm going to have a bit of my bias with different types of things because it affects my commute like every day. and so like but I will say this, I think that in the studio, you have the ability to start to at least question that. And one position to take would be that you imagine that MLK will be a much more pedestrian-friendly road in the future, which I think you could make that argument, and especially in the case of the studio, to say perhaps this becomes more of a shared surface, almost like a cobblestone type road with one lane going each direction, and you're imagining a scenario where we have more car share and less just cars and commuters, because it is a thoroughfare. I think you have the ability to start to think about that, and even to the point where you imagine some of the surface, maybe you're introducing some surfaces here that begin to bleed over to make this actually become a more of a pedestrian friendly zone, which it currently is not. The same thing happens all the way up to 35. People are jigging across, trying to get across. So I think that, again, I don't want to get too hung up on that, because I think there's, like I said in the beginning, so much sophistication in this, but it's almost a point I want more of this, or you acknowledge that it's a corridor and then turn your back to it and say one or the other. So I think that could have been something that could be laced into your presentation, to where you say, I'm imagining a transformation over time, because this has even changed. For example, in the past 5 years, this bike lane has popped up maybe a year ago, and this is all changed for the better for pedestrians. And I think you could argue, well, give it 5 years and this will all change too, and this would be then it would really make this a wonderful space.
Yes, I think you should add that.
Well,
too.
something. Am I allowed to jump in?
Yeah. Please,
this is
please.
the problem with it. The virtual format's hard because it's hard to like converse. You want to give everyone their time and not interrupt and talk over each other and everything.
Go for it, Diego. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I think what is one. I will also push back. I think that opening to MLK is interesting and productive, and there's a lot of precedent for public plazas, particularly entries into underground metros or subways, whatever you want to call it, right? That are sunken at particularly busy intersections, right? Union Square's BART station in San Francisco is one of those examples, right? It's a big open plaza sunken down. I mean, it's kind of dirty and weird because it's Union Square, but that's a different story. It's still also wonderful. But there's a lot of precedents for these kinds of things. And actually, I think what's more interesting here is how do you treat that edge, right? Mm-hmm. And Kevin's going to love this. It's a landscape strategy, right? Yeah. Like you have to, you took the time to draw trees, and yet there's no trees along MLK, right? And that would landscape is like your secret weapon to address how do I, as a pedestrian and as just a human being, feel protected and part of the urban context, yet not like I'm going to get run over by a car just tearing ass down MLK Boulevard, right? And additionally, like your entry points into the sunken courtyard, they're responding to the block, but they need to respond to the urban context, right? So like, for example, we're entering MLK on that northeastern corner, on the corner, but there's a great entryway into UT's campus right there, just east of the Macomb School, right? Mm-hmm. Like you should be connecting to that and making that an intentional, like, this is how you get from point A to point B, because that's one of the frustrations in the city is like, there's a way for me to get, I want to get right there, but then I have to go to the end of the block, go to the crosswalk, come back around and get here, you know? And some cities, they're very much responding to their grid. For some reason, Austin kind of always wants to like fight its own grid for some peculiar reason. Never understood it, right? But like, these are the things that you need to hone. But I think it's wonderful that the building is on the south side, because now it's also self-shading and you have the sunken courtyard. Like you've created a place through solar orientation that might be fruitful and useful and wonderful, whether you realize it or not. Like, I don't know if that was your agenda. But then there's some weird things like the lifting up and the opening of the building to like behind two ugly buildings is kind of strange. I understand it from an architectural sculptural perspective when I see it in perspective, but in reality, it's like, oh, I don't know if that's what you want to do. Maybe not. So
like this whole thing, Matt, here is strange, right?
Yeah. I hear your perspective, Matt, but I also like I could see it the other way. And the other thing I would say here is, this is probably my favorite part about architecture, is that there's no right answer, right? Exactly. It's all, and it changes and evolves. Like in your own career, you're going to change your own agenda, and it's a matter of experimentation. And a lot of people, it's so permanent. So a lot of people think that architecture is like a science, but it's not. It's definitely, it's an exploration, you know, and this, you have to just make it work or be of an opinion, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a consistency of the decisions. That's all I was going to say. Alex, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's a great point that there is no right or wrong. It's about consistency. Yeah. And I do appreciate that you're consistent with your decisions, and then how you set up the balance or the bias of the site and then how that led to where you pushed the housing units themselves and the open areas, the circulation to get to them. So I appreciate all of that. And again, I'm offering an alternate reality or a different version of life, which I now understand other of your classmates did explore that route too. And again, I would hold them to the same thing. I would expect to see consistency. Did you stick with that all the way through in your partie and the massing and the way you laid out things? Did you really stick with that, or did you compromise on it in some ways and contradict yourself in terms of other things? And so again, I think it's an elegant scheme, and I'm just wondering like what it would be to be the opposite, which again is just another perspective. So Alex, go ahead.
No, I just want, to add to what you guys have already said. It's funny, intuitively, I also first thought, wow, this is a really busy corner. But then as Diego was saying and Suhash, if we don't start inhabiting the spaces, they're just never going to change. And I totally agree. My first thought was, well, this would require probably slightly different type of landscaping, a little bit more done with the landscape designer's eye rather than an architect, thinking about how to kind of think about landscape as a series of resulting spaces that somehow are left over around the buildings that you've designed. And I think that like flipping that for a moment would be really useful, like to think first about the grading and creating masses maybe that somehow screen it, with trees or elevation of the ground, and then bringing it down again, like working with the ground as a landscape architect, I think would really, really help. And I think a little bit of taming could help here in terms of, of the geometries that are quite wild, right? And they're wild in the landscaping area, but also here, if you think about how this building develops, I think there's something really actually clear and beautiful in the progression, but it could be simplified and maybe turned into a stronger, more rigorous system. And that would maybe help you to also relate better, to understand better what's going on here. I don't really think that in such a big and important scheme, building on top of an existing parking lot makes that much sense. I love the idea of reuse, but I think that either you integrate it much better into your building, or you just accept that this would, be demolished and rebuilt in a way that would allow you to think better about what's going on with this. Once you start building corners, you want to allow for the city to kind of keep on doing your job. So you want to make sure that you don't do things that kind of cut corners. You want to think, what's going to happen? Yes, there's a building here, but how can we kind of allow the space to kind of breathe and give it the potential to connect further and further and further, right? So I think this is also a super important point, what is the space here? Between the parking lot and the landscaping, this should all just kind of continue being a landscape design project and thinking about where do I end up when I'm here? I cycle very often through here. I would love to cycle through here, right? If it was possible somehow, but you're not involving that in your project. So I think some of that would really help. I love the way you decided to terrace the building and even open it up, to this public space so that there's not yet another vertical wall. I think that's quite successful. And it would be important to understand what the opposite action here, I'm sorry for the scribble, it's very horrible. What the opposite action that you adopted here, what it does. Does it invite me to go somewhere? Well, there's a parking lot here, so not really. So, if you have this gesture, this device that you are adopting here, well, push it further and make it actually do what it could do. So I totally agree about, bringing people down here and providing services, food and stuff like that. I think some of it, and maybe I'm misunderstanding a little bit how it all works, but having one place where you access something from the street level would be also important, maybe as a way to not always access the plaza through stairs, but access is through a building. It's also a nice way to think about kind of creating a public space that is not always open, but kind of fluid and accessible in different ways.
Yeah, we do have like within this structure an elevator for like metro and plaza access, but it's not like the most appealing vertical
But you know what I mean,
circulation.
like
I
when
think
you,
that's a good
Yeah, I get what you're
argument.
saying for sure.
yeah,
I think that's a
it's
good
kind of-
argument. Like you don't wait for the elevator because you want to get out, so
Yeah.
you'll take the stairs. Like, I don't know if the elevator, it's only an elevator is the answer,
Yeah, for sure.
So Alex is bringing a good point.
Yeah.
I think, beyond kind of a vertical circulation moment, like actual programming at the street level. I mean, one of the traps that we fall into with a sunken plaza or kind of an elevated, highline type public spaces, when you vertically leave the street, you're now creating, a void in terms of activity at the street level. So I think kind of teaser program up at the top that draws people to maybe get close enough to understand there's more below.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the largest challenge that, when working on sunken plazas is convincing, in reality, kind of that food hall retail tenant that people are going to see them down there. And so I think there's a little bit of, you need to kind of breadcrumbs draw people into the site programmatically too.
So, totally. It's a huge dilemma to sync public program. Like I said, there are precedents for it, but there's also a lot of bad examples of it, right? All over the world. But I think what's interesting for this project, particularly, and in all projects, when you start working in the three-dimensional realm, right? I know you guys have been working in 3D most, if not all, of your student careers, but we have a tendency to start to look at our architecture as objects, right? And at a certain scale. So it almost becomes more like a vase or an element because I'm constantly spinning around it. So I'm kind of always looking at it. And it's something that you lose, like some of the traditional means of drawing architecture, like, sections, elevations, and plans, start to lose some of their gravitas in your design of your building. Because a lot of what I want to see and what the terracing is doing successfully on like, I guess I'll start marking up drawings too, right? like right here, you're having a sectional relationship to the public, right? Where someone can stand here and someone can stand here. And I just start to have kind of these tiers of interaction and engagement and these different levels. And you have to think of this plaza sectionally as well. Right now, technically in section, it's really grade comes down here and then up, right? And you actually want to start to have it do things like this, right? Where it's carving in, coming up, there's interstitial levels, someone can stand here somehow, and it's just not all at one thing. I'll clear it all. But I think, and sorry, I draw very scribbly, it's loose.
Better than me.
I have a pen.
Okay.
But I think it's good to remember to jump scales. I saw this on the last project too. We're like operating very much at like the geologic architectural scale only, and it's lacking that human scale a little bit. And I think part of it's the medium, and the way probably Suhach is making you work. But because Kevin would never do that. But I think you need to jump. I think that's the trick of being an architect. I have to be able to think about a door handle at the same time I have to be able to think about a 600-foot tall tower, right? And I have to be able to constantly just have the schizophrenic jumping of scale, and one pushes on the other. The other thing that's important to remember, especially when you're designing in urban environments, is that a lot of times what you're designing is not the object itself. Again, this is where it's object oriented. You're really designing the space left over from the object, right? It's the space between buildings, the space that you shaped by shaping an object. It's what the void is. So a lot of times, like even when I diagram my buildings, I'm diagramming more the void and paths than I am the actual mass of the building itself. And that's like the mass becomes a resultant, So I think it's good to remember these things for the rest of your career. I'd also be curious to know, urban development is a product of economics. That's another pressure point on architecture. And high rises, which are what happens in urban contexts, are merely a diagram of land value. Land costs X, the building's going to be Y tall, right, in order to retain your value. So I wonder, like, how would these projects be different if they were 4 times, 5 times taller, right? Can you still be successful?
They would be, full stop.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of other parameters that go in there in terms of like utilization of space, but, and I'm not trying to make it boring or too realistic, but it's just interesting to think of how can I devise architectural strategies that can translate, especially to this way of thinking, right? Computational thinking, it's about aggregation, it's about multiplicity. So how can I design it to where if I multiplied it by 5 and it got 5 times taller, it's still successful and it doesn't ruin Matt's view, right?
Well, it would, right?
Yeah. You want to improve his view, right?
No, those are all good points, the scalability of it. But in some ways, it's almost the opposite of what I was saying before on the previous scheme for Claire's, where I was saying it was so bottom up and not designing enough of a form. And then here might be, you know, in some ways a little bit the opposite, where it's designing the overall form and maybe not as much of the human scale component. And Alex is pointing out, you know, that becomes more evident here, where it sort of becomes like what experience is not a way to sort of rethink how the individual, you know, ground floor plan here could influence and upper floor and experience influence not only how people move through here, why they would want to move through there, but how that massing pairs with the function inside. Those are all great points. And I realize we have to move on, but you have a lot here, Maya. There's a lot of accomplishment here. There's a lot that we were able to have this advanced discussion rather than saying, well, why does your corridor do this or do this? Like, yeah.
I think if you're still like out of curiosity, the other groups had the reverse. So if you want to pick on the mural board, that's part of it too. Because it was a little bit of a selfish also idea that we forced her to do this. It ended up being that she also liked it, but she wanted to explore something different.
Well, I'll also take a little bit of biased ownership of pushing the power of a sunken plaza as being, you know, because I worked on the fairground at 111 Sunken Plaza, which fronts Cesar Chavez, which to a certain extent is a pretty highly trafficked
absolutely
street. And being
very comparable
16 below grade, you really can't even sense that there are cars. I think you know, grade change is the best kind of noise mitigator, even more so than trees. So I think to a certain extent, we were pushing, you know, Maya to think that there's a lot of power. If you can still convince people to come down there, once down there, it's actually a fairly pleasant experience with that shelter. But I did push that, you know, somewhat biased.
Kevin. Heavy hand, Kevin.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
you, Maya. That was great.
And I think we have the last one for today, Sebastian.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to get it full screen. Sorry.
I think Control L.
Okay, thank you. Whoa. Okay, there we go. All right. So my group, or I guess we'll start. My name's Sebastian, and my group started by looking at movement and speed kind of within the corridor as the basis for our analysis. So we started kind of looking at commuters and how they would kind of enter the corridor and come to kind of the office district. So we kind of the bus routes in and out of Guadalupe on the left. And the middle one is kind of
Sebastian, sorry to interrupt. Maybe if you disable your video, that might help here. It's a little jargled, the audio.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's all right. I just wanted to let you know.
Hold on. Okay. Is that better? Okay. So yeah. The left one is just essentially kind of bus routes in and out of the corridor. The center one, we were looking at areas that were accessible to pedestrians. So everything kind of pochade in black is sidewalks, park areas. They were kind of accessible and open to pedestrian traffic. And then the one on the right is showing a combination of green spaces, and the blue is office program. And then the kind of orange and red lines on the streets are kind of just showing the level of traffic where there's high traffic, I guess, and congestion in the corridor. And so you'll see here, we chose a site. It's not going. Hold on, there we go. Okay, so we chose a site that's below Republic Square, directly south of Republic Square. So it's on 3rd Street in Guadalupe. And it's which is a surface parking lot right now on the full block. So we thought that would be a place that we could add some density to the corridor without necessarily taking over something that was adding a lot of value. I'm sorry, it's going really slow right now. I don't know why. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble navigating this. But on this slide, you can see a site analysis we did looking at the bus stops, just kind of closer to the actual block, zooming in, access routes from the nearby office buildings, and also just the major kind of traffic corridors. So you have the 3rd Street bike lanes and kind of pedestrian route, and then you have Guadalupe with the heavy bus traffic that brings a lot of commuters and people in and out. And so this next one is just showing interaction with the site, kind of level of interaction. So we were kind of assuming that high-rise residential would be the most active user because they likely don't have a they're in an outdoor space. So if they have a family or something, they would kind of want to come to a plaza or park to get outside. And then obviously there's high-rise offices. People might want to take a lunch break outside, outdoors. And then obviously the parking garage is not going to have much interaction because most people that are, or if they're driving, they're probably not taking the metro line. Okay, so here's just a site plan of our plaza design. So we were kind of interested in preserving the movement and relationship between Republic Square and our site. And you can tell from the context, a lot of those buildings right up on the river, it's just kind of like a wall of big, tall boxes, essentially. And so we kind of wanted to soften up that like hard wall of hardscape and just add like some kind of more natural softening forms that would kind of break up that like hard, rigid landscape. So this is kind of just showing the circulation down to that lower level. And then from there, zoom into the floor plans. So here's just kind of more zoomed in. You can see this is kind of the upper level, and then you circulate down. And then the subway would be underneath Guadalupe right there. The entrance is kind of behind that stairwell. And here's showing the lower level. So there's that tunnel that actually comes in from 3rd Street and kind of allows traffic to come in from that corner without having to access the ramp or the stairs. And then you can see the stairs down to the subway platform. And this right here is just a little like cafe, coffee shop for people who are on the way to work or just need a snack. So yeah, the next one is just circulation. Kind of, we anticipate people coming from the bus stops from Public Square or just from the surrounding kind of federal office buildings, or there's the Google offices, a lot of like big companies around there. So going into my proposal, this was just an aerial of like the building I proposed sitting on the site. And so in generating the form, I guess I really started by kind of offsetting the curves of the like sunken plaza, and just thinking about how people are going to circulate kind of through that space, and allowing the traffic to kind of flow through without interrupting it, kind of in the way that a lot of these buildings are kind of placed on the site and like take up the whole site and don't. I mean, it's just it's a lot different from Congress, where there's kind of some give and take on the street, and it's not, everything doesn't meet the street within 5 to 10 feet. So here you can see kind of the circulation. I broke it up into the kind of more pedestrian and bike traffic that would be coming from 3rd Street, and then more of the kind of like commuter / lunch crowd that would be coming from the north and from Republic Square. And then obviously just the vertical circulation in the building is shown there, but I can get kind of more into that on the floor plans. Geez, okay. Here's just a programmatic kind of stacking diagram, which illustrates the distribution of the programs throughout the building. So ground floor is open to the public. There's a restaurant and bar. That has like outdoor seating, spills out into the plaza. And then there's also like yoga studio and like smoothie bar. And then there's obviously kind of like resident amenities and like a gym, a spa, office space for people who might be living in the building and looking to rent their own office space. And then obviously the residential units are in between, and the rooftop public area is a rooftop bar. Just because this whole corridor is kind of very active at the nighttime, so it's kind of like an attractor. And then here's the site plan. So here you can see kind of how the greenery kind of breaks up the hardscape and delineates the paths of circulation. And actually underneath the building itself is standing on these 4 like large piers. So people can actually circulate underneath the building in a few spaces, which I'll show with the floor plan. I kind of was interested in just not interrupting that connectivity, because I mean, with the condition of having the bus traffic from Guad, nestled against that bike lane and all the pedestrian activity of 3rd Street, I just see a lot of people kind of trafficking between 3rd Street and the bus stops and 2nd Street and just moving across the site, and having them, have to go all the way around was just something that I felt was avoidable and kind of an issue with a lot of other buildings in this area. So here you see the first floor plan. So there's the bar and restaurant on the first floor with some outdoor seating. So you can see how there's kind of this open space for people to circulate through. And actually right here is where that underground tunnel is that brings you into the plaza, kind of an accelerated route. And this will just be kind of this is like the main lobby. And I was also thinking it could be kind of an exhibition kind of space for entrepreneurs or people who lived in the building who might want to showcase their work. And here's just kind of a typical floor plan. It happens to be the 3rd floor. So it's the first floor that has kind of a floor plate that's fully connected, as the first 2 levels are kind of split. But you see that there's a double loaded corridor kind of down the center, and then there's these 3 circulation cores. As far as the units go, what was really important to me was just giving, well, I guess I should start with saying that I was really targeting like recent graduates in tech, finance, entrepreneur fields who might be interested in living in that kind of busy downtown environment and being close to all the kind of growth and activity that's going on, but also didn't necessarily have the capital to, buy an apartment in a high rise, downtown that can see the lake. So I was kind of targeting, these kind of smaller apartments, but I really wanted it to be like a step up from, like West Campus. So I wanted to, make sure that there was a lot of natural light in the bedrooms and in the workspaces. And so a lot of the kind of bedrooms and office spaces are situated along the perimeter. But I also tried to kind of create voids for the light to filtrate through to like the kitchen and the living spaces on the interior. Here's just kind of a programmatic section, so you can see kind of how the floors stack up. The ground floor is, that's kind of just the lobby area where people are gathering, take the elevator, the stairs up. The first floor is, like I said, leasing office space for the residents, whether they're just need a place to work or if they're maybe trying to start a startup or something. Then the next 2 floors are residential. The 5th floor is the gym and spa floor. And then the next 3 floors are residential, and the top floor is the rooftop bar. Here's just kind of a typical unit. Because you can see the bedrooms are kind of located on the perimeter. This is actually one of the trickier ones because the window area is a lot smaller than most of them. But you can see the bathrooms are kind of tucked away. They're not prioritized as much, but there's still some natural light that spills into the living area and into like the kitchen kind of bar dining room. And then here's a section of that unit just kind of showing the different spaces and their relationships. So this is kind of just looking through the living room into the kitchen. This is a bedroom kind of with the little additional office space. And this is the smaller bedroom with no office. And then finally, here's just kind of a render showing what the view from kind of the gym, outside the gym balcony would look like. You have kind of the plaza in the foreground with the greenery, and then the kind of high-rise urban context in the background. And then finally, here's just kind of like an entry perspective of someone maybe coming from, this is the corner of 3rd and Guadalupe. So just someone maybe taking a bike ride and they wanted to come get a bite or something. But this is kind of the entry for a lot of the pedestrian traffic, I think. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Sebastian. I have a quick question. Can you say something a little bit more about that underground connection? I don't understand if this is like a loading connection or it's for pedestrians. Like the building, of course, is situated on top of that passage, but I'm struggling a little bit to understand like what kind of a space that would be and who would be using it.
That you're talking about that connection like under right there?
I guess, yes. The one that goes from, again, from San Antonio across the site.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I really don't have a good like view of it, I don't think, on here. I guess here, okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Like it's very clear when you were still at the, plaza level of your design.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, the building kind of completely like overshadows it, but essentially it's just you start at ground level and it's just kind of a graded ramp that sinks underneath, and then you go underneath that kind of walkway, I guess, and then emerge kind of into the plaza. And that's mostly for people that just need to get to the train quickly is kind of what I was thinking. It's kind of a priority access route.
So what happened to this when you decided how to position the building?
Well, I initially kind of had that being an edge for the building, and I had the building occupying that green space you see.
Uh-huh.
But then there was just kind of that open, unutilized space that I felt I kind of could design better. And so, I mean, after talking with Kevin and Suhash, I mean, they thought I should kind of go for it and try to, use that better. And so that kind of resulted in me kind of shrinking the plaza a little bit to kind of create more of a space for that corner. And then I don't know if you saw, but like the piers, that it's kind of like the piers were also kind of something that was influenced by that, because it's standing on those like 4, I guess here, like those 4 piers. And so one of them, that allows one of those to go through. And that was kind of the basis of that idea, to kind of have these like trunks that people could circulate around and move through.
Can you maybe go to the ground floor plan? And I don't know if it maybe is not shown, but you could draw in where that connection.
Yeah, I understand that this is sorry, I jumped into kind of a detail, but I think it's an important detail in terms of how you're actually connecting to the surrounding context. And this, so it's correct to say that this is on the same level, right? This is grade here.
Yes.
And okay, so this is how your underground passage kind of got transformed. So I think but then I don't understand, because before it was kind of at that level coming down. So you totally rethought it, right? That just disappeared. It doesn't exist anymore.
I think it does still exist.
It does.
Right?
It does.
It's just not drawn here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
made a mistake, and like the white is covering it, but like it should be drawn in like right there.
Oh, okay. So it's still kind of like
It's still
you're
there.
still
It's just, yeah, that
cutting
was,
in, and you're still going underground here. Okay, that's
that was
clear.
yeah, that was my mistake.
So-
Honestly, I just realized that.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was just trying to understand like how this works, because I think that connection in your initial design is really fundamental, and it really connects two parts of that downtown area really well, and it's important. Although I think it would be a little bit problematic, in this part where you're walking through a dark tunnel, not exactly a place where you want to be in a dark tunnel, but it becomes even more claustrophobic when we think about the building being on top. And I think now, understanding that this is actually, that you're carving into this really helps. And I would want to imagine that the next floor is actually not immediately above, that you give even more space and maybe somehow, modulate that transition. Oops, sorry, now this, yeah.
No, I was trying to show you that there's a break in the next two floors.
Okay, so you have another floor. Okay, so now it's, I understand.
Yeah.
So it was just a lack of that. Okay.
No, I understand that was not very well like shown.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
So this happens on every student review, right? Where we have to like get more clarity because the drawings seem to have created some ambiguity or turned around what we assumed we thought we were understanding, kind of thing. And I think it's an important conversation to have, because in as architects, all we do is draw. Like, I don't swing a hammer, right? I don't build a building. I don't do structural calculations. I draw. And drawing is the way that I think, and it's the way that I solve problems, and it's the way that I exercise my ability and my power in the built environment. And so it's really important that we draw our intentions, right? Yeah. And I understand that it's weird, and once we start modeling, it's weirder because we're modeling a lot of it. And so like drawing and modeling seem to be symbiotic, but at times are not. But and I'm somebody who works exclusively in the computer, and I mean, I even draw on the computer these days with my iPad and stuff like that. But like, I still also like look at these drawing views. They're really important to me because that's also a huge part of how I design and create a building. And I think for almost everyone here, we still work in plan a lot. We still work in elevation a lot, in section a lot. But my point being, every bit of information we don't draw or don't model is information we are no longer thinking about, right? It's not in our consciousness. It's like if I were to construct a sentence and then start leaving out words. It's important that we draw this stuff, and therefore it makes it into our presentations and makes it into our consciousness and our dialogue about the building, because that's what's important.
That's where a section would come in, right? Like a section, transversal section here, where we could actually really see how you move through this building and what happens about this passage and how it connects these two parts of downtown. That kind of a sectional drawing. Right, and not like a post production drawing, a drawing that you would keep on building up. Sorry, Diego, that I interrupted you, but drawing in 3D and in section at the same time is fundamental, because you just cannot see this stuff in 3D.
And that's exactly what I'm going to say. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, keep going.
No, that's it. You finish. You better.
No. We're beating on the same drum here, right? You don't model all day long and then like cut sections and put together plans and sections at the end, right? You work in these mediums the whole time. Like, you're producing your final drawing over weeks and weeks, right? And it's additive, and it's an iterative process. And that's important, because then you'll think in the section. Like that tube, like we only see it as a concrete hole because that's what you've articulated it as, but there could be fantastic lighting in there that helps, heighten these kind of smooth inflections that you're creating. There could be a lip up, and these are all things that we won't see, and you won't see unless you take a 3D perspective view or cut a section and be like, oh, I can actually lift the concrete up here, like 20 feet in the air. So yeah, I agree. You have to work in these mediums. And I would say you have a lot of cool, intuitive stuff going on with this building. Like the idea is really interesting of this smooth kind of amoebic form that's building up and tapering. But I almost wanted to like relax a little bit. And again, this is where those traditional ways of thinking would be interesting. Like that plan, the ground level plan, if you go to it, you keep describing these as some kind of structural element. I don't think they need to be a structural element, but like to me, there's a real opportunity to make this space open, but different from this space and different from this space. And the fact that you have this cut through immediately makes this, feel like A, but then this could have been more intimately sized and been B. And then this could have a public space that feels like C. And then here you have like D. You know what I'm saying? Like form is how we create space and place. And to exercise those things is important. And, that's what you're in school for.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm glad we're on this plan because I do think, I know we talk a lot about, the review as being a snapshot and that you'll continue to iterate, but I do actually really recommend that prior to portfolio review, you actually come, because I think a few amendments to this drawing, basically not having this white kind of clipping mask. So the ground plane, like there shouldn't be any kind of barrier or boundary between these two, because I'm reading this that you've got the 4 pods and then it's a free flowing ground plane, and you're starting to kind of show that with the entourage. But as soon as you add back in the opening, dash in the tunnel connection, like I think it'll become ultimately more clear just with a plan drawing. And then I do agree, some of the sections could help with that, but I think it's kind of key to your design that on the ground plane, there are these 4 pods that can have, as Diego talked about, kind of unique outdoor rooms that kind of relate directly to the program of the pod, but are also like a direct response to, I think, what you were thinking about of some of the flows of circulation. I would definitely, think you could tweak this drawing to help explain, the design a ton better.
And I think the section that you have right now could get richer if you cut the section more like this than the stacking pancakes you see in your section. And even that one, you have very moments that you have to show it off in your section. Go back to your section, because when you do that section, you should realize, my building's more than this.
Yeah. I mean, especially on the ground floor, like it's not, there's so much more I could be showing there.
Also, I think just this pod wouldn't be, I don't think, continuous of the poche, because this is an occupiable, this is the pod and then this is the void. I think there's some kind of technical issues with the drawing here as to reading what's kind of solid and void.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that thread, Sebastian, that notion of the pancaking. It's similar to what we were saying to Claire in the beginning in terms of the individual unit and letting that aggregate. Here you're pancaking up, and then there's an opportunity to then go over it after. But I would actually step back. Do you mind if I share? I'll do something unorthodox, and if I can share and give you some make a reference. And the reason I want to do this is I've used the site that you used before for a studio, even last semester, and so for my students, and so I wanted to share something that I've sort of shown them. So first of all, stepping back to the point of Public Square Park being part of the Waller Master Plan, with Capitol Square and then Wooldridge, which we referenced earlier today, and then the two other squares. And there's a very discrete square to those, right? It is a square, it's Public Square Park. And what you're doing is challenging the square itself, right? You're saying, well, maybe the square just bleeds over into this lot. And I think there's a lot to be said about, let's see, I was going to say, just Republic Square itself, its gravity and how that edge is held or not. And I want to stop that and share something else. So I wanted to just first point out that your site, you're almost suggesting that you're just going to extend Republic Square Park, which is a big move to make that challenges the existing master plan of the city. you have the opportunity there to actually bridge across and break the street grid the way that the Capitol does, right? The Capitol disrupts the grid, city grid. The Congress dies into it, and you have to go all the way around it, and 12th, 13th Street die into it. To where you could say, I'm going to make this a big point of gravity in the city, but it stops a little bit short of that. So as an urban move, I would say there's an opportunity to just step back and even just think about what it is you're doing and either go further that direction or not. And on that tone, then I would say there are two different ways you could think about this. One sec. One would be, I think that the Ome Dutch Embassy is an example of a building that's relatively, it's a stereoatomic mass, right? It's an overall mass that then is carved into for the circulation, both vertically and laterally. And you could imagine saying that, well, I want to hold the edge to keep the integrity of the square of the park to the north, but then I can carve into this mass. And it could be curvilinear lines, it could be whatever geometry you want it to be. But then above grade could still be a building that's relatively follows the city grid. Alternatively, if you do want to do what you've done, where you've basically worked with the geometry of some of the park circulation, then I would reference the Albion Riverside, which is next to the Foster office. This is the Foster office where I worked for years, right here. And the Albion Riverside has some characteristics that are similar to what you're pursuing in terms of an overall undulating form. In this case, it tries to straddle this line between being both an object and this pancake, right? It's trying to have some presence as an object from one side, and then it undulates on the other side. But what I think is a problem with your plans is that you've taken an orthogonal geometry and you try to just stamp it out inside. And I think there's an opportunity to think about working with that. You see how there's just a tangent, working with the tangent of the curve here. And you know that the plumbing components and bathrooms and beds, they all have their certain conventions and kitchen things, but then allowing the geometry to work, to splay accordingly to really optimize that square footage. And so I think there's an opportunity. And I should also mention on the ground floor of this, there is a gallery actually. That's the first place I ever saw James Turrell's work, was at a gallery on the ground floor of this. And it has a little bit of what you're describing in terms of being able to flow through some open space to get to, and in this case, it's not a park, it's to the river, the Thames. But there is sort of a plaza in the front. And again, I don't think this is an amazing building, frankly, honestly. I think there's plenty of things you could sort of question about this, but it just got me thinking of it. I thought it might be interesting for you to see a precedent, Sebastian,
Yeah.
and you can go back to sharing your screen of just one application of that, where it's trying to straddle a line between an overall building form versus being made of a bunch of components or parts, how the ground floor can be somewhat activated. If you go to that ground floor plan that everyone's been talking about the whole time, no, yeah. That one, yeah. So I think you mentioned that this one would be, I think you said that would be a gallery, is that right?
Yeah.
What's the square footage of that?
I actually don't know exactly.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing that I think everyone sees so much promise in this floor plan, which is why we discussed it so much. And I think this is the sort of, when you always have to have some priorities as you continue developing a scheme. And I think there's a lot of mileage that could be made out of this going into your portfolio, to where you should have a good idea to say, well, it's about, it's about 1,200 square feet or 1,500 square feet, and then have an idea in your mind, how big is the Meat Vein Gallery? How big are other galleries that I've seen? What types of exhibits could possibly happen here? Likewise, how big is this outdoor space and what could practically happen there? I think there is a lot of potential there, but this just interconnects with all the things that we're discussing in terms of how you're thinking about the human scale, how you're thinking about the scale of the block, how that block fits within the city. We understand that you're having to juggle so many different things, but that's why these are all appropriate to bring up. And at this point, now that you have it all laid out here, and we can say, oh, there's an opportunity to do this or advance this and consider these things. And I just, if you now go one slide forward or backward, where we can see both Public Square Park, the one where we can see the park. Yeah, that. So again, this seems to be right on the brink of you've almost made this a precinct of an overall park, and then you've made basically a pavilion in the park. I think you're on the brink of that. By Alex. Yeah, you have to go. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, thank you.
And so I think that you're straddling a fine line where it's in this ambiguous realm where it's like, well, you might as well almost maybe just stitch together and call this your whole park, as maybe what you're doing, and it stops just short of that. And that would be one way to go about it. Alternatively, you do the other method, more the OMA Dutch Embassy, where you say, well, once you get above the first few floors, it's a solid mass, and I'm going to carve into that mass down below, but that it's a responsible urban building by holding these edges at the upper levels, but then allowing some flow underneath, but not an open air park. Again, these are just ideas I'm throwing out there, just thoughts that I'm throwing out there that I just want you to reflect on and try to think about, because there are infinite directions this could go.
You do with it what you want, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just, but it's provoking a lot of interesting ideas in the way you've approached it. And I just happen to know a bit about that property, about that lot myself, since I've worked hypothetically on that property.
I think these are good comments, and I'll recommend, like, you get started group work and you have seen others take, the other person in your group took the approach Matt is talking about, like the top, it's now not a response to the bottom, So just take a look at the work you did with the other group members and see what was their approach, what was working, just compare it a little bit to like an intellectual level to see how you start defining yourself a little bit.
One comment, and this relates kind of to this last discussion of the linkage between the two parks, and then also even to the move for the Woolridge group in terms of closing down that street. I think Diego said it, and I think all the jurors actually kind of related to this, but there are ways to make connections that don't just shut down the vehicular access. And you can think about it in terms of material. You can think about it in terms of like, do you have the ability to bring out and make the connections a bit closer and stronger? There's also, ways to think about it in terms of subtle grade change. Like, does this ramp up and this becomes a flush kind of speed table, which is traffic calming? There are ways to do it. And then also thinking about, the function of Republic Square. Currently, there's a farmer's market weekly here. Like, does this in terms, like, temporally shut down and become kind of an activated, multi-function festival type street? So I just want to maybe challenge the notion of, okay, to connect these two, we're going to just delete this road. Because I think from an urban design standpoint, we're trying to combat some of the moves that have been made throughout the city kind of earlier, where blocks do get conjoined and we lose that connectivity across. There are ways to kind of enforce connection without, just eliminating vehicular flow.
I think that extra diagram actually will help you complete the project better, to see how this is on the weekends compared to a weekday,
Yeah.
Okay.
Any last comments? I know we're kind of running up on time, and maybe they could be last comments for Sebastian, or if you all have any other kind of general reflections for the group of students as a whole, that'd be helpful. But
I would say, one, thanks for sharing your work with me, guys. It's an incredible amount of work, and it's a lot to ask for you guys to do in a very short period of time. So I appreciate your sacrifice and the work that you've done and put together here. Everything is very fruitful, and there's a lot of ideas here. And I think for the future, don't forget these ideas and some of the ideas that are maybe second tier, third tier ideas inside of your projects. And also, as you work on future projects, also like work on, curating your ideas a little bit too. I think all of these could have probably benefited from maybe more focus. Like, okay, I can do this, but this is now a tertiary idea. Let me go back to my original concept and let me try to hone more with less, right? I think that when we do that, I think it translates to even people who aren't architects. There's a level of like mastery and finesse to just really honing your project over many iterations and trying to keep your ideas pure. So instead of, oh, I ran into this dilemma, now let me think of a new solution. It's like, no, how do I have the concept that I already have? How does it solve this solution and all the elements I've had solved up to this point? So that's a takeaway comment for me, I guess. And other than that, thanks for sharing with me, guys. Matt, pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, great to meet you, Diego. I would say it's a very similar thing in the sense of that you guys have a lot of work here, a lot to be lot to be proud of. And when thinking about what a good review is, in my opinion, the most important thing is just one where you learn something, one where you walk away thinking, oh, that's a new perspective I hadn't thought of. The worst review you could have is one where you felt like, well, I didn't get anything out of that. I didn't learn anything. There was nothing new. You hope that your project is enough of a prompt to then provoke a discussion, but then you walk away thinking, now I have more ideas and more ways, more things in your toolbox, more ideas that you can develop, because it's all about critical thinking and how you can start to think about how might I solve a problem? What are 3 ways I could do it? How could I evaluate those? And so that's the hope. That's ultimately what a good review is that you grow and you learn and you diversify your mindset. So congrats to you all. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Matt.
Great, yeah, thanks Matt and Diego for joining us for sure. All righty, well, we will.
Sorry, my wife came in here with a meeting. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time.
All right, great.
Thanks, Sebastian. Congrats, Sebastian.
Okay, so we will adjourn, I think, at 12:30. We'll pick back up with the next session. But yeah, I thank our reviewers for the first session today.
All right.
Hi, Dean. How's it going?
Good, and yourself?
Very good. I think we're waiting on a few more reviewers.
And Kevin, they'll be outside reviewers, so we're gonna have to admit them.
Yeah, Abby's coming in now.
So just out of curiosity, because I was looking for this on my own computer,
Mm.
did they send you that little placeholder that you put up between sessions?
There was, it was kind of embedded in the directions for setting up the Zoom meeting. Actually, I was just in it. There's a box
That you got from Tomy?
from Tommy. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it's in the original. Let me see it. I just actually had it open a second ago. I just closed the window.
Nothing. Alessandra is also here.
Yeah. Okay, I think is that everyone, or we?
I think we got everybody. We got the students and we got the reviewers.
I think maybe Rasa was joining us as well.
Yeah. Awesome.
Maybe let's give it one more minute, and if not, she can catch up. Well, maybe we'll just get started. So welcome everyone to the Design 6 Intermediate. So this is third year students in their sixth semester, undergraduate architecture students for the review. So I think before we jump into a little bit of overview of the studio at large and then the assignment that we're going to be looking at today, maybe if the reviewers could just briefly introduce themselves to the students, I think that'd be helpful just for everyone to get to know each other. Dean, do you want to lead off for us?
Sure. I'm Dean Almy. I teach in the School of Architecture at a number of levels. I'm also the director of the Urban Design program.
Great. Abby?
Hi, I'm Abby Camo. I'm landscape designer at DWG in Austin and was a graduate of the MLA program at UT.
And maybe Alessandra?
Hi, I'm Alessandra Fabbri. I am a PhD student at the MIT Department of Architecture's Design and Computation Group, and I am also pursuing the Advanced Urbanism concentration in the Norman B. Leventhal Center. Previously, I worked in Sydney, London, Paris, and Argentina.
Thank you.
Great. Well, yeah, I mean, so I guess just a brief introduction of the studio. And Suyash, if you want to go ahead and share the overview slide. But as we said, this is third year undergraduate architecture students. The overarching, so this is, I think, the second to last of the kind of intermediate sequence for the students, or maybe this is the last and there'll be a comprehensive studio before they move into advanced studios. But the overarching theme of the studio is environmental urban scale. So it's really to look at architecture as a direct response to context, and then looking at architecture and landscape architecture kind of in the city, dealing with issues of addressing kind of context and urban issues, housing, and kind of overall urban placemaking. So Suyash and I look to frame the studio around the Guadalupe Street corridor in Austin. Those of you, we've got a few folks that I think are in town are probably very familiar with this, but if you advance to the overall aerial, Suyash, maybe we can orient Alessandra a little bit. So Guadalupe Street is a major kind of north-south connector corridor in downtown Austin. It extends up and is kind of a major threshold between the kind of campus proper, let me get a different color, of UT, and then also kind of the main kind of student housing area. And so it's kind of a divider through there. We as a studio wanted to kind of study the corridor kind of at the southern extent of, the campus as it migrates kind of through the main downtown stretch of Austin. Specifically, we were interested in looking at this as it relates to the passage and I guess adoption of Project Connect and the initial investment phase of a transit kind of comprehensive transit system in downtown Austin. And so, realizing that Guadalupe as a kind of transit corridor is going to be kind of reimagined as a response to the addition of a light rail system. We wanted to study the Guadalupe Corridor and also kind of pay attention to the adjacent, kind of large scale urban projects going on adjacent to it. So the Capitol complex, which is its own kind of redevelopment north of the Capitol, both the Waterloo Greenway, kind of connection of linear parks along Waller Creek, as well as the kind of larger Shoal Creek Trail Master Plan. We had the students kind of consider and look at the actual Congress Avenue Master Plan and really wanted to kind of, in looking at the major kind of city scale projects that are going on, take a look at kind of what the future of Guadalupe might be as it relates to the introduction of the transit system.
One thing to mention, Kevin, is like we did consider Capitol View corridors that crosses Guadalupe as well.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk if that was affected on their side or not.
Yeah, so for Alessandra's sake, so this is the kind of Capitol building, capital of Texas. And there is an overlay of kind of, I guess, radiating protected view sheds that kind of are a full no build zone at a certain height that radiate out from that have, fairly significant impacts on the development pattern in downtown Austin. So those become kind of height restrictions that definitely, and you'll see in some of the students' analysis where this kind of radiating protected view sheds, the overlay started to maybe explain some of the kind of gaps and voids in the urban context. But then also, I think some of them began to find opportunities in those limitations. So if you advance to the next slide, so again, we're kind of honing in on Guadalupe as it relates to this diagram, which is the adopted initial investment of Project Connect, which will be Austin's kind of first, there is kind of one light rail line, but this is the more kind of comprehensive system-wide project. So the orange and blue lines that kind of run north-south here run along Guadalupe Street. And for the purposes of this studio, we're extending kind of this hatch right here is the planned subterranean kind of tunnel connection to where there would be kind of underground metro. For the kind of purposes of this studio, we're kind of speculatively extending that underground portion of stations to extend to the kind of southern boundary of UT. I think the kind of subgrade station for us was an interesting opportunity to understand at a urban design landscape architecture scale, like what is a meaningful way to descend, 16 to 20 feet below grade as a place, as opposed to just a means of vertical circulation. So Suhash, I think, will kind of go into the sequence of the studio as it relates to group and individual work and how we set the framework up for this semester.
Yeah, as Kevin mentioned before, kind of the first half of the analysis was a group work, and then the second half was individual work. So assignment 1 was a quarter. They're doing like an inventory analysis of Guadalupe Corridor, understanding what is the character, patterns, and any gaps that exist in the corridor. Right now, it is looked a lot like a transit corridor only. So that was one thing that quickly jumped to everybody, that it is one of the transit corridors, and now with the below grade rail, it's even more of a transit corridor. So the second assignment was how to create an urban plaza or station instead of a plaza, where we're also defining it's just a public space. And how do you descend down to the station with the use of this public space? I think what Kevin mentioned before, it's I think 10 of the studios. It's not just a vertical circulation that takes you below grade to the station. It's how you can take advantage of doing below grade plazas around the cities. So the idea and second assignment was understanding the connection between plaza and below grade light rail station. Assignment 3 was a typology of housing. Each of them, based on their thesis for assignment 1 and 2 as a group, kind of started thinking of who is going to house. The question is, now we need to create a housing component either close to the station, really adjacent, above, or next to the station. So then assignment 4, the proposal was to now understand how do you create that section that talks about housing, plaza, and station. Understand that section that creates that diversity of program within the plaza. I don't know if you want to add a little bit more to this, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I think that kind of explains it, and just, you know, that the studio as a whole looked at the entire kind of 20 block corridor, and from that, in assignment 1, each group of 3 to 4 students selected, you know, a block site that they then as a group designed this kind of urban plaza. And at that point, kind of with the design of just the plaza station component, they individually kind of diverged and still located their kind of housing proposal, sometimes adjacent or directly interacting with the plaza. And at that point, there was kind of a feedback loop of maybe revisiting the plaza design to make a kind of comprehensive or cohesive intervention that is both kind of subgrade plaza interaction with the rail platform, and then also kind of an increase of density, which was an overarching theme of the studio. Is, you know, with this corridor improvement happening, you know, how can we imagine densification and from a housing standpoint?
And when we were talking about densification, we kind of played a little bit with what's property line, and you can take over the entire block, you can close some street if you wanted to, but you need to be very specific why you're doing every move at an urban scale. And there should be like an analysis behind it. So yeah, the question at the end, it's how do we live next to a station?
Yeah. And then I guess before we jump in, I see Rasa has joined us. So I just wanted to welcome her. And Rasa is a lecturer, faculty here at UT, dealing with very interesting kind of computational and urban scale buildings. But I don't know if you want to elaborate at all, Rasa, or if you missed anything in the beginning, if there's anything else we can help to cue you in.
Thank you, Suhan and Kevin. It's great. I have seen all your presentation. I'm sorry to be late. Thank you.
No worries. So like we said, the studio was split into kind of 4 groups, and through their analysis, they each honed in on kind of a block to investigate the plaza. And then so today, I will also include this. We do have a Miro board that I'm going to share in the chat right now that has each of the students' slide decks kind of individually. So if you'd like to kind of follow along and look at drawings in more detail, but each student will be presenting roughly 7-ish minutes, and then hopefully have a discussion from there. But we should have, you know, each square or plaza kind of represented with 1 student. So they will all be at kind of different sites for the 3 students we're going to look at today, or excuse me, 4 students.
Is there any general question from the jurors before we get started?
Let's do it.
Ready.
Anisha, take over.
Okay, let me share my screen.
I did add the Miro link in the chat, just if you all want to use it.
Okay, do you all see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so as Suash and Kevin mentioned, the first part of the semester was dealing with analyzing the urban corridor. So my group chose to focus the analysis through the lens of accessibility. And we defined accessibility as the potential to reach spatially dispersed opportunities, and the idea of the density of people in transit routes versus the availability and convenience of the places they want to go.
And we split up this analysis into 3 maps: the land use component, the transit component, and the temporal component. So this first map is the land use component, and we chose to kind of analyze the inclusivity or exclusivity of the space. And that's really defined as if a building is readily accessible from street level and has programs that encourage public engagement. And then also we showed this how the street section looks and the various entrances on the Guadalupe. So the transit component focuses on the public transit system in relation to the frequency and proximity of bus routes, and also just the variety of bus stops and their average daily users. And then the last map, which is related to timing and geographical convenience, kind of serves as the summary of both of the 2 maps. And it essentially shows the density of commercial spaces and also just the proximity of bus stops to green space. So this is the summary of the 3 maps, but from these 3 maps, my group decided to focus on Wooldridge Square, which is this green space right here, due to the fact that it was one of the few green spaces on Guad, so it had a high potential to be a community hub. But due to the fact that there's a lack of density and activity in that area, and also just the fact that the site, as you'll see, is really steep, it's being heavily underutilized right now. So kind of going into a more smaller scale and we did some block analysis. So this kind of shows the land use and transportation. So you can see that majority of the content, there's a lot of government buildings nearby, and the park has proximity to the county jail and the courthouse. And then also you can see majority of the traffic is on Guadalupe Street, with the West 10th Street and San Antonio and 9th being having a lot less traffic. And then here's kind of the density and circulation path with from bus stop versus office workers versus residential traffic. And then additionally, we did a shading diagram with the surrounding buildings. And then also one of the key features of Wooldridge Park is the variety of trees there. So we documented we showed the tree radiuses. And then here's kind of a picture if you haven't gone to Wooldridge Park, but you can kind of see the rolling hills and then also the trees in surrounding context. So from kind of our analysis, we saw what the original park had and some of its deficiencies in regards to the fact that it had a lack of defined program, and then also the pathways were inaccessible. So from some of these issues, we developed our intervention to be kind of this inward facing and triangle of program, as you can see in this diagram on the left. So we included the train station, which is located on the side of Guadalupe Street, and then 2 other additional programs such as terrace seating and a playground and water feature. And then kind of our operational diagram in regards to this intervention, we were really inspired kind of the idea of the rolling hills and the contours. So we peeled up portions of the surface, portion of the landscape in order to create more walkable surfaces. And then we cut portions of the landscape to accommodate for environmental factors, and also the fact that the grade change in order to get to the underground train station. And then additionally, we connected 3 of these new interventions based on a variety of fast and slow moving paths. So here you can kind of see how the new paths were more accessible than the old path. So this is the old path, and you can see it has a much steeper slope and only goes through one way, but our new intervention provides also a stair, which is a fast way to move to the underground, and then also more slower paths that are more walkable. And then here's the overall site plan and then the floor plan. So this is the train station. So you would enter through either the stairs or the surrounding pathways and then go underground. And then here's the site circulation also in 3D as well. And then here you can kind of see the level change with this raised portion of the landscape providing easy access from Guadalupe Street, and also going underground as well. And then here's some more perspectives of the different interventions within the Wooldridge Square Plaza. So before I get into the final housing complex, I'll just read a short concept statement in regards to my project. So given Wooldridge Plaza's surrounding governmental context and its longstanding history as an underutilized yet essential community space, the housing complex is designed as a low-rise residential building that provides transitional housing to formerly incarcerated people and other people that deal with housing instability. The housing complex consists of private living spaces and supportive mixed-use program that promotes reintegration into society and acts as a public resource similar to the other programs already located in the urban plaza. So in order to create gradients of public and private space, the housing complex utilizes an architectural language that uses a more systematic grid for the living units that provides privacy and a sense of autonomy, juxtaposed with curved circulation connections that encourage free-flowing movement and spontaneous interaction. The mixed-use program, a career center and classroom space, is bridged by a tectonic curved canopy that responds to the trees in the park and creates a strong and welcoming connection between the public and private realms within the Wooldridge Square Plaza. So this will be further explained within the parts of my presentation. So this is kind of the existing plaza at the moment, but one of our bigger moves that we decided to make was getting rid of San Antonio Street in order to create a more create a connection between the park traffic and also the residential traffic that would be located on this side of the street. And San Antonio is also a relatively dead street, so we didn't feel like that would disrupt traffic too much. And then also just a little bit of site context, but the location of this thing is where a parking garage currently stands, so it's underutilized space as well. So then from there, I thought of maybe like the different varieties of activity and zones within the connection between the residential and the public plaza in regards to the plaza being the most public zone, and then some sort of buffer zone with a shared program between the residents and the park visitors, and also a more private zone for the residents themselves. And this kind of developed into the programs I chose. So having a classroom and career center that would be attached to the plaza, and then also a more semi-public residential courtyard in the middle with the living units surrounding that space. So then from there, I aggregated and kind of developed the larger massing of my projects. So it's kind of this terraced blocks in order to provide moments of relief and kind of interaction among levels. And also given the fact that this site is actually is actually sloped, there's sets of stairs that provide grade changes. And then also borrowing from the curved language of the plaza, the circulation paths begin to connect units and provide free-flowing movement. And then also they bridge both of the two mixed-use spaces in order to create a canopy that's more welcoming to the public. So here's kind of the diagram of the circulation. So for the actual park visitors, the ground circulation would be between these two, the two mixed-use public programs, and then much of the ground circulation for the residents stems along this kind of axis and the central courtyard. And then in regards to vertical circulation, there are two stair cores that allow for vertical movement on either side. And then here in the floor plans, you can better see that. So there are two entrances, one on the front end of the canopy, and then one that's a little more private to the side. And then you can begin to see how the units nest together. And then similarly, the curvilinear pathway connections provide connections around the courtyard between the various units. And also I designated, since my building is terraced, I designated different levels and rooftops as community garden spaces or gathering spaces for primarily residents. And then here's at a smaller scale, the unit floor plans. So there's a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, and there's also a larger floor plan, but most of the units are either these two. And then in the section, you can kind of begin to see the relationship between the urban train station and then also the park, and how as you'd enter, the canopy would really be a welcoming space, and then there'd be a moment of compression, and then it would open up to the more semi-public residence courtyard. And then here's this at a closer view. And then as you can see, the main canopy space is meant to be a welcoming space and kind of have a connection to the actual park plaza. And then in the interior, you can start to see how the pathways begin to bridge units and provide connection and transparency to allow community interaction. And then that's the end of my presentation.
Hi, Anisha. Thank you. If I may ask the first question, this was a fantastic presentation. Congratulations. And your project is really interesting. I was wondering if you have a sense of how this intervention relates to the surrounding environment, not only to the park, meaning like you have talked about the internal circulation, internal organization of spaces within the housing complex. And then you have talked about the relationship between private to public within the park housing complex block, but you haven't talked, or I might have missed that, about the relationship between the housing complex and the surrounding buildings and circulation of the urban fabric. So if you can,
I can further explain that, but let me go back to the, let me go back to the block diagram, sorry.
Oh, no, don't worry.
Okay, yeah, I think the reason why I chose to talk majority about the connection between Wooldridge Park and the housing complex itself is a lot of the surrounding buildings are more government and private in regards to that. So there wasn't so much of a connection between the housing complex and those programs. So that's why I think for me, I was more focused on creating an inward environment between the park itself where the activity is being introduced and the housing complex. So I think in regards to that, I don't really have I guess like a good answer in regards to why there isn't as much of a connection between the other things, but I think it's because I wanted to promote majority of the activity from Wooldridge Park. But does that answer that question? Sorry if I'm...
The function of the buildings around it, because that's the reason you choose that type of housing.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
Talk about the function of that building on the north.
Yeah, so this is essentially the county jail, and then also this is the county courthouse. So I think that's why I additionally chose to target my unit towards my housing complex towards like incarcerated, formerly incarcerated people. So that's kind of the connection in regards to like the user group in regards to the surrounding context. I guess, does that explain that further?
It does. I think you could work a little bit on opening up the space as well, not only closing it, because if you close the space and you close the people that are living that space from the surrounding environment, you fundamentally create a space of marginalization, a form of a space of exception within the city. Whereas I think you could also rework this narrative into like, how do we integrate the life of these people with the surrounding environment, even though the surrounding environment is not currently very welcoming for people that live in this area. So it would be better just almost to create a secret garden experience where there is housing and a housing complex that is strictly related with a park. But I think you can and you should explore the possibility of opening this space and finding a way to integrate it within the urban fabric. I think it's great, as I said. There is a lot of thinking behind it.
So I'll just sort of jump in here a little bit. I think the drawings are really quite beautiful and comprehensive, and I think that's, you know, kudos to you for the way in which you've organized your presentation, the scales at which you're working across, from the scale of the city down to the scale of the housing. I confess I know this area very well, so that there are a lot of kind of issues that I would just sort of question at the sort of larger scale. So the first is that, you know, the decision, which was the studio's decision, not necessarily yours, to put the light rail underground, presumably under Guadalupe Street, right? And that's generally means that we're talking about 25 feet below grade down there, just sort of technically. And we have a park that slopes rather significantly away from Guadalupe. And one of the things that I think that you did, which was nice, is try to exploit the topography of the park in order to make a cut to get you down sort of underneath. That being said, you know, the sort of subway versus let's say streetcar idea suggests that the stops are kind of farther apart than they might normally be if they were just the kind of urban streetcar, where they might be every block or every 2 blocks. In this case, they might be every quarter mile, you know, and that places a lot of heat on the kind of the role that the stop at Waterloo Park plays within the larger city, and how people get to it and get away from it. So for me, just sort of being a little bit critical about the stop portion of your project, I think a greater connection up to Guadalupe Street would be useful. I think a lot of people are moving up and down Guadalupe Street in this sort of newly revitalized urban corridor agenda. So how that works, you know, is it just simply kind of like you enter into the middle of the park and you find your way up a path, or is it somewhat more robust of a station? You know, are there escalators that get you under a canopy? Like, to what degree do we actually start to be sort of scale the nature of that stop to its role in the city? So that's one question. The other one, as it relates to the sort of housing piece, I do very much appreciate the programming of the housing that you're suggesting. I think it's quite reasonable to close off that piece of San Antonio Street. It's already blocked by the 2 kind of existing jails. So it's not as if the grid is actually continuing there. And so if you're going to close off any street, which I'm generally not in favor of, this is one that I think you could argue that, yeah, maybe it's appropriate. And I would actually even go farther and close off the entire block, including the block next to you, and just make that whole zone kind of closed off. And the reason I think that is that, you know, by closing it off and by locating your housing kind of, let's call it within the same site as Waterloo Park now, that you sort of connected the 2 together. What's interesting is if you go back to your circulation diagrams through your housing, you have a relatively public sequence there, the red line, that suggests that public coming from the neighborhood on the downhill side, you know, along Nueces and San Antonio and these other streets that are to the west of the site, might find their way up that sort of fairly substantial stair through the middle of your project up to the park as a way of getting to the station. And yet I have a feeling that that's actually not your intention. In other words, it's a red dotted line, not a gray dotted line. So it suggests to me that it's meant to be more of a privatized world and not so much component of the public sequence. So closing off, so that's a question for me in terms of territory and who does that sort of centralized territory belong to? Closing off the street adjacent to you to the south, if you closed up that whole block, I think you could actually start to create a sort of a strategy of both private circulation and public circulation and begin to see how those things actually begin to work. I actually like the quality of the housing. My only thing would be knowing kind of issues that Austin is facing. Maybe there needs to be like 6 times as much of it because it feels, considering the importance of this site, it feels very diminutive as a housing project.
Yeah, those are all really great comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is really interesting to think about because really you're only taking over a half block right now. And really 9th and 10th are some pretty major east-west connectors, at least to Lamar, and then they kind of connect into Duncan Park. So there is, I think, justification for thinking, yeah, more significantly about the internal circulation, negotiating the slope between your housing as being a much more public realm gesture. And I think to get the width to really get us to believe that as a place, I think, yeah, growing it south, makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Anisha, for presentation. Was very, very great comments. Just to add a little bit, I enjoy as well seeing your presentation, especially visualizing that relationship, the park and the residential and the train station underground access. It kind of provides me a very nice pedestrian more planning, like, let me say, embracing pedestrian and highlighting pedestrian in the city rather than restricting some areas and boundaries for the pedestrian activities. That I really enjoyed. I know that maybe some specific issues, like in terms of looking into specific private shared or semi-private and semi-shared diversity could be improved, but beyond that, I'm very excited to see that intention, which is missing maybe from my point in a lot of cities where the pedestrians are very much restricted by the ground division and it's just like left over outwards and very often pointed or linear, not according to human void and performance, but according to the leftover areas or regulation. So I really very much appreciate that social aspects you brought through the pedestrian zones, and that makes your project so much alive. Maybe from my point of view, I would wish more density, but this is another subject. Like it could be more dense and more embedded within the park, but it's a great intention and great project. I enjoyed the presentation as well. Thank you.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think bringing the social services to the public park is a really strong move, and kind of, connecting the private and the public. I think, if it kind of in the next iteration of taking this one step further, I think the piece that feels like it's missing a little bit for me is how, and I think Dean Almy touched on this as well, is how do the people coming from the Capitol or from Congress connect into this space? It's a really, the connections from the west side of Austin are really strong, and I really understand that movement. But I think, how can a pedestrian being who's walking along the east side of Guadalupe, what do they experience? How do they see the, what visual cues do they have that a station exists? And how can their experience of maybe crossing over Guadalupe or being pulled into Guadalupe, how does that start to work into your themes as well?
Great. Well, I think that was a lot of great feedback. Anisha, do you have any general questions, or I think maybe we'll move to the next student?
No, I don't think I have any questions. I think those were all really great feedback. Thank you. Yeah, I think, is that all? Yeah.
I mean, I'll just add, I think the sections that you drew are really nice. And, especially drawing the section all the way from Guadalupe down to, I think it's San Antonio, maybe it's Niches down there. That begins to kind of explore the whole relationship between the station and the neighborhood, I think is a really illuminating drawing.
I'll add a little bit to your narrative also of the housing, like what is the time limit? It's not forever. This is the period of their transition back to society, that will help the narrative more. So it's probably like 1 year and you change the tenant or whoever lives in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great feedback. Yeah, I didn't fully think of how long they would live there, but that's definitely something to explore in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anisha.
I think it's Danny.
Hello. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay, so so at the beginning of the semester, like it's been said, we analyzed the corridor, and so my group and I were analyzing that diversity that was occurring in the corridor. And so the first thing we analyzed was the uses of each block. And so just by seeing the diagram, you can see that the corridor is mainly used in retail and office spaces. And so in the next diagram, where we analyzed the usage throughout the day, you can also see that the majority of the corridor is used during the day. And so on the next one, we just analyzed the different types of transportation that occurred in that same corridor. And so it is evident that the most like transited areas and bus routes and stuff are in the corridor. So that was something that we looked for. And then to sort of select our site, we decided that we wanted the site to be located right at the edge of the corridor. So the block that divides sort of campus and downtown area. And so this is a more just up close view of that, what that sort of condition, edge condition looks like. And so the orange is sort of campus and down and west campus, and the blue area is everything that's south of that. And so our site was this white sort of square that right now in that area, there's a Pizza Hut and it's not very used. And so that's why we decided to use that location. And so for the plaza, the first thing we did was to subdivide sort of the site, and then we defined circulation based on who we wanted to come into this plaza. And because we wanted to sort of analyze and look at diversity in the corridor and in the site, we wanted the main circulation to be from the north coming from campus. And so this is sort of what the plaza ended up looking like. And here's a better diagram of who we wanted the plaza to be used by and how we wanted sort of the circulation to be used. And so here you can see that the northern sort of corners of the plaza were the most important for us. And then the southern corners were also important, but not as important as the campus corners, because we wanted sort of to attract the students into our site. And so this is sort of what the plaza and site plan ended up looking like. So the main shape of it was determined by the circulation. And then this is just a section of that same plaza and the relationship between sort of the height of it and also the station that was located underground. And so then looking at my building scale, and then this is like what led me towards my final project. We looked at different units. And so I was really interested in having this building be for graduate students and for students maybe in their senior year, almost close to graduating. And so I wanted this sort of units to have sort of that privacy, but still have that sense of having a roommate there. And so I felt that having a 2-story unit was the perfect way to have that. And I also incorporated this courtyard space that is here in the second floor to also add sort of that break, and you can go there to just like chill with your friends or read a book or whatever. And so in order to place the building in the site, what I did was sort of outline the plaza that was previously there. So our first sort of project, and then define that plaza. And so I decided to just use those specific lines in the site and then place my units along those lines. And so this is sort of like the volume of my unit, and the void represents the courtyard. And so I inserted the unit, and then there's two main operations that I used for this. So it was mirroring and aggregating. So this unit, I mirrored it, and then I aggregated on top of it, and then I mirrored that same unit, and then all of that massing, I mirrored it. And then I grabbed sort of that main massing and also placed it on the other side of the line to create sort of this main massing. And then this sort of translated into what was my project, what now looks like my project. And so you have those two main volumes that then sort of extend at the corners and create those sort of voids and conditions that are created because of the shapes of the units. And so how my project sort of looks like is the orange is the residential areas, and then where the volumes sort of extend and create that sort of building massing, the amenities were located, and then sort of the underground and the outermost corners were meant for retail. And then just the circulation, how it ended up turning is, so the thickest lines are meant like more public transit, and then down at the plaza level, that's also public, but then just everything that's residential and the amenities, that is all meant to be private and for residents only. And so this is just how the underground sort of plaza level ended up looking like. So you have all these different paths here at the plaza level. And then once you enter sort of that main volume of the building, you have either retail or either like food courts that's available for everyone. So people that are coming from the subway or to the subway, or just residents and students also coming from campus. So this is just the more ground level. And then here you have three main entrances. The first one is this corner right here that's meant to be the entrance for the apartments. And then this one right here is the entrance to sort of the coffee shop that's meant like for students to study or just a place to hang out, have meetings. And then this space right here is meant for the ticketing of the subway. And so you would come in here, buy your ticket, and then go down to the subway. And then the last one just shows you sort of how those plans sort of, the units, how they arrange themselves in the volume, and how also you have units like that are at a level below this one that you can see the courtyard sort of like pop into that. So this is a section that shows sort of the relationship between the plaza and the rest of the building. So you have the plaza that's right here underground, and you have all these sort of units and apartments that are at the sort of edge of that plaza. And there's like interaction going on everywhere. And in the next section, you can see sort of how it cuts through all the building. And then I really like this section because it shows sort of the sort of geometry that is made because of the courtyards. And so, and also their relationship to the subway. And so this is just a render of how I would imagine the condition of the plaza to be. I decided that the trellises that sort of extend beyond the units to be sort of terracotta, to be also sort of like a connection to campus and to sort of UT. And then this is another render that's sort of how would I imagine the courtyard spaces to be used, and how that interaction between other members of that same apartment and then like people walking behind the trellises, how that condition would be like. And this last render is just walking into the plaza. So like from the main entrance, from that UT connection, how you would see the building. And yeah, that's my project.
Thanks, Danny.
So when you moved from the initial kind of incision in the site that was the sort of access to the rail station to adding the layer of housing, retail, etc., on top of it and around it, did that second access point go away?
Yeah, it did. It went away, and it transitioned to be from public. It went to be private only for the residents. So that would be like the main entrance for the residents in the apartment.
Okay. I mean, I'll just say like 3 really quick points and maybe join in later. I think one is, well, first the question, were you guys able to pick your own location for the stops, like anywhere along Guadalupe you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this is actually quite a smart location for a stop, at the threshold of the campus, right across from the business school and the part of the business school that's geared towards professional education, as well as its connection to the state capitol complex and all the new stuff that's going on there. I think it's a really important junction. I think MLK, which is the street that runs just north of you, that is the divider between the kind of 17-degree shifted grid of the campus from the city, is a street that doesn't seem to have an identity right now in terms of what it is, other than just an automobile corridor. And so I think the idea of trying to kind of bring some, let's call it locational importance to this place through your project, I think is smart. I think the idea of carving down and making a public space down lower in relationship to the stop that is not just about getting to the stop, but actually begins to provide a public space for the larger city and not just the community that lives in the housing above, is also smart. And then kind of lining it with, whatever, restaurants, whatever it is. So it's just, I think there's a lot of really, really nice things about the project. There are 2 things that I sort of am hesitant about. One is it's pretty generous for student housing, even graduate students, right? If one thinks about just like the allure of this rendering that you have on the screen right now, that's not for students that live on, scholarships, right? The other one is Lavaca, which is the street to the north, because Guadalupe and Lavaca are a couplet, right? Traffic goes both directions, people walk in both directions. My general feeling is that your project is really, really closed off on the state side. And there's that little triangular plaza that you make, which I guess is a gesture to the other side. But I think that if this is really going to be a stop that is meant to serve a whole sort of radius of the city, I think it needs to be more porous in terms of how one kind of gets to it from various vectors. How do I get to it from the state capitol? How do I get to it from the business school? How do I get to it from Guadalupe, et cetera? And it feels very much closed at the lower level. So anyway, those are just some sort of initial thoughts, but.
Thank you.
I would agree with those things. I think that so I saw your project when we were just studying the plaza, and I think that adding in the buildings really transforms the space in a way that I wasn't fully on board before, and I worried that the feeling of going into this kind of subterranean plaza you would feel cut off from the street, but really the addition of the buildings, I think, helped bridge the street level with that I'll call it a sunken plaza. So I think that was a successful move, particularly coming from where we were before. I think moving forward, this rendering on the screen is really beautiful. My first question was, well, how do I get to the subway? So I think that was just kind of one thing, making sure that the still in your renderings does show that important piece of the project as well, not just the housing. And I think having more porous entries makes sense as well, considering the other programs that are surrounding the space. But yeah, I think it's successful in that this space doesn't feel like a sunken plaza. And I think going forward a little bit, thinking about maybe doing a little bit more exploration of what it feels like at the street level, and how I know how I feel now in this sunken courtyard, but how does it feel at the street level? What pulls me into it? I think is kind of a next step as well. But good job.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Abby. I haven't seen the project before, the housing complex. Now I can see how this new intervention helps with the dialogue between the street and the plaza. My general feeling is that the process of design production is hindering a little bit your design flexibility, meaning like this grid of, you had a grid already when you designed the plaza, and now you have a three-dimensional grid for designing the units. You have this mirroring and this moving and then mirroring again. And I think moving forward, you should just let loose this technical approach and try really to design the space, understanding how people are going to live within this plaza, and addressing obviously the comments of Dean Almi about the fact that probably students on a scholarship cannot afford such a place, and maybe creating a variation in the users of the space as well. You might not want to only have students on a scholarship. You might have also academics that have just started their career, or other type of users, families, individual students, and so on. And then I'm really curious about the very first diagram that you showed, I think, the adjacencies. You showed this diagram of blue and red. And my feeling right now is that you just ended up having this blue and red as students coming from the main campus and non-students, whereas I would really want you to challenge these adjacencies and understanding how the two identities actually are different or have similarities, and how those identities can be embedded within your approach, within this particular plaza design. Maybe you have already thought about that, but I couldn't really find that connection in your description of the process and the project. So it would be nice to see that as well. And finally, I think your justification for some of your design decisions, such as the materiality, for instance, is a little bit weak right now. Like saying that you choose those panels because they're a reminder of the main campus panel. I would try to ground those decisions in something more. Like why do you have paneling? Is it because of the solar orientation, the particular climate of the space, the private to public relationship, and so on and so on?
Yeah, the trellises actually was an idea that I had since the beginning, like after the aggregation of the units, and before like having the idea of having those be terracotta, because that would be an additional connection to campus. I did the trellises was a way of sort of having that sort of differentiation between what's public and what's private. And so instead of having, because those were like solid walls before, and so I made them trellises to have that sort of transparency and that sort of connection to the plaza as well.
But I think they can have a response to orientation more than the materiality of the campus. You know, why do we see the same density, the one that facing north and the one that's facing south? That is like, your thesis could get richer if you add this environmental factor to your thesis.
That's true.
Daniela, thank you for presentation. Was very great comments, and just to add a bit at the end, when I see the whole complete project, I like some moments within seeing maybe like an experiment and learning. I really think that the highlight of courtyard in a courtyard, something like that, like an urban entity. Let me say, I cannot say 100% works perfectly here or to build in order of realization, but I really appreciate a kind of sequencing courtyards as an urban entity in intensity, because I think West Campus very close, and this Guadalupe Street is very central one. So of course, in the future, we see it very dense. And then that aspect, courtyard within the other courtyard, like within the plaza, you created a kind of public courtyard. And then within the units, you have another courtyards. Yeah. So that for me as an experiment, like it could be multiple ways to be done, but it's a nice urban approach to be with. So I have some aspects within it. So first, like cross ventilation, which is so much missing. And in a high density, we lost it. So I cannot say that maybe in a very high density in the neighborhood, what is happening now, it is possible other factors and effects, but you made it within the, as a student within the proposal to look at this, especially also the light. Mostly the high density areas, they don't have light anymore, but maybe in terms of very deep, dark areas and light is just accessing maybe half of the room, and then bathrooms and everything is deep. So I say I'm maybe for high density, you would need more height and things like that in terms of a context of the city. But for the project, for the studio, I like that approach a lot within experimenting with. Second thing, in terms of variability, let me see. I think I could say scale it in and out. I'm just like, it's easy for me to criticize or see that point because I see a complete project, but sometimes it's not easy when you work with and have 3 months and difficult semester and losing 1.5 weeks in between. So I cannot comment that, but I'm saying I see even variability of affordability and mixture could be scaling in and out these, your initial urban idea, which I also environmentally and in a ratio of affordability could be related very nicely. And as well in plaza, I like a lot to place in plaza, but if this plaza is public and even it's very intensive with visitors, there might be that in the city centers, we don't have so much gaps on those light effects and sound protection, and maybe a nice way how you manage, it is still possible. Okay, we have to share something. So if we don't have a complete privacy in terms of my facade is looking into the public street, but I compliment you that maybe might be I'm encouraged here to live because I have not the main view in the street, in the main Guadalupe, which I don't know, I like the concept underground that comes down the moment. But if this would not be, so a kind of experiment impressed me to see this reversion. You reverse the public, and also small sequences of a small courtyards maybe would be more privacy. And that I like a lot about to vary it within these entities. But let me say at the end, a bit of a repetition, like on one kind of affordability and those ideas, but initial points is very impressive, very, very interesting. Also corner condition. So in once you do the 2 sides orientation of multiple sides of orientation, I see you brought the people 3-dimensionally upwards vertically within the internal courtyards. I don't know, are they shared? Could it be communal areas, barbecuing there, or growing vegetables, or urban gardening? I think this entity, I really like to see that, not to have very, maybe it prevents us well to go more up in density, but I really like, and corner conditions I saw, it's a huge potential of, I like how you implemented another program. So it could be variability as well, multifunctionality a bit, supporting also various entities as the plaza is public. So maybe sport activities in the corner areas or something, some other entities. That's also amazing. So compliment. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, just one or two last comments from me. I think the architectural language, it's already been talked about in terms of sort of sun and all that, and, you know, referencing. I don't know that all of that sort of shading stuff comes down all the way to the ground. It suggests that the kind of programmatic layering of the building is somehow similar across the entire section. Mm-hmm. And I wonder whether there's more of a linguistic stratification in terms of like what happens when you're below the level of the existing ground. If that's retail or whatever it is, it has a different kind of transparency, porosity, language, all these other sort of things that actually makes that like kind of hyper public, as well as the connection to the transit. And then you have this sort of street level at which sometimes the street level is about, you know, pieces of the housing program coming down to the ground, right? Lobbies and other sorts of things that get you kind of up to the housing that floats on top. But then you might also have other additional public programming there, right? So it seems to me there's sort of 3 layers of programming, if I remember your kind of colored axonometric diagram you did. And I think that there could be more of a sort of description of that in the architectural language of the project. And you know, you might even go so far as to vary the sectional floor to floor heights at various points. Maybe the sectional floor to floor height at the ground is a little bit higher than the sectional floor to floor heights of the housing, etc. One of the things I really like about the project is you know, I'm not sure about all the kind of public circulation around the courtyard, just in terms of its sort of disconnection of the actual housing units from the kind of voyeurism that one might get looking down into the space and across the space. And your sort of description of the terracotta actually reminds me of Renzo Piano's Rue de Mieux housing in Paris, where you're sort of looking across and there's this sort of amazing culture sort of looking across. And one of the things I really like about that project is the planting of the trees is very vertical and actually provides a kind of screening visually across the space from one housing unit to another. So I think it actually would also be interesting to think about the role the landscape could play as a piece of the sort of architectural experience in here. You know, it isn't necessarily just live oaks, but it might actually be another layer of landscape. You know, you already heard about, you know, gardens and other sorts of things, which could also be part of it. But, you know, that all being said, and this is to kind of put pressure on the next project, as someone who generally teaches the advanced design, I'm really happy to see the level of work coming out of the studio. Like I feel like I don't have to start over. Like you guys are really doing quite beautiful drawings and really beautifully sort of described work. And, you know, I think that's really great to see that.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks. I think with that, maybe we'll move on to the next student, but thanks, Danny, for sharing your project.
The pressure is on now.
Yeah, you heard it. Dean's seeing what you guys can do.
Hello, I'm Jacob. So as was said earlier, Prop A was recently passed in Austin, which funds the development of a new light rail system. And one of the new lines runs along Guadalupe Street and actually becomes subterranean near downtown. So first we analyzed the Guadalupe Corridor from MLK to Lady Bird Lake, and we focused this analysis on the concept of speed. So we looked at how you get to and from the corridor, how you move within the corridor, and where there are moments of no movement. So based on our analysis, we identified this site located directly south of Republic Square to develop a station and plaza. And so this site is currently just a surface parking lot, and it is a prime location right near Republic Square. And so this just shows some of the surrounding program. And there is a parking garage right next to it. So that, coupled with the existing buses and the new light rail, will more than cover for the lost parking. So this shows the multiple bus stations along Republic Square and the general circulation to the site, with the northeast corner being the most prominent one. So this is the original intervention we designed. It draws its form from the curvilinear geometry of Republic Square. And the main ideas driving this design was, first and foremost, how we can get people down below grade, first to a sunken plaza level and then further to the light rail platform. So while movement and circulation were a main force driving the design, we also wanted to provide moments of no movement or rest by the way of these terraced green spaces. And so this idea of the intersection of different speeds carries throughout the project. So all of that was done in a group, and then we moved on to individual work. We were tasked to add a residential element to the site. And so the main question is, how do you create a residential building in this prime location that responds to the plaza and station, as well as incorporates the concept of speed and movement? So let me take you through my ideas on operations. So first, I designated a 2-level public space that borrows its form directly from the plaza adjacent to it. And this space is at street level as well as the sunken plaza level, which is 16 feet below grade. So next, I took the edges of that form and extruded it up and tapered it, acting as a glass boundary. And then using that as a soft boundary, I semi-randomly aggregated units within it, leaving space for circulation and an atrium in the middle. So how do you marry the concept of speed with housing? You might think that housing is essentially motionless, but I argue otherwise, because you have your traditional slower long-term leasing, but then you now also have faster short-term booking via the likes of Airbnb. And so I designed 2 different units with that in mind, a 1-bed, 1-bath unit and a 2-bed, 2-bath unit. So this is the 1-bed, 1-bath unit. It is based on a 16 by 16 foot grid, and it is essentially 3 of these squares in an L shape. So in total, it's approximately 750 square feet. And it's pretty straightforward, and it's aimed at young professionals or a young couple. And the 2-bed, 2-bath unit is where it gets a little more interesting. So you enter in the kitchen, which leads you into the living room, which contains a set of stairs. And up these stairs leads you to the master bed and bath loft space. And it's a double high ceiling above the living room. But if you go under the stairs, there's a sliding door which leads into another room. Now this room can have a few functions. If a couple has a child, it can be the child's bedroom or just a guest room. It can also be utilized as a home office or really anything else the resident might need. But if the resident doesn't need the space, they can simply close the sliding door and seal off the room and bathroom for the rest of the unit. And this room has its own entrance, which enables it to be rented out on Airbnb, which is part of that concept of speeds of housing. It also has the added benefit of netting the residents some extra income. And this unit is approximately 1,000 square feet, with a quarter of that being the rentable room. So the final building and plaza looks like this, with all of the units aggregated and held by the glass boundary. Off to the right, you can see the edge of Republic Square and how the 2 areas are sort of like sister spaces with the curvilinear language. So let me go ahead and break it down a bit. So this is the plan of the plaza level, 16 feet below street level. On the right, you have the platform and light rail, and that is actually down a flight of stairs at 28 feet below street level. However, there's an opening which allows visual and audible access to the light rail from the plaza level. And to the left of that, you have the open air sunken plaza and the sloped pathway coming down. And you can see the lower green terraces as well as the quick access stairs towards the top. To the left of that is a short underground section before opening up to the open air atrium located within the building. And in this area, you have space for 2 or 3 retail or cafe type areas, as well as plenty of tables. There are also 2 glass elevator bays, each with 3 elevators. And next to those are the more experiential stairs in the atrium. So on this plaza level, the plaza and the building and the station are all very connected. So next we move up to the street level plan. Here you can see the overall outline of the building and how the geometry of it directly relates to the curves of the plaza. On the north and south ends of the building, there are retail spaces for restaurants or cafes. There are 2 entrances to the left, on the left side, which lead into a lobby and lounge area. And the elevator bays and experiential stairs are to the right of that. It's open in the middle, so you can look down and see the plaza level below. And one thing that was important to me was to make this floor as open as possible because this is a public space. I wanted the building to invite people in. And so I designed it so that there are no solid walls on this level, only glass, and the only solids are the columns. And to the right, you can see the plaza and the terrace green spaces for sitting. And intersecting that is the sloped pathway that loops around and brings you down to the plaza level. So this is a diagram showing the main circulation paths towards the light rail. The main access is from the northeast corner, but the southwest corner also has access by going through the public levels of the building. So this is a typical residential level plan. You can see how all of the different units are arranged around the central circulation and atrium. And also because of how the units aggregate, not only do you get units that are accessible on this level, but there are also the loft spaces on this level, and those units are actually accessible from the level below. You can also see the intersection of the units with the glass boundary, and that intersection creates these interesting moments. On the exterior of the glass, there are elevated gardens sitting on top of the floor slab, and between the glass and the units, you have these semi-private solarium spaces with views out through these gardens. So these solarium spaces are accessible by the unit or units that border them. So not only do you have the rectilinear geometry of the units, you have the curvilinear geometry from the plaza making its way into the building. And another way the plaza sneaks into the building is through the circulation. Since a big part of the plaza is about circulation, I wanted the circulation in the building to also reflect that by having this curvilinear language embedded in the floor slab on the interior. So in section, you can really see the connection between station, plaza, and the building. In the interior of the building, you have the open air atrium that goes all the way down to the plaza level. And from there, you can walk under part of the terraces and pathway before emerging back into the open air in the sunken plaza. And to the left of that is a station, which is below the street. And if you're standing on the terraces or the pathway, you have this visual connection down to the light rail. As someone who grew up new in New York City, this was important to me because in New York, you generally just have a staircase going down in the middle of the sidewalk. And that is all the indication that you have of the subway. So I really wanted that not to be the case here, which is why you have this big opening. And it also plays into this concept of intersection of speed. So from just this one spot, you can see buses, cars, people walking, light rail, people riding bikes, people on electric scooters, and people just sitting and not moving. And so it's all of these different speeds coming together in one place. So while the view into the light rail was important, the view when exiting the station is just as important. For many people, this will be their first sight of Austin after coming from the airport. So I wanted this view to be something that people will remember. And here you can see how the glass boundary intersects with the units and creates the elevated gardens. And you can also see the passageway into the atrium of the building. So now let's take a look inside that atrium. Here you can see down to the plaza level with the tables and the cafe areas. You can also see how open this level is with the only obstructions being the columns. And you can also begin to see that curvilinear language of the residential circulation. So this is looking up through the atrium from down at the plaza level, and it really highlights the curved circulation of the residential levels. So from the residential levels, you can look down and see the plaza below, or you can look up and see the sky. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob.
I'm not starting this time.
I'll start then. So first of all, just if you go back one image, two images. The first image that everyone is going to see as they come out from the airport. I appreciate all the discourse that you have laid out for us in terms of like how you have those different speeds and then the intersectionality between the soft edge and the hard organization of the space is almost like a three-dimensional automata. And I was really interested in seeing how you went from circulation and speed on a plan to speed in the different typologies of housing, so Airbnb, long-term leasing, and so on. And so from that perspective, I think like you could push it a little bit more in the direction of like, how is this in time, how is this building going to evolve? What are the different speeds of evolution of this building depending on the user? So Airbnbs have a different timeline with respect in terms of the house itself, the building itself, not in terms of the user, right? So Airbnb buildings maybe can last longer or shorter than other type of buildings and other type of units. So I would try to understand in time as well, not just in terms of usage, how those different units can be differentiated. And then from an architectural language, I would be interested in seeing a variation in the facade as well, in terms of like the three-dimensionality of the facade and the detailing of the facade. It looks very flat to me. So when you come out, and I understand that you want for people to be like, wow, this is an incredible building, and in Austin, I'm so happy to be here after having had this long journey on the airplane and in the metro. And to me, there is an interesting discourse in the fact that the facade is, the units are all intersecting and so on, but the facade itself, it's just flat. You have those windows and they're all like the same dimensions, like the same like horizontal or vertical, and there is no that detailing that you can find in classical architecture or in modern architecture as well, where you have shadow gaps and so on. So from an architectural language, I would try to explore that as well. And I'll stop here now just to see if other people have other comments, and then I'll come back with more questions or comments.
I'm going to play grumpy old man. So I'll just sort of add a few things. And this is sort of a little bit outside your project, but I feel like I should probably at least put it out there as someone who used to chair the design commission for the city. Blocks in the city of Austin are right now selling for between $50 and $56 million for raw land. And this is a privately owned block. Currently, I think last was owned by the county, but I may be wrong. So my first question is, why not just put the station on Republic Square? Like, why make another half a block of public space across from what is already one of the 4 major urban squares of Austin? So if it were me, I think one question would be, why not slide the entire project to the north and still make your spatial connections that you're making, but maybe the 3rd Street just sort of slides right on over the pathway or the sequence, so that you're actually are engaging the public of Republic Square, you know, which also has the bus stops and everything else. So it's a kind of multimodal or intermodal transfer that's going on. That'll allow you to build a little bit more density on your block. Maybe even you're only building on half a block. So that's sort of one kind of question. Question number 2, the density allowances in downtown Austin are 25-1. So if you sort of subtract the void out of your project, you could actually have a building that's a 1/4 mile high and still be within the same kind of legal framework of what developers will do. So that's not your role necessarily, but literally, I mean, you can see the building next to you, and that, you know, in this photograph with Larry Speck's building, and that was built, you know, 20 years ago. So you're actually going to end up with if you were to really do this, and I realize this is an academic project, but if you were to really do this, this building would be like way bigger, way taller, way more dense. Public space would be at a premium. So shift it to the north. And there's a kind of lot, I think, of sort of just questioning about that I can't help but at least bring up. That being said, you know, the kind of sponge, sort of Mandelbrot sponge idea of the building as a sort of block that's porous, that lets air through, that lets people sort of occupy the space in section in really interesting ways, I think is pretty interesting. And certainly we don't have anything like that. And I could totally see a role for that. And I could see these sort of micro communities sort of happening in, sort of vertically in this sort of new kind of city. So I think that's really nice. The only last sort of annoying comment I'll make is that a 750 square foot unit in downtown right now is running between $1 and $1.25 million. And there are generally agendas in the city to not have them all be B&Bs because of what that does to the life of the central city. So there's lots of really interesting questions that if you're going to address which you're not, but if you were going to address the reality of the thing, I think there's some real questions to ask about all of that. That all being said, my only real comment sort of architecturally, and I do appreciate the drawings, which relates to a comment you just heard, is I feel like the facade is very, other than the holes, the kind of courtyard holes, I feel like it's very inward looking and very kind of closed to the city, at least in terms of the fenestration and the flatness of the overall volume.
Thank you. Those are some good things to think about.
My follow-up question, Dean, is, if you are buying a 750 square foot, $1.5 million condo, is that really your only residence? Or are you, so I think that's a interesting question.
It's an interesting question. The average size of units being built in the southeast quadrant of downtown right now is 450 square feet. And they're for people that aren't living there. They fly in for the Formula One race and then they leave.
Right.
So that's true.
Actually,
What's that?
They also get rented out.
And yes, exactly. Yeah.
So maybe perhaps renting out a room or the ability to rent out a room to Airbnb is maybe a compromise.
And I think that's really interesting. And it changes the typology of the housing a little bit, right? Like the flexibility of it. I mean, cities like Toronto, for example, have outlawed Airbnbs, and they've outlawed your ability to even buy a housing unit downtown unless that's your actual residence. Mm-hmm. But I do know people in Austin who are sort of adding, accessory dwelling units and renting them as Airbnbs for ACL Fest and all sorts of things. So the idea that you could create a vertical framework that has flexibility within it, which when you mentioned flexibility, Jacob, I thought that was one of the most interesting things that you were addressing, like the degree of the internal mechanisms of the unit to be transformational. I think that's really pretty interesting.
I'll add that I think we had talked previously about the connection to Republic Square, and can we pull more of a connection? Does, like Dean had said, does this want to be in Republic Square? All that aside, I think one thing that I think is really successful in this project is the scale of the site and the entrance. I think it's really legible as an entrance, and this would be a really important station for the city of Austin. And so I think the scale of that works really well. And I think the porosity of the ground floor allows that transition from the street into this sunken area. I think that works really well. I guess I had a question about kind of how the ground floor space would be used. We had in previous projects talked about different programming like retail space. And so that was a piece of your project I wasn't quite sure about, what that ground floor programming would be and how that might interact with create the transition between the streetscape and the sunken plaza entryway.
Yeah, so the top and bottom, these kind of spaces here, those would be like cafe, restaurant type areas. And so that would be the program there. Okay. And then here is kind of like a lobby, kind of lounge area for residents, but also for the general public. And then you kind of have your circulation cores. And then that's the ground floor.
Great, thanks.
Jacob, thank you for presentation. Also great discussion with great comments. And also the compliment for you to embed the reality where maybe some of us hides and dreams that would it be possible to rent one room and get support financially, thinking in the future, what's happening, prices are going up, of course, from one side. So you have a kind of balance. First, I also think that within the studio, second year students, so the density was great that you approach to that. I like some moments in your project. That's why it's just a bit of comment of adding, while great comments already embraced a very important aspect. I liked, from one side, it reminds me a bit like Le Corbusier decision. Park is here, and the whole building, the whole big block building has everything inside. Yes. So where Le Corbusier would put the garden on the top, on the down, you give a ground to access. It is not true. I'm sorry. The Le Corbusier would put the garden on the top, like a public or shared garden, and would put the shops and multifunctional layers and housing. You put it a park in front, like an entity as a station, which is great. With an embracement is nice, and you let the main maybe public or shared as a ground. So I like that switch, but then Le Corbusier would put other types of layers like restaurants as well and other activities within inside, like a church or something like a center, and you placed Airbnb. So I like that maybe contemporary of layering in the housing of multiple aspects through having very urban elements in and out. And maybe here, just with a potential, I can't expect in the stage of your project. So it's just complement, it's just a vision. It's easy for me to look at and get impression. I would miss a bit, or I think it's potential, not miss, to have those both sides relationships. First, I compliment to you having outdoor areas within the density from the outside. And I compliment a lot of you where you let people in the internal courtyard or the atrium you create. And then you flip the terraces out. And I think it produces like a privacy or something, like in a hotel, large scale hotel or something, we would have those balconies entrances, but we wouldn't have maybe more established outdoor. It would be just a cell and the window for fast times, short terms, but you're kind of combining both. And that is interesting for me. So here I see a bit of relationship that those strategies more would melt or interlace more, but I would say just as a potential. So I think with a lot of compliments and nice details, as well as sound. If this is in the city as a big block, I like the moment of an inner atrium, maybe as a park, as a shared public park, if it's indoor or if it's outdoor, but like to create that shaded another ambient and like a diamond founded in like a large entity. So that's a great project, a lot of compliments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you put the section up?
Yeah, I think just to be mindful of the reviewers, just maybe last comments, then we'll move to the final project. But go ahead, Dean.
Well, just my last question, which Basa's comment sort of reminded me of, is that it is actually a very Corbusian project. The building doesn't actually even come to the ground, really. Because if you're sort of trying to enclose the ground layer with glass or whatever, you know, my reading of your drawing is that the atrium is open to the sky, right? It's
Yes.
not covered. It's outside,
Yes.
which means that the ground is also outside. So the building is on piloti, yeah, in terms of the way all that works, which is a really interesting question, I think. You know, the mixing of public and private, both in plan and in section, I think is something that I think you're trying to challenge, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure it's quite resolved yet. You know, can anybody go up and kind of, to my place or not. I think there's some really interesting questions that your project raises about the integration of classes, so to speak, which is challenging. And I think that that's a good thing, because I find that, you know, a lot of the housing in downtown is very economically segregated. And I think that this is a bit of an attempt to sort of subvert that.
Great. Well, I think with that, maybe we'll move to the final project, but thanks, Jacob, for presenting.
Thank you.
I think we should be good on time too, since we have it until 2:30. So.
All right. Go ahead, Curtis.
Okay. All right. Just see that okay, I assume? Let me know when that appears.
Yep, we can see it.
Good. Okay. Okay, awesome. So hi, my name is Curtis, and yeah, I'll be walking you through my project, which is the Woodridge Residence. So as our professor stated, we began this semester with an analysis of the Guadalupe Corridor in a group. So my group decided to analyze activity and ambiance that's created along this corridor. So some things that indicated what type of activity and how much activity were present involved looking at programs during different times of day. We looked at transportation hotspots, and we looked at building density along the corridor. So in the program analysis, we found to the north and southern section of the region we were analyzing, there were more programs that featured mixed uses, so more engagement with people along the corridor, which contrasted the central area of the corridor. So this is more governmental spaces, kind of only active during the 9 to 5 business hours. And we actually made an animation to explain in a time-based manner how this can be seen. So again, to the north and south, you see programs that basically stay on throughout the day. So more residential places that don't close, but in the middle, you only really see activity at a specific, during those business hours. And you'll see as the time goes on, again, it starts to die down. So that was the, let me know when it comes back. Okay, cool. So that was the programmatic analysis. We continued by analyzing transportation hotspots. So we saw that at the northern area, there were more presence of bicycle stations, bus stops, versus again, at this centralized area, you can see the density starts to fade out a lot. And in the bottom, it's just so dense, it's really quite astounding. So, and we kind of finished this by taking a sectional approach to different areas of the corridor. So to the north, you see modest building density. To the south, that Capitol View corridor is actually preventing a whole lot of development, unfortunately, from that area. And then again, you just see this explosion of density at the bottom of the corridor. So because the city is trying to create a corridor that is alive and active, it only felt that for our intervention, we should be trying to create a continuous Guadalupe corridor. So our intervention should bring activity where there isn't any. So we found a site along
May have lost Curtis.
So you can again see this.
Curtis,
yes.
Curtis, you froze for a second. So you were just about to say you found a site.
Okay. Okay. Did you get to this part? Back one more.
Yeah, I think it was.
We were there, and you were talking about the site that you found.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So when selecting a site, we picked a abandoned bank. So this is in that area that I was talking about that didn't have much activity. So it felt like this was a good opportunity to create an intervention. And on the other side of Guad, there is a park that is also underdeveloped or underutilized, Woodridge Park. So you can kind of see this in an axon, again, where our site is proposed and where that park is, and also that Capitol View corridor, which did restrict how tall we could go up. So when designing the site, we started to look at some of the geologies of Austin and think about how that could be implemented into our design, which had the intention of juxtaposing that park. So we wanted to provide someone coming off of that train station with both experiences that you get in Austin, which is, yes, it's known for its parks, it's known for, obviously, its beautiful landscape, but at the same time, it's a very technological, man-made, man-intervention city. So kind of just explaining some of the formal development. We mimicked the depression found in Wooldridge because we had to go down anyway to get to this train station. But our own twist on that was making it more of that man-made intervention to provide someone with both of those experiences. So you can imagine how when you're in this train station, being present with the option to kind of retreat to this park or explore this more active plaza. And this is the experience that one would have exiting that train station into the plaza. So you can understand those geologic abstractions that you'd be immersed with, kind of introducing you into Austin. In plan, we took grids from the Capitol View Corridor, and we also paid attention to circulation. So obviously Guad is the focus here. It's going to have the most circulation. There's bus stops that suggest this would be the best entrance. So this led us to create a plaza that took in users on the southwest corner and allowed them to come into this train station or kind of just leisurely explore this end of the plaza, mimicking that slower paced Lavaca. And then this is the experience in that more leisure zone, looking toward the ramp, taking you into the plaza, and then of course into the train station down there. So we were next tasked with creating a residential complex for this site. So because there is a presence of just a variety of users that are going to be utilizing this station, it only made sense that someone who is starting up their business get the exposure to this variety in public to potentially sell their good. So I decided to invest my study into entrepreneurs, creating different crafted goods, gift shop goods, or maybe shirts, and use this station in the complex as an opportunity to sell their goods. So kind of this idea was a labyrinth of window shopping experience, but at the same time caring for their retreat with courtyard. So I started by, and this is the heart of the project, kind of these 3 essential needs for what an entrepreneur needs. So first, they need space to live, to make their product and make their brand work, but they also need space to just live their life. They need public. They need the public to see what they're doing, to buy and convince them to buy their goods from. And then they also need a retreat from the busyness surrounding them. So kind of this courtyard condition that they could meet and interact and connect with other entrepreneurs, which led to this sectional diagram and an architectural response in the actual module itself. So a storefront, which could display the goods they were trying to sell to this kind of bazaar experience on the outside. And then an architectural response of these larger openings and windows, connecting them to this more private courtyard. Again, same thing. This is looking at that same module in Axon. So my vision is that users shopping in the bazaar could actually come into designated portions of the module, but sliding doors would prevent them from intruding into that more public space. And then same thing is applied in the second module that you'll find on my project, which is a 1-story module. Again, designated zone where the public can come in, but doors to make sure they're not intruding on the space and privacy of the resident. And this is the relationship that these single-story modules begin to have with those double-story modules. And then getting a little bit more site-specific, it only made sense that this intervention would be in an adjacent lot to the plaza because that's where the people are. So in order to bring them in, it needs to be close to that. And in section, you can understand Lavaca is slightly higher than Guad by about 10 feet. So my intervention features in section a 5-foot grid to best address the grade change and allow for continuity between modules. And you can see in the site plan how users, again, circulating from that southwest corner, start to come into the plaza, can go to the train station, but the design is also here to pull them in through this shopping experience. Dividing the residential complex into 2 parts, also offering kind of more public spaces where the residence is kind of facing those more public spaces. So like on this corner, there's materials exchange, kind of this wood shop space, and then some more programs that either party could use, grab and go, restaurant, in those really public zones. And here's a typical floor plan. You can again see plaza circulation, bazaar circulation, residential circulation through those courtyards. Yeah, and then this is just showing how a user of that bazaar could start to come in to the unit and interact with the residents. And then in section, you can just further see what I'm referring to. So this kind of plaza bazaar, and you can see these windows that are meant to showcase and face this bazaar to showcase what products they have for sale. And then these courtyard conditions to, again, provide a networking opportunity for the entrepreneurs, retreat for the entrepreneurs. And I'll just finish the presentation with this render, which just shows the condition that I am envisioning would be created for this intervention, which not only is a great place to shop and buy different goods for sale, but also a place that focuses on the success of the entrepreneurs it is to serve. So thank you.
Good, thanks, Bruce.
So my understanding, Curtis, is that the Capitol View corridor in this location limits the height of buildings along Guadalupe to like 10 feet, something ridiculous. Which is why there really hasn't been any development on these sites, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that being said, I think it's really interesting that you've chosen a place, probably the most difficult place along all of Guadalupe to construct a project. And I think you've given it a real college try. That is to say, you know, you've created a lot of density in a very, very compact kind of situation. And I think you've extended the public nature of the, you know, the kind of commercial milieu kind of into the site in a really interesting way that is different than the park across the street. And I think it works really well with the idea of kind of microeconomics, you know, kind of live, work, and all of that sort of stuff. So I think there's a lot of really interesting things about this project. And I love the drawings that you did. My one question really has to do with, you know, why is it all oriented 45 degrees to the city grid? But, you know, that's a whole sort of formal generational issue that I'm not totally convinced about. Because I think the streets are still important and the way in which it engages the streets on the various sides of the block as well. So that would be one thing. And then the only other comment, I'll just kind of leave it there. I think that the public space inside it is very, let's say, particularized, sort of subdivided into all kinds of small scale little moves.
Okay.
And I wonder whether a slightly more indeterminate role for the public space, especially down at the lower level, might help diverse programs, whether they're large collective programs, markets, or concerts, or whatever they are, you know, kind of be sort of juxtaposed against the kind of microeconomic condition that the architecture is setting up. So I feel like the public space is maybe over articulated, you know, but in general, I think that it's a really valiant effort to try and urbanize a block that is on the surface like really resistant to architecture.
Yeah, and that, I guess, brings up another point. That was kind of the reason it was essential to go below grade because of that Capitol View corridor. So yeah, that was like another attempt because the train is already making the plaza below grade to continue that, to still achieve a level of height.
Curtis, I thought I had seen the best of this project last time I saw it, but I want to say this is really a fantastic presentation, a fantastic project, very thoughtful. You have reflected on every little bits of it, and so it was really nice to see the progress. I have, however, a couple of comments, obviously. So when Dean Almi was talking about microeconomy, I thought like, okay, we have a cycle here that is about public presence, space of life and work, and then retreat, but we don't have a space of farming or when we talk about retreat, it sounds more like having a static courtyard for lying in the sun, whereas I think we could have a form of collective production, of collectiveness within those spaces of public use and private use that you could explore a little bit more to push even further the idea of the microeconomy, obviously. And then I was like, okay, but it feels a little bit like you are functionalizing this space for one singular function, which is the one of production and artisanship. And I think life is a bit more varied than that. So how would you bring in other type of lives, other type of users or residents or people that live, that not necessarily live and produce and work in this space, but maybe live here, enjoy living within artisans, but work somewhere else, and so on. So I would just try to interlace the identity that you have given to this space with other types of identities as well, and maybe class, gender, age, all sort of like culture, religion. I don't know, some form of making it a little bit more realistic, because it feels like if you just give space for artisanship, you might have space, you might have blocks that are not occupied. And also the seasonality of the space. Are those artisans always living here, or do they go and do they live and work in other places because maybe they're traveling around the country to explore other forms of interactions with the public? So, I mean, you are already in a nice place here with your project, and I would just try to keep thinking critically and just making it even more realistic in that sense. Like, yes, that's it.
Right.
For me.
Just bringing in more variety. Yeah, good comment. Thank you.
Curtis, great job. I think I second what Alessandra said about kind of the evolution from the last presentation. I think, and you know, I think this is something that I've seen in a lot of the projects. Just the articulation of the streetscape is missing here. I think, you know, your project is very inward focused, and I think, you know, that's important. But I think there needs to be a connection through the street. You know, the city of Austin has a real focus on increasing street life, and you know, to do that requires trees, planting areas, shade, and so you know, when I'm looking at the renderings, it feels as though the buildings are very much, you know, it's the back of the buildings that are facing the street. And so how you know, if you're walking down the street and you're walking along the backs of buildings, how are you encouraging users to enter? So I think just that next, you know, the next step is thinking about how to bridge that that space. And I also think, you know, thinking about private and public, like I know the interior is a public space, but does it feel like a public space if you're on the sidewalk? You know, how do users know that it's public? And how does it really become public through kind of more porosity, perhaps?
Got it. Yeah, that's a good point. It kind of almost seems like this is the only entry. So yeah, just emphasizing.
And maybe there are more, but I think maybe it's just the way that you represent it.
Yeah.
I also think another thought I had, kind of coming off of Alessandra's comment about the idea of retreat, is, perhaps Wooldridge Park could become more of that retreat. Like how does that connect a little bit more strongly, I don't know, evidently, and how can you use that park, or how can users use the park to accomplish more of their life needs?
Right. Yeah, I think I probably should have emphasized the courtyards as being more of that collective space for them to work on the projects or work on their goods together over more of a retreat. But I see what you're saying. There's kind of already a retreat here, so it's like.
And there can be two, but how do you emphasize that? How do you help make that connection? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comments, specifically about the kind of 45-degree rotation and the kind of resulting kind of secondary addressing of the street life, I think there's maybe an interesting way to think about, because basically you've created a unit that needs kind of a public front side and then a more private backside. And so understanding, how the units orient to both, your internal kind of diagonal kind of plaza, path that's in the center of the screen right now, but then also what does it mean to kind of be on the outside and front the sidewalk? Because right now that grain is maintained, and actually I think, having the units that front the street kind of actually acknowledge the street, and the units that front the diagonal passage, I think actually having those two grids disassociate the plaza courtyard, the courtyards between, might be strengthened by the kind of resulting void of those two kind of alignments.
Right, having more of that over here. I definitely started to play with it, but yeah, could be more for sure.
So I have one real quick question. Can you sell stuff here if you don't live here?
I would think that could be done probably more in this area of the plaza.
So there's a part of it that's just sort of generally organized for commercial uses and not necessarily live work. Is that right?
Yeah, your plaza site's commercial uses, right?
The plaza is specific to commercial.
Yeah.
That this area is just commercial, not residential units.
Yeah.
Basically, right? And
right.
To an extent, this too.
I mean, I just sort of, my last comment, but I'll just sort of bring up the question of, let's say, we've seen this certainly within the last 18 months, retail goes in and out of business over time, right? And I think one of the ways that architecture addresses that is through a kind of, let's call it, infrastructural approach, which then allows different programs to kind of occupy it in different ways. There's a kind of genericness to commercial space, and even kind of micro retail, right? Like this guy could live here now and then he could move away and someone else needs to come in and adapt it for either his graphic design office or his textile business or pottery or whatever the case may be. So to me, I think there is a certain amount of indeterminacy that would be useful in the project in a kind of infrastructural way that then supports the ability of, whether it's micro retail or anything else, to kind of come in here and occupy and do well, or even if not do well, gets replaced by something else that might do well. And then all of that gets serviced in a way, right? FedEx delivers big boxes of different sizes of sneakers or whatever the case may be. Like there's a whole sort of ecosystem around commercial uses that I think would be interesting to test the project through, because you might find that when you do that, some of the moves that you're making, which are very, very particularized, might start to kind of, I don't know, smooth out.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would like also to add the comment, which was very great discussion and very inspiring also to get know Austin more. And like from the Dean comment, very nice, and from Abby giving us the overview of the important entities in the city. What I, just to add on, like a new inspiration seeing your project, a very great project, very nice person, and very sensitive to something which is within the cities is, can I call it like recreation, while we of course we are facing very high border within the density which is coming in Austin. We have huge border between something which is human, like a human activities in terms, and something which is like private, affordable, or like indoors sell. It is facing the reality, we cannot stop it. But within this placing in the ground, or actually deepening your ground condition, first I liked it from urban aspect a lot. This issue, it reminds me like a Rockefeller Center Plaza decision in New York. I'm not comparing this to Rockefeller Center, but I like that in the city you get free space and you lowered it down for public, but now your case for recreation of this, what the Dean mentioned, this micro level of regenerating new job opportunities, new lifestyles for people. They are young, new businesses, new, rather than being exclusive plaza in the middle of a city and everybody just come spend a bit of time. You really make it in the opposite, a plaza which recreates something or embeds within living and working and maybe selling and showing. So it also reminds me in London, Box Park, which is, let me say, containers connected, some music, food areas are taking a place for musicians, for cooks, and different laboratory of cooking and bringing food and selling as a restaurant type, but making affordable food in the middle of a city makes enormous event, plus new start of pop-up shops for people who can't afford in the city to rent and sell 1 year long. So I'm amazed by your time issue. When you measure the time in the whole transact, you show here something that maybe, as the Dean mentioned, I really was inspired by that idea, that maybe you give an Austin like a small young businesses, or flips in a crisis period, flip it in, bring it in the people to show up. Maybe I can't afford to be in Austin, and many people cannot afford to live where they are having a very nice artistic activities, and Austin is famous for. So you are giving maybe back that layer. You could live here and maybe for a certain time and show up and restart your businesses. And this plaza, I see like recreation to the city, and also using this. For me, it's a very modernistic point of view in the city to decide not to allow to go up, but it's a very beautiful point of view if it's possible within a low intensity, with a maximum labyrinth you prevent for us a labyrinth of those performances. I really see extremely enormous, like a jewelers of your architecture, smaller pieces, embedding and trying with this beautiful perspective. I also pointed out your urban strategy is amazing for the voice, because in cities is always this system of, if you take a Manhattan, it's a larger scale blocks. If you take Austin, sometimes some areas, because of a property, they divide it so tiny and streets are so often. It's for me, my impression, maybe coming from an additional background. So you're placing in that strategy, I feel it. It could also prevent from the south that moment of this Rockefeller Center, if people enjoy also to spend free time in the middle of intensity, have also a free time in a calmness. And I think that also fascinates me. So you embedded so many aspects, and impression as well back with the level of the detail and your research, this level, and also within the studio is a very, very great project. I'm really inspired to see, and especially inspired by comments as well from our people. Amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree. I think the drawings are gorgeous. I think really, really beautifully done.
Thanks.
And thank you for putting that sectional at the beginning. That was the one
Yes.
that Alessandra and I loved last time, and it's really elegant and really, just gets you immediately into the project.
Yeah, it definitely works better at the beginning.
I think this is.
I mean, it would be interesting just to kind of lightly dash in
the view corridor.
the limitation of the view corridor.
Right. Yeah. Just to see it just gracefully go over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's like right there, and it's an interesting, like that plane itself has like a weird slant to it, and then when you go look at the existing bank, they're definitely exploiting the fact that it's a tilted plane itself too. So it's a very peculiar view corridor there for sure.
I think you have two view corridors overlay on top of each other in this area.
Yeah, there's two, and the one in the first plaza we looked at is definitely more strict because, like you said, it bends down much more here versus in the actual like resident side. So that was kind of nice, but yeah, that's the reason why the actual plaza was so low.
I mean, one of the origins for one of the corridors is Woolridge itself, so you're getting the most kind of extreme vertical change because it's from the Capitol Dome to Woolridge, which is basically right there.
And also one more impression from your project, the environmental aspect to the earth architecture. I'm not taking so much literally that the earth must be a material to build, but you use it like a ground. It might be also, it's a different temperature areas, and rather than building upwards, so I'm saying, I see the potential of multiple aspects of environmental when integrated in your semester. So something also brings me in as a potential to say that the deepening in and surrounded by the city pattern around it, but also having this earth as a ground condition in framing us in a plaza. It might be like for a climate of a hot region of Texas, it's a very positive effect as well, not from the human communal and gathering and recreation and micro all aspects you brought it, but also from environmental and low-tech way of perceiving the land architecture kind of strategy in the urban context, inspiring a lot.
Definitely wanted people to know they were underground when they got out of the train station, and kind of have that experience of emerging onto the plaza.
Well, I think just we've gone over just a little bit, so to be sensitive for our reviewers, I think we can end there unless there's any overarching kind of general comments that y'all have for the students at large. But I think we've had a great discussion for each of the students, so we can also end there too. Just I know people have other engagements and commitments.
I'll just say one thing, which is I think that as a fourth semester studio that tries to address all the scales from the city to, the living room, I see some really, really promising work. And I think the drawings and the descriptions and the diagramming and everything is sort of on point. And I look forward to seeing some of you later on.
A little bit of clarification on that. It's a 6th semester studio. I hope you don't take the comments
Oh, it's
back.
6, right? 6, yeah, that's
This is the transition year. It used to be 4.
But it's before you get into advanced design.
Yeah, I think they have comprehensive, and then they might be seeing you in advanced design.
But hopefully don't take comments back.
No, I'm not taking the comments back. They still apply.
Yeah, I'll just add, it was really a joy to watch, to kind of be in your reviews throughout the entire semester and see the really great analysis y'all did lead all the way into the projects today. So great job kind of keeping that line going from research to design, and that will serve you well always moving forward.
Okay.
Great. Well, with that, I think we will adjourn for the kind of intermission before our last session, but I want to thank again our reviewers for all the feedback and discussion we had today.
And I think we'll see Abby and Alexander continue for the session.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty.
See you all later.
Thanks. Alrighty, I think we have everyone here, both students and our reviewers. Well, I guess joining us, so Abby and Alessandra were in the previous session. So in addition, we have Fernando Lara from the school. Fernando, if you could just briefly introduce yourself to the students, that'd be great, and then we can go over kind of the semester and studio for you.
Sure. Thank you, Gavin. Pleasure to be here. I teach architectural theory, and I direct the PhD program at the School of Architecture. So that's those are my duties so far. So,
maybe it'll be good, Abby and Ali, you also introduce yourself.
Fernando, yeah, exactly. Maybe Abby, could you lead off?
Hi, I'm Abby Camo. I'm a landscape designer at DWG in Austin and a graduate of the MLA program at UT.
Hi, Fernando and everyone else. I'm Alessandra. I'm a PhD student at the MIT Department of Architecture's computational group, and I'm pursuing concentration in advanced urbanism at the Norman B. Leventhal Center for Advanced Urbanism.
Great. Well, so Suhash and I, so this studio is a 6th semester, 3rd year intermediate design studio for undergraduate architecture. The theme of the studio is environmental and urban design scale, and it really kind of across all the different sections, the theme is meant to look at architecture as kind of an integrated response to context at an urban scale, investigating both kind of architecture and kind of landscape architectural moves from an urban lens, ideas of placemaking, and then also engaging with kind of urban issues of circulation, context, and a focus on kind of housing within an urban context. So Suhash and I have co-taught a number of studios. And for this studio, we decided to kind of set a framework around Guadalupe Corridor, specifically the kind of reach of Guadalupe Street between UT campus and Lady Bird Lake, so the kind of downtown segment of it. And looking at that kind of as a result of the passage and adoption of the Project Connect kind of initial investment plan, specifically, the resulting transit line that's slated for Guadalupe, the orange line kind of light rail component. And so we wanted to kind of ask the students to step back and kind of analyze, this downtown corridor with the knowledge of the kind of coming transit system. And at the same time, Suhash, if you go to the next slide, being aware of all of the adjacent kind of large urban scale projects. If you advance to that aerial image, the adjacent initiatives, is there maybe?
Can you see my screen?
It's still on the title slide.
Oh, let me reshare.
Sorry about that.
Can you see my slides now?
It's loading. Not yet. I'm not sure. Here, I'll share my screen.
Okay.
So, 1 second. So yeah, we were wanting to kind of understand this segment of Guadalupe between kind of MLK and the river as the extent of the analysis, being aware of the kind of larger city scale projects that are going on in terms of the two kind of landscape, park scale investigations and ongoing at Waterloo Greenway and the Shoal Creek Trail connection, both the kind of Capitol Complex redevelopment and master plan, as well as Congress Avenue master plan. So we saw this kind of, hotbed of adjacent investigations, and we're curious to focus on Guadalupe and what, that corridor might transform into with the injection of the orange line of a transit system. So specifically, we did take kind of some liberties in interpreting the extent of what's currently shown, I think, as these 3 stops as being subterranean. As part of the kind of design exercise that we wanted to challenge the students with, we are making an assumption that up to the university, that all 3 of these potential train stops might be subterranean. And so Suhash will kind of talk through, how we framed the semester in terms of group work and individual work to look at both, the design of the plaza station and then the proposal at the building scale, which we're looking at today.
Yeah, so the first half of the semester, we look at it, everybody worked like in a group, and that first assignment, the quarter inventory and analysis, what's trying to understand what the quarter characters are, what patterns they might be, that you can figure out if there's any gaps in the quarter, like just giving a true analysis of that quarter. The second one, that's called place, urban plaza and station. Now it's the idea of understanding, how do we go below grade? How do we negotiate of going below grade to catch a below grade light rail or metro station? And then the idea was to create this plaza, but what is the definition of plaza in the context of Austin? So it's just a public space, but how does it fit within the Austin culture? The third was now talking about, okay, we first analyze the relationship of plaza or public space to the below grade light rail station. That section is important. The third one is going to be like, okay, now we want to also add and challenge the current condition of Austin of housing and the demand of housing. So how can we now investigate housing, public space, and the below grade station, how those 3 elements can interact with each other? And that's the proposal they're doing for assignment 4.
Yeah. So just to kind of clarify logistics, the first assignment was kind of an inventory and analysis with a group, and they analyzed the corridor and then kind of created a justification for the siting of the second assignment, which was the plaza station. Again, that was kind of designed as a group. And then at that point, they moved to individual work, and they did some kind of precedent analysis because we were asking them to include a housing residential component to the final proposal that was also done at an individual level. So we'll see, I believe, 3 projects today that are all kind of in different sites. So again, they established their kind of location of their plaza and kind of resulting housing intervention. So we'll see kind of one from each of these sites today.
Yeah, and kind of to be a little bit clear, we're not designing the stations, we're not designing the public spaces, not the engineering of the station. We just know how much below grade it might go. So there's like a mezzanine level, and then there's a platform level. So you'll see a little bit of that show up, but there's no design for the station for this.
Of the platforms themselves, it's more of a vertical connection to an assumed kind of mezzanine level. I guess with that, if there's any questions, if not, we can jump into the first project. Great. All right, Sarah, go for it.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. All right, well, my name is Sarah, and this is my project, the Woldridge Estates. And so, as Suhash and Kevin said, the first thing that we did was an analysis of the Guadalupe Corridor, and what we had decided to do was frame it around this theme of accessibility. And so it's a very broad term. We decided to define it as this potential to reach spatially dispersed opportunities and think about what those indicators of accessibility include, which are cost of travel and quantity and quality of opportunities, which split up into 3 different maps. So the first one is the land use component, where we started to evaluate the inclusivity and exclusivity based on the public engagement. The second is the transit component, where we started to evaluate the highest level of activity in terms of public transit. And then the third one is the temporal component, where we started to look at both maps 1 and 2 and figure out where the density of commercial areas are. And so as we're looking at the Guadalupe Corridor, we're looking at the accessibility because we want to see which gaps are underutilized in opposition to the mass hubs, so that our future intervention can encourage growth. So we see accessibility as this integrative device that can establish a connection between transportation and land use. And so because of that, we wanted to pick a spot that had a lack of accessibility. So we decided to choose Wooldridge Square and look at the block analysis for that. So Wooldridge is relatively programmatically and topographically inaccessible. So when we start to look at the surrounding context, it's mostly government buildings. There's very low traffic around San Antonio. The overall circulation, again, you can start to see that it's along San Antonio there's almost no activity going on. And we started to look at the shadows and the trees in order to pay homage to the original trees and the landscape of the whole entire square that we had. And so what we decided to do was look at how can we activate Wooldridge. And to activate Wooldridge, what we decided to do was create this inwards environment that has these 3 programs that are interwoven with fast and slow paced paths in respect to those existing trees, and using that topography that already exists, but making it an accessible space in terms of topography. And it becomes this whole gathering space for commuters and families and business people in downtown Austin. And so, like I said before, we decided to create like this inwards environment by using 3 programs, such as the train station, terrace seating, and this playground feature. And the operation that we decided to use was peel, cut, and connect. So by doing those 3 things, we were able to establish these distinctive areas of program and consider environmental factors and programmatic factors in order to connect the spaces and make this very low activity space a very high activity space. And so you can see that originally the park was very inaccessible, and we started to regrade the paths so that people could move along it, and it just becomes this gathering space. And so this is just to show, like, once again, like in site plan view, you see how the train station like brings you in from Guadalupe, and it just creates this little inwards environment that is still respectful of the trees that are existing. And like the fast and slow paths that are interwoven, you can see here. And this is just a section to show like how people descend into this space in relation to the public programs. And this is just a rendering to show the atmosphere of the train station and plaza. And so for my building scale intervention, what I wanted to do was I wanted to create a space that is targeted towards single commuters in the early phase of transitioning to the workforce. So like the urban plaza and train station, this whole idea of an inwards environment in conjunction with Wooldridge continues within the residential complex. And so basically what happens is that the units aggregate together to form these shared patios and pathways, which establish multiple micro work climates where they can learn or work on a trade or skill in a community environment. And so as residents acclimate to the downtown Austin work environment, they're also given the opportunity to work in these little retail spaces that are up front that become a park serving program oriented towards Wooldridge and, you know, making that connection and having this architectural metaphorical bridge between the public and the private. And so overall, this whole building scale intervention is supposed to foster growth of the community and provide residents with a support system and a smooth transition into the workforce. So just to begin, as I mentioned earlier in our block analysis, San Antonio is a very low activity street. And so because of that, we decided that we would remove the street and regrade it in order to make a better connection with the plaza and train station. So as you can see, the Wooldridge extends into the actual residential complex, and these paths become the segue into these public use and retail pop-up shops that residents can temporarily work in if they want to, just for a way to just safely test out their skills, and also a way for them to network with the community. And this public / private courtyard starts to emerge from the aggregation of the units and become this workspace, but also a space of socialization and gathering. And there's a sense of privacy, while there's also a sense of it being a park serving program. And these are just the residential units. And so looking at how the residential units actually aggregate together, it's all based on the circulation of the patios and pathways. And these patios and pathways basically become these little micro work climates. So they start to aggregate together to form these communal spaces where, even though you have your own individual units with, you know, different options like a private studio, shared studio, and another shared studio, there, even if you have your own studio and you're living in that space alone, you're still connected to the community. And so the point of the aggregation of these units is to create micro work climates, not only within the actual units that are based around an open working studio space, which you can start to see, you know, form and plan in the axon, but also forming these micro work climates that start to form in between the actual units. And so looking at it in plan, this is the entry level. You can see like how the path like brings you in, and this can be a space where you are moved towards like shopping or bringing yourself into the courtyard to work. And you can start to see these different tones just start to differentiate the patios, which is the darker tones, and the paths. But in the end, they are all essentially like one and the same, because they're just spaces that the residents can move within and maybe work in or just walk around. It becomes this space of both work and rest. And this is just another floor plan that starts to better show like the connection between the pathways and the patios. And once again, like you can see, like with the different types of units, even if it's like these individual spaces, they all have like a community kind of formed within here. And so going on, looking at this connection between Wooldridge and the residential complex, you can see that there's no like physical separation, which is helpful with the use of removing San Antonio. And so you can see that this basically becomes another part of that inwards environment that I mentioned that we created with the Wooldridge Plaza. So you can just start to see that people start to move into the space and they can just form this community and connect. And this is just a zoomed in version of the section, and you can just see the little courtyard in a better detail, and also just how, you know, when you're walking around the space, I have like these sliding glass doors, so you can start to see like other people working, connect with them. And the first point of entry is like that studio workspace. So if you were to invite other people over, they would be able to come in and see, you know, what you're working on, like what you're up to, like maybe learn and connect from each other. Because like, as I said before, this is meant for the early phase of transitioning into the workforce. And so this is just a perspective of what is going on in that central courtyard that I keep reiterating. And yeah, you can just see you can do all different kinds of crafts and trades. For the purpose of this, I specifically chose to do more vegetation and ceramics and pottery, just to create that story and have that connection to Wooldridge also be, you know, like in a sense of nature and meditation. And yeah, that is my whole project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation of a very well-crafted project. I wonder if you can elaborate a little bit more on the context. What is around your project in that site, and how does your project react to the existing context, both at the immediate vicinity and the downtown area as a whole?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, in the block analysis, in Wooldridge Square, the surrounding spaces are mostly government buildings, and it's near a county jail and a courthouse. And so overall, the whole idea of like this area, it's very low activity just because there's a lack of program there. And so
No, there is program. I mean, that's exactly the point. I mean, there is a program there, which is government bureaucracy and things like the jail. So there is already people there, lawyers and clerks and people who work on that part of our society. And I want you to elaborate how your project relates to them. How does your project engages the people who already work there? And what is the program that is lacking that you want to add? What you think you can make? What is the improvement? How does your project make that area better?
Yeah, so I think the lack of engagement has to do with the actual program. So even though there's government use there, that's a pretty exclusive space that doesn't encourage a lot of public engagement. So what we had done is that we're letting Wooldridge Square become this space that publicly engages. Sorry, I think this is a good. Okay, yeah. We're making Wooldridge Square this space that publicly engages with, not only the already surrounding context, but also, bringing in new people because it is a pretty low activity area. And so the thing is that because the surrounding context is not necessarily trying to encourage public engagement from there, in relation to Guadalupe, we're letting Wooldridge become like this inwards environment of like a high gathering space, like a very high public engagement type of space that various types of people can use. And so I guess like to elaborate even more on that, in relation to my residential complex, there's like some retail spaces and pop-up shops. And so I feel like there's a level of networking in there that could connect with the already surrounding context that you had mentioned of like lawyers and government officials, et cetera.
Okay, I'll stop here.
Sarah,
sorry, Abby, you go.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, this is the perfect diagram for my comment. Really, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the entire discourse on the livability and workability within this space. I think I'm interested in understanding, and you might have probably mentioned, so forgive me if you did. Why is the entire structure focused on that side of the site rather than, because I can see the park, I can see the intervention within the park that you had studied for the previous review, and then I can see this block that, as Fernando said, is a little bit isolated from the context, but also from the park. Is almost like you just extended one of the paths within the park to get to the block, the mega block, but you haven't actually integrated the two elements together. Even if it doesn't need to be a physical integration necessarily, it could be also a conceptual integration, but in this moment, from this diagram, I just see two systems of architecture rather than having one unique system of architecture.
I think it's less of like an architectural language that connects them and more of a contextual thing, because the space that this residential complex is sited in is just like this unused parking garage that we had built upon. And so by taking advantage of what our plaza had already created, which is starting to bring in activity and like mimic the activity that happens all across Guadalupe Corridor, except in this space, and just bringing that into this space by having, those little retail spaces and another like area, like that's an outdoor courtyards sense of space that mimics the program that goes on in here. So I think in terms of like architectural language, it may not be visually apparent, but I think the concept of, establishing this courtyard and the concept of having these little retail spaces and just the residential complex becoming another program, like another park serving program, is what connects the two. And the plaza as a whole is what connects with the corridor.
In that sense, then, since it's kind of an intangible way of connecting those two elements, I think you need to find a way to represent this connection somehow, because at the moment, and it can be an alternative form of representation. It can be through a video, it can be through music, I don't know. It can be, it needs to be represented in the project, because otherwise what we see is something, it's just, again, this connection, functionalism, zonism, those concepts that are not okay in cities anymore now. So
Yeah,
Abby?
I think thinking now, like it would have been smart to include like little vignettes all together that occur here and also in here. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion.
I kind of coming off of what Alessandra said, I started to wonder if maybe, you know, a connection, that programmatic connection could be extended through an idea of maybe in the park there are market days where the people that are working and working and living in the building can come out, and there's a system of temporary structures that could provide shade, and then there's kind of that the people that are using the subway system have direct access to the makers that are living in the nearby space. And just as a way to kind of mediate those two programmatic elements. But another question that I had was kind of, I was curious if you could talk a little bit about the scale of the building and how kind of you made the decision to put in as many units as you did. I was struck by, there was a section a little bit further along where you saw other buildings in the background, kind of looking southward, I believe. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah. So that one, I just, yeah, I'm just curious to hear you speak a little bit about the scale that you felt was an appropriate building size, and kind of any research you might have done in terms of what is a sustainable amount of people in this kind of housing type.
So the reason I had done so many different unit types was just to give that option of, everyone has a different way of working with other people. They may like want to stay by themselves, or maybe they'll come with roommates, or maybe, they already have an established family. So even though this was targeted towards single commuters, there is a sense of space, like there's space for them, for other people to be able to use it. And it's not only targeted towards that single demographic. And I guess in terms of the height, I wanted it to feel like a pretty humble space. I think the idea of trying to make it this very towering complex would take away from that idea of this safe space. And like, this is supposed to be a safe space for the people who are transitioning into the workforce, because, that's like a difficult thing to do, especially in downtown Austin. And this is just to like, I feel like just physically tall tower buildings just feel intimidating. So that's why I chose to make it a shorter thing. But I wanted to try to pack in as many people as I could in this low rise. And so it's like a low rise, high density complex that allows for all the residents to come together in this safe environment. And also I think just in relation to Wooldridge is a very, like the way that we designed it was we were trying to respect the site and stay with the original topography that already was there, but just make it an accessible walkway. And so that in that sense, it became less of a structural intervention and more of just how do we take what we already have and start to peel it up. And because of that, in terms of height, it's not like this huge thing. It's something that just naturally rises out of the landscape. So I think to relate to that idea, I wanted the residential complex to not just, be this huge complex that's sited across from it, but also start to peel up from it, even though it's not even though it's not like architecturally, like visually the same language.
Sarah, one other question, sorry. When you said that you were targeting transitional, like people who are transitioning into the workplace, did you mean like, I guess at first I had interpreted that as someone who was maybe just out of college or just left their parents' home and they were starting to work. But then later on, I thought maybe you meant it was someone who might have been coming out of a prison system, or some clarification on that too. That kind of helps understand the programming a little more.
Yes, yeah, you're exactly right. I think something that had come up in our last desk crit was how Woldridge Square failed to accommodate for those who were homeless before or those who were coming out of jail. And that is the context that is surrounding it. So I think giving these people like a chance to transition back into the downtown Austin work environment is what this whole space is all about.
Okay, thank you.
I think, just to add on these, I think the fact that you used so much glass and transparency in your building, inside your building, it is kind of Coltian in a way. It reminds me of the panopticon of Colt, where everyone can see within, like everything is under control because everyone can see. But at the same time, it's kind of connected to the idea of having this transitional space for people that are reintegrated within society, that are kind of don't want to be in isolation anymore. So maybe you would like to explore a little bit more the behavior, the psychology, the perception, the interpretation of space that these people have coming out of prison and then being reintegrating within the society, and trying to bring it even more within your design project, because it's such an interesting social problem and social perspective. So I think it could be, your project could be really advanced by this approach. So
yeah, I think you'll
Can I
benefit.
ask a question?
Also.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I think you'll benefit also of not being too inwarded. Like right now, it's very, very inwarded, but I can't see who's crafting there, who's working there. It feels like I'm isolated more than anything else. And you want to, like, it's the step to get back into society. So you should have some moments where we can see what's happening inside and being less inwarded. And I think the issue with height, I agree with Abby, like, yeah, I want to go taller on this, keep operating, go taller, but you're going to have to, you would lose some day quality lights in the courtyard and things like that will start happening, But exploring a little bit of a higher density in height more than anything else, I think you're getting dense, but a little bit taller buildings will help you if you orient it the right way. But yeah, for me, it's like, it's good that you're looking at an inwarded courtyard, but it's a little bit too inwarded now. You're creating like a wall around it.
I wonder if you started to think about Woldridge itself as being the courtyard. Like, could it, I don't know, does the building almost want to wrap or hug somehow Woldridge Park? And it, I don't know, it's just an idea, as a way to kind of open up to the park a little bit more, but keep some of that concept.
Yeah, it could be like a bigger L instead of just the U that you have right now.
Oh, okay, so you're saying like it could extend like even more?
Maybe, or in the other direction. I also want to bring back a piece that I thought was really lovely about the Woldridge Park, which is the water play space in the, I guess that would be the southwestern corner. And the idea of children being able to use that space. And I think that was a really strong component. And I think that it could, you could bring that out again with the housing type. Like, think of, a lot of people that are transitioning back have families, right? And start to think about children maybe being separated from a parent for a period of time and then having an opportunity to be reconnected with that parent, and giving those families a space to come together outside and play and be together, I think is a really kind of important and lovely idea. And I think you could enhance that concept as well.
I actually have a question about that. I know before, like when you had mentioned the water idea, you had talked about making little like rainwater gardens. I guess, how do I start to bring that idea into a residential space?
Well, I mean, I think it,
sorry, is it like a programmatic thing or is it more of like an like a visual thing?
Well, I think there are kind of two pieces to that. You had the water, the play area. And then we talked about having like a terraced rain gardens that were on maybe the northern side of the slope, that the pathway could kind of work its way through or above. Maybe and that I think that idea of rain garden is kind of a systematic and programmatic piece. It's systematic in your water quality and environmental sustainability and capturing water and using it on site. And you could bring that idea into the building in many ways. You have the form of your building has kind of steps or terraces, and so maybe there's a system where water collects on the roof and you have a series of terraced water captures where the water kind of flows down the side. I don't know, I'm just brainstorming, but that could kind of mirror something that was in the park itself.
Thanks. If there's no other comments, I actually have a question. Looking at it more as a smaller scale, I think something I had really focused on throughout the entire thing was this idea of this horizontal circulation. And I guess I wanted to ask if y'all see any solutions to trying to bring this horizontal, like what occurs in the horizontal circulation to also occur in a vertical way. Because I think bringing that idea of expanding that idea of accessibility to universality and trying to incorporate things like ramps and just spaces of movement that is meant for everyone. I'm just curious, I don't know, like what your thoughts on trying to bring that micro work climate occurring horizontally in like a vertical sense, because I think that's something that I have struggled with.
So, okay, I'll pick up on this. I think currently the fact that you have vertical and horizontal circulation is really great from my perspective. The only thing that I see that well, not the only, but one of the things I think you could improve is right now it seems more, I don't get a sense of organic circulation. Is more like you have one bridge. And actually, the previous view was better for this because it showed the verticality of it, not just the horizontality of it. So it's just, it seems like from this diagram and from the plan diagram, it just seems like you have connections that are placed there because you needed to have one linear connection rather than being like, okay, from this garden you can access this other secret garden or courtyard or terrace, and then this person can go here and there and can be connected to the outside and the inside and the park, and you can have access from the park directly to the last layer of your mega block. Sorry. So it doesn't, but I might be wrong, and it might be an interpretation of the diagram. So if there is like a precise reasoning behind the circulation that you currently have, please let me know and explain that. I know that some of the spaces are communal spaces for activities, but yet it is a little bit generic. I'm not saying that you have specifically to define every space of your mega block, because obviously you have to allow for it to be lived and become something more. But at the same time, you have to provoke and provide a space for interactions and creativity for these people, and not just necessarily creativity about artisanship and artisanal production, but creativity in the sense of like, oh, here I can do this, here there is a climbing wall, here there is a football pitch that is like on the last floor of the mega block, and so on and so on. So different activities, different ways of enjoying those activities, and a bit of discovery in the process. Did I answer your question?
Yes, yeah, thank you. I guess just to clarify, the way that the paths and patios were organized was based on trying to allow for that void and inner courtyard to occur, and also to allow for daylighting to happen for every single unit, and not to start to discard that. And also just how like wide the patios were, and just making sure the pathways, because the units were repeating themselves and aggregating, I wanted to create this sense of variability through like narrow and wide paths that start to occur. And so, yeah, that's just, that was the design process for that, to answer your question.
And that's great. At the same time, I think like, why do you have just one big courtyard? Why don't you have several medium courtyards maybe, and several small courtyards? And why do we need to have this? Why everyone needs to know exactly what happens for everyone else? I think Kevin is going to say that we don't have time anymore and we need to move forward.
I am, but that is an interesting kind of question, because I think at the unit scale, you were interested initially in, you know, what you're depicting in orange of these shared patios, but then it's kind of, you know, taking that typology and aggregating it around a more conventional kind of courtyard building. So what if you just expanded the idea of these micro, you know, the building is a series, an accumulation of larger voids of, you know, it's multiple courtyards, and it's less of kind of filling a U-shaped kind of massing with this, and actually let the orange voids be the kind of major move in the project, but let them grow a bit. But,
yes, sorry, sorry. Just one last thing. I think the problem, the actual problem here is that you have blocks, units, and then floor plans that are for circulation. There is no sculptural behavior behind this. It's not like you have carved path out of a big block and everything is part of the same system. You have two systems, and I think this layering is actually what is hindering the process. So you should try actually to make the two elements as part of one system.
I think even interesting, it will be like, figure out the circulation first and then the unit. You know, it looks like you figure out the unit and you're stuck there, and now I need circulation horizontal. Like, give us an interest in circulation, which will be the experience, and then let's see how the unit can work.
Okay.
And the circulation could be built around a series of these patios, these nodes, and it's almost like you're, you know, leapfrogging between these voids, and then the units front these kind of micro courtyards. But well, I think that was a great discussion, and with that, maybe we'll move on. But I appreciate it, Sarah.
Thank you so much,
Sarah. Great job.
Luis?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
All right, I'm going to share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I broke up my presentation into 3 parts, and I'll begin with the Guadalupe Corridor analysis. And this was a group project. So initially, we wanted to know about who, what, where, and when. So that means, how is the land used, the general time of day that these areas are used, and which locations were more easily accessed by transportation. This would enable us to determine which areas were less diverse in terms of use and activity. Ultimately, our group concluded that the northernmost portion of downtown could use some activation, and more specifically, the area where the downtown district meets UT campus. One of the reasons One of the reasons for this lack of activity is a behavior in which people tend not to cross south or north of MLK. So by placing our projects here, we hope to help bridge the divide by attracting people down past MLK and potentially encourage them to continue their journey down south to the surrounding areas and vice versa to the north. So the plaza. When designing our plaza, we let the access to the site ultimately determine the internal circulation, whether it was people coming from campus or downtown. By assigning priority to each of the entrances, we also developed massing. So here we have an operational diagram in which we subdivided the site, took the lines of circulation to determine the massing, and continued introducing other operations. So this is a site plan of the overall finished massing. And here's a section of the plaza demonstrating its relationship to the subway. Our plaza ultimately served as an extension of the Guadalupe food corridor on campus through the use of cafes, food courts, and other retail to serve as an attraction to students and surrounding businesses. So now we get to the introduction of student housing. So serving as transit-oriented mixed-use development, the final project was designed as a hub for a variety of peoples. The project is not only a destination for eating, shopping, travel, and socializing, but to new and incoming UT students, whether local or international, it is home. Taking advantage of the flow of commuters and proximity to campus, the hub uses its public amenities to attract all sorts of people, whether it be students, commuters, residents, or locals. The project provides residents with privacy, but maintains a more extroverted personality, encouraging social engagement on different levels, quite literally. While establishing its own sense of community, the hub also promotes interaction with surrounding areas. So building off of the existing plaza, I created a protective and enclosed courtyard that would welcome and invite anyone passing by, all the while providing a natural experience of exploration. So essentially took the plaza, surrounded it, extruded it to create a courtyard of privacy, protecting it from the busy MLK Street. And then I split the massing for variation, which allowed me to lower it and introduce more sunlight. And then I raised the portion according to the primary UT entrance. And then I finally proceeded to add green space. So in general, the more public spaces will be found on the bottom, but by combining the public and private while you ascend, another level of social engagement is established. The students who live here are also highly encouraged to take advantage of the public spaces below, whether it be to eat or shop, further mixing them in with commuters, travelers, or locals. So this is the end result after using the operations and introducing program. One can also see additional planters added to the interior to provide more vertical vegetation in contrast to Austin's surrounding hardscape. The circulation was generally oriented in towards the courtyard, maintaining views and a connection to the project. One will find that the main residential corridors throughout the side of the project. The reason being is that their cantilevers also function as solar shading. From street level, the public also has access to the ascending green space, providing them with an additional experience and mixing them with the residents. The plaza circulation also maintains a similar interior-oriented strategy. So in this plan, we're looking at the sunken plaza, which is arguably the busiest level of the project. Metro users, whether arriving or departing, are given an easy option to engage with the plaza or move on and exit. And it's the same thing with the residents. They even have their own designated elevators, which reach down into the plaza. And on this level, you will find the larger retail spaces and even a workspace for commuters or students who want to get something done on the go or sit down for a while and study. And apart from the designated areas, the plaza itself also functions as a large place to hang out. On street level, the project invites people in from the northwest and southeast corners. And there are also small retail places accessed either from the interior or from the exterior for people who just want to enjoy the sun or for those on the go. Here on this level, you'll also find the residential lobby, a gym, and a designated ticket area, which has quick access down into the plaza or the metro access. So this is the typical layout for all of the residential plans, with the exception of the subtractions as you move up higher into the building. The units themselves vary for spatial efficiency, but overall, because this is a new student residency, the bedrooms, although private, are kept relatively small to encourage interaction with roommates or floor mates in more communal spaces. And also, one will find some planters on the north side of the building that help introduce the vegetation into the units themselves. In site plan, one can see the public green spaces and the circulation down to street level. These provide outdoor spaces for residents to gather, and they also provide a more experiential vertical journey for the public. The longitudinal sections lets us see the overall scale of the building, the step of geometry of the green space, and the project's relationship to the metro station. You can also see here that the residential elevators also have direct access to the metro, allowing for faster commute. The transverse section shows us how the building protects the inner spaces from the busy MLK street, which is shown on the right, and also how the vertical garden essentially works, and how the vines hang off the edge, and how the vegetation was also introduced on the MLK side, which essentially gives a preview to those coming in of what you will find inside. Also, the reason that the floor slabs are tapered are not only to allow for a bit more light coming in through, but as you're walking through the corridors, it allows you to view the hanging vines at an angle. So this is essentially the shadows cast during the summer and these during the winter. So here we have a view of the primary UT entrance down into the sunken plaza. And we can see the cafe on the left, open for the public. Here we have a view of the green space, or of one of the green spaces. And here we have a view of one of the corridors. And I'll conclude by showing an overall aerial view of the plaza. And I'll leave it open for comments.
Thank you, Luis. This is another very good project, very well thought of. Can you go back to one of your first slides that showed the complex in the corner of MLK and Guadalupe? It's one of your first ones that...
Which one again?
At the very beginning, you had the slide that showed the morphology of the plan in the corner. It could be this one, could be... Yeah, no, keep going. Go forward.
Forward?
Forward, yes. Okay, let's stop there. Let's stop there. I'm having trouble connecting this form, this morphology into the corner itself. I mean, that's the busy road that you showed there is MLK, but I don't see anymore. There were some hints of connection to the business school on the opposite diagonal, or connecting. How does that work? How are you going to attract? Because you're very correct in saying that people don't like crossing MLK. I don't. I hate that corner, that kind of S chicane that Guadalupe does, it's terrible for the pedestrians. It's a terrible experience to try to cross there, and it's always very busy. So how does it work? How can we cross better now?
Yeah, the reason, for example, if you take a look at step number 5, like the main attraction point from UT is from the Guadalupe Corridor, because essentially for those who don't live here, this is a place where you come to eat or shop. And primarily like at UT, this generally happens on Guadalupe. So this is where, if you come down, you would essentially get a view from that corner inviting you into this building, as opposed to...
So you're going down on the sidewalk of Guadalupe, on the western sidewalk of Guadalupe. And then the western sidewalk of Guadalupe leads you straight into a crosswalk into this void. Is that the main?
Yes, and I think that's better seen. Let me see. So here, for example, so I'm talking about this area over here, and I believe you're talking about how it addresses this section.
Right. No, I see. I thought your building was on the other block west of where it is. I thought your building was right at the axis of Guadalupe going south.
Okay.
Now I understand. Now I understand better. Thank you. That was my difficulty. So you are right across the AT&T Center and the new business school annex.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the new business school right here.
Yeah.
And the existing crosswalks are here. And actually this road has already been kind of removed. But yeah, I think you were focusing on this connection, right, Luis?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, for some reason I thought before that your building was one block west of where it is.
Right here. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
Well, glad I could clear that up.
Did you ever think
Also,
about
like a very
messing up with MLK? Was that I mean, do you ever think about like burying MLK during that block or doing something to MLK to improve the connection?
In that sense, no. Like, for example, adding like another crosswalk or something like that.
Anything. I mean,
no, I guess I was more
treat the cars
constrained.
as a problem. Treat the cars as a problem. They are not sacred. They are the problem. They are the source of all of our problems. So bother them back.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I was more focused on a response to the surrounding site as opposed to like actually going in and focusing on changing that problem. More of a response.
I mean, I think what's interesting in your section though, I mean, you've definitely like focused on this internal, but I do think, addressing this streetscape is still, something that is important to I mean, to at least acknowledge and figure out and maybe push back even on the width of MLK to try to slow it down a bit. So I think in the section you can see, it feels kind of as thin as possible and fairly bare from, not even like street trees.
Yeah.
And I think, that might be a little bit challenging, a future in terms of the width of MLK. And, is there even like a need for parking here and street trees and a little bit more of an actual streetscape here? I mean, obviously you're trying to pull people in here, but I do think this should still be thought about a little bit.
I wonder too on the corner, if you, go back to a plan view. Yeah, that works. There's quite a distance to actually get into your kind of internal courtyard. And so I wonder if somehow pulling the building closer to the intersection of MLK and Guad just might help kind of bring the pedestrians in more quickly, and just encourage that movement. It just give the pedestrians kind of more of a pull into the space. I also, I'm really intrigued by the kind of MC Escher roof garden experience. I'm intrigued. I think I want to go check it out. One thing I wonder is if the staircases, I wonder if maybe do they orient 90 degrees from where how you have them, so that the staircases themselves become a part of this stepped experience, rather than, if you're trying to go up, you can hit the staircase straight on, and then the staircase itself could be part of the living area rather than just an auxiliary piece that allows you to get to the next level. I think that could be challenged a little bit more and kind of become more of a space, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I totally understand.
Luis, can you go to one of the visuals for me, rather than having the plan? Yes, one of those, or this one. No, maybe the last one. I think it showed.
This one?
Yes. Oh, yes. This one. Perfect. Okay. So, when we talked about your project last time, my understanding was that you guys were trying to focus the attention on the inside, yes, and focus on the attention on the station, which I can see reflected in this new development. But at the same time, we were trying to allow for people to come in, and the discussion has been going into this direction as well. So how do you bring more people within this space? And I am making this point because when I see this, feel like this is a space for the residents rather than for the public circulation, and having people coming in and enjoying this space, which I thought was the first narrative when we talked about your project last time. On top of that, I am a little bit concerned about this. I think it's very interesting that you're trying to have like a route through the roof and an experiential path, but at the same time, I'm concerned because I've heard throughout the different reviews that Austin is really hot in summer. And so what is going to offer you protection when you are on top of the roof? And you have to go from if you want to reach the highest part of this route, this trajectory, you have to go through all these steps and finally get to the top level. And then to come back, you can either, I assume, go through the buildings, or you have to go down again through the different steps without any protection. So what I'm trying to say really is that there is too much uniformity in this project at the moment, and I warn you, I push you, I challenge you to make it more, give it a variation in the levels, in the distribution of the spaces. It's very horizontal, obviously, whereas I think you have to have verticality as well. And I cannot see this verticality. The only verticality I see is in the circulation, but it's not the right type of verticality, I think, for this project. You have to have, it's just like, would you want to live here? This is the question. Would you live in your project?
Yes.
You would. Okay, then you can leave it as it is, because that's the most important thing. You are convinced that you want to live here. I personally like spaces that are a little bit more, they allow me to discover the space progressively rather than seeing it at once. And they allow me to go through path and having cover spaces, open spaces, and not just an apartment. They don't make me arrive take the staircase, take the elevator, the lift, and get to my apartment and then look out, you know? It's a sort of a borgo, an Italian experience that I prefer. But if you like the project as it is and you would live here, then leave it as it is.
No, I mean, of course, if I had more time, like I'd keep improving the project, but ultimately, yes, I'm pleased with how it turned out. But I mean, obviously, yes, there's always room for improvement.
I think what you need, it's one fun part on the project. Like this is very like, yeah, we can build this tomorrow. And yeah, well, where's the exploration? And we talk about this exterior stair that was going to be the mutation thing on the project that was going to be very nice. And we didn't develop that. I think it needs a fun play. Like your operation is like, yes, we get it. You don't even tell us your operation. We can see it from this view, what steps you followed. But at that beginning stage, you should have added something that breaks the rule. This is going to be the one thing that's going to break the rules. And I'm going to celebrate that, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
I think a comment that Alessandra made that is kind of interesting, and I think she was asking a little bit about, you know, this kind of one way nature of your public path. And to a certain extent, there's, I think, aspects of that that are, you know, somewhat problematic in terms of, you know, I guess there is potentially some like elevator accessibility to allow someone to kind of get to these different levels. But I am actually also a little intrigued by the idea that there's a reward in terms of the amount of work you have to put in to get to arguably like the best prospect, and it kind of will filter out people that, you know, maybe are just like, this is good enough to go up 2 levels. And there's almost a spectrum of kind of how intimate of an experience is. And I think that could even be reflected in the design of those roof terraces, that there's, you know, a gradation of, you know, even the density of the vegetation to create more enclosure. Like I think, you know, you've got a fairly, you know, like there is some repetition in the project. And I think overlaying, you know, we talked about kind of exceptions to the operations, but even like overlaying gradients within the vegetation, within kind of the vegetation as it relates to solar orientation. And so I think there's some overlays that you could add to this that would just kind of make that experience a little richer and convince me that this space, beyond just the view being potentially, you know, better at being higher, but there's something up here that is fundamentally different than this experience.
Yeah, even like cultivating stuff maybe will be a reason. Like in Peru, you cultivate at different levels. That can be like something besides just it's recreational. Right now, it's like so much recreational that you started your plaza being recreational, that now it's competing, but now the plaza is not recreational. It doesn't look like the public space now, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I see. So it was just like a lack of variety. It's just too uniform throughout.
I would say, yeah, actually programmatically and formally a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
And I think also the exploration of the material, the materiality of the space, because right now, obviously you have, I don't think that's a material, the white, it's just, you have the volume, you have the massing, you have the circulation, and you have the presence of the green. But it lacks, and I say again because some other project had the same problem. It lacks the detailing of architecture, that particularity of a facade where you have bricks, metal, the intersection of the two stones. You can have plastering, but maybe a different pattern, a different depth, shadows. So I think that could also help with giving it a character. Right now, I get it. The character is this horizontality and this circulation and this stepwise experience, but there needs to be something more.
Yeah, even your glass material is super reflective, that is flat, and that should give you depth, not flatness. We should see a little bit inside the unit something. You don't have to model the unit, but that should be a depth moment, not a flat moment.
Outside of these specific projects, I'm quite interested in understanding why so many of the projects in this class are so focused into knowing more about your neighbor. Everyone is like so interested in keeping it open, having transparency, looking into someone else's house. And I think maybe is an outcome of the current social isolation that we're experiencing.
Yeah, perhaps. I hadn't really thought about that.
Yeah, so that's an interesting observation. I think it may also relate to, the students themselves are probably all living in a far more kind of communal arrangement. It might be a reflection of, their experience with living. But yeah, that is an interesting observation, because that is a thread that's throughout a lot of the projects. All right, well, I think with that, maybe we'll move on, but I appreciate it, Luis, and the discussion that your project provoked.
All right, yeah. Thank you. It's nice to see you guys again, Abby and Alessandra, and it was nice to meet you, Fernando. Thank you for your comments.
All righty.
Last one but not least, Anna.
Yes, hi. Okay. All right. So hello, my name is Ana de Salida, and this is my project, The Grid Community at Woolridge Plaza. So starting off with our analysis of the Guadalupe Corridor, we looked at it through looking at noise and ambiance, which for us represented the presence of people and activity over an area. So we looked at program and hours of operation, transportation density, and building density and environment. So looking at program, we found that there were these two extremes on the Guadalupe Corridor, the north and the south end, full of mixed use, really publicly engaging buildings. However, this left this kind of lack of these programs in the middle with this clustering of governmental programs. So going on to here, looking at them overall, and I will show this animation of our analysis of the hours of operation of these buildings. So as you can see, once it starts to get to the day, this corridor lights up with programs being active. However, once we get to the normal 9 to 5 operation, this lack of activity is clearly seen here in the middle of the corridor, and the two extremes of activity as well. So moving on to our analysis of transportation, the same thing. We found that there was a lot of concentration of bus stops and transit stops at the north end of the corridor, with a lack here of these bus stops and options for people to move. And here you can see a really great density of these transit options on the southern end of the corridor. And looking at the built environment as well in section, you can see how the northern end of the corridor is very built up, in contrast with this flattened out, undeveloped area of the middle of the corridor, in part due to these Capitol View corridor restrictions, which I will get to in a moment. And here you see that mixed use environment of high rise, high density, new development in Austin. So when it came time to placing our plaza and station on the corridor, we decided to place it in the middle of this void of activity, adjacent to this already existing Woolridge Park. And we analyzed, of course, how the flows of people would come into the site from this main corridor of Guadalupe. And here you can see how the site is surrounded by these governmental buildings, not really engaging with the public in any sort of recreational way. Here's just a picture of where we decided to place our site. It's kind of cropped off, but you can see how it's very flattened out in comparison to the northern part of the site with very high built buildings and very flattened parking lots, abandoned, not really any activity going on. And this is the park that we decided to build our plaza next to. So we decided to focus on how we could address this void of activity and engagement in the middle of the corridor by creating a space that amplified that activity. And our formal design approach was intended to juxtapose the kind of pastoral and organic qualities of Wooldridge Square, because we wanted to offer the user those two sides. So a retreat in Wooldridge Square and a more public area in our plaza. So here, just showing our concept of how Wooldridge already has this natural depression and how we utilize this depression in order to connect the two through the train station, creating this juxtaposition by formally approaching the design in a more man-made and geometric way. And here to explain the Capitol View Corridor, they're just height restrictions imposed by the city in order for you to always have a view of the corridor. So here you can see how that Capitol View Corridor encompasses our whole entire site, which makes it really hard to build, hence why it's so underdeveloped. But we decided to fully embrace this, and we created this grid, which informed us on how we could develop our plaza from the Capitol View. So parallel and perpendicular lines from the Capitol View Corridor. And we also looked at, of course, there's a higher density and higher flow of people from Guadalupe, lesser ones here in La Vaca. So we decided to place our main entrance on the Guadalupe left southern corner. And you can see here how our plaza interacted with the dashed line, this Capitol View Corridor, and the already existing depression in Wooldridge, connecting those two different spaces. And here's just an aerial view of that. And this is how we envision you coming out of the train station and being greeted with this kind of Austin abstracted geological formation of the natural landscape. And just the main plaza area. So when it came time to designing my individual intervention, which I called the grid at Wooldridge Plaza, it's a residential community that aims to provide temporary housing for young professional digital content creators in order to further increase the livelihood of the Guadalupe Corridor and address this lack of activity that we have seen through our analysis. So I don't know if it's maybe the social isolation, but we are blurring the lines between living and working. I decided to create a residential community that provided each resident with a spatially designated home office area in order to develop their creations, as well as a more common workspace. So in the unit scale, you can see here how I arranged these units in a way that the two wings would be formally designated the living area and the office area here. So when it came time to designing the single unit, I took a more vertical approach with the living area at the bottom floor and then the working designated home office area at the top. And you can clearly see that in section, that clear division of living and then the working space over here. So on the grander scale of things, when I started to arrange how my building would interact with the site, I went back to our plaza grid that we had created and started to take a more rational approach to it, still keeping that relationship with the Capitol View Corridor. And this started to inform me how I could place my units on the site. And as well as with the circulation, the landscape grid, I wanted it to be a little more free-flowing, which then included the two other directions, the horizontal and the vertical, which allowed me to then create this idea of a paseo or a bazaar idea that bisected my site and ended up in this plaza destination, which you will see later. And that also helped inform me on how I could organize my units on the site as well as my circulation. So the idea was to always have the circulation facing this bazaar idea. And here you can see that in greater detail with the public paths in red. Here, this more slow Paseo Bazaar path coming in from the slower street from La Vaca, and the faster path more going down to the train station from Guadalupe. And you can see how these paths all point to this kind of plaza destination here, and the private circulation always facing those red paths. And so because of the height restrictions, I took advantage of this by building then below grade, which created the opportunity for making this plaza area into a lively kind of retail space, which then also on the street side, I decided to place a public workspace on each side of these building clusters, which would invite the public in from Guadalupe as well as from La Vaca. And then my living units would be placed on top of this kind of residential or retail area. And then the idea was also to have a kind of more resident-only workspace on each end of those communities. So here is just an overall view of the resulting project. And you can see kind of in the green that really recreational slow path for the public to come in, and this plaza area here in the center. And with the building below grade, here you can see how the retail spaces are placed at the plaza level. And on the ground floor level, with that public working space opening up to Guadalupe, it also gave me opportunity to arrange the units kind of radially from this working space, which then allowed for the creation of these semi-private courtyard areas which the residents could share. And a bit of the same idea occurs on the second floor. However, the residents are then aiming towards this more residential private working space. And in the section, you can see how then that idea of building below grade opened up this retail area here of the plaza. And yeah, you can see how it's very restricted in height. However, still taking advantage of that below grade space. And here's just a view of that main plaza destination area. And I wanted to keep the dialogue and the relationship with Austin by building something that was very subtractive, something that spoke to the kind of geological formations as we had done with our plaza. So you can see that in my residential units. And here's how I envisioned that public working space opening up to the Guadalupe Corridor and inviting people in to work and take advantage of this kind of collaborative environment while the residents can enjoy their own little studio space at the top. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
Anna, very well done. I said to Curtis that this is a very successful group project and individual project, and in general, the concept behind is very interesting. I do think that you and Curtis, and because I don't know if the third person in the group also did the same. I just saw your presentations, Curtis, and yours. I think you and Curtis should put together the two projects and try to create something that allows for in-place working places for people that work within the place, but also for people that work online. So it's not just one or the other, but it's actually an intersection of the two and more than that. Because in the case of Curtis, you had just artisans, you had artisans, but there are other forms of work definitions and work relations. Anyway, said that, if we can go back to the axonometric well, this is, I think the last one of your images was actually very successful, the one of the workplace with the grid. The quality of the graphics is incredible as well in this project. So very well done. Here, my only question is, why do you have, and if you have a very strong reasoning behind this, why do you have just two centers of residence? How did you end up having those two centers of residence, two mini blocks in those specific positions? I understand that on the Guadalupe side, you're trying to connect to the park, so you're going from the very informal organic element of the park towards, but I think you changed a little bit the organization of the space from the group projects, if I'm not wrong. And now you have this residential block on Guadalupe and this residential block on La Vaca, but they are a little bit distant from the streets. And then there is this avenue in the middle. So that's my first question. Keep that in mind. And then the second question is, do you think that having those open spaces is really feasible in an environment like Austin, where again, it sounds like it's very hot in summer, so, and you don't have coverage? That's always my question with those projects, because I experienced Sydney's weather, and having like big public spaces is not the best when it's like summertime. So there we go.
Okay. Yeah, valid questions. So for the first one, I would just say that it all started with the idea of having like a kind of just inviting the public into the center of the plaza and having that kind of retail space in the middle. However, then as I developed my project, I think I had another idea from the beginning, but that idea, like the idea of the bazaar, still stuck with my project. So I just kind of went with it as more of a slow path for the people to come in, which naturally just made me think that that could mean that the public could literally pass through my residential block without actually like intervening with the public, with the private circulation, sorry. But that was the idea, just to have a more like a smaller community of spaces instead of having like a really big dense block.
You should analyze the results of it. If you look at the width of this compared to Guadalupe, it's like, what happened? Why did Guadalupe got so tight? And I don't know if there's a reason why it's so shift to one street compared to the other one, or we're trying to center it. But you see that, oh yeah, let's do a drop off because now we have that. But look at how close to Guadalupe that grid got you to, something to really reflect. Like once you're done, when you're doing, you're just doing and not thinking. Like, oh yeah, there's something off, like everything got shifted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do realize that, and I do think that that part could have been way more developed. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would address that, but that's a good point.
Is the differential in width due to the fact that La Vaca is a way bigger street, or it appears from the diagram from Guadalupe? And because in Guadalupe is between the park and the intervention, therefore there is kind of a slower progression rather than La Vaca, which is kind of a bigger cut?
I think it might look like La Vaca is bigger, but in reality, it's not. It's just the way that this perspective is. It kind of, yeah, I didn't realize that. But yeah, Guadalupe looks kind of smaller. In reality, it's not like that. Yeah. Oh, and to your second question. So for the plaza area, I do think that more attention to the sun was needed, in all honesty. However, I do think that this block here provides actually a lot of shade to this. So one of my concerns was actually that there would be maybe not that much light on here, but yeah, I mean, that part should have been more developed in that sense of taking a look at the sun.
If you go back to the axiometric of the first group project, I'm really interested in understanding how you went from this, which was like a progression through the site, a gradient from a certain type of openness to a certain type of density, to the final output where you have just 2 blocks of density, and somehow it's a little bit of a different narrative.
Right.
So I'm interested in knowing why you did that and how the final product fits within all the discourse of like connecting to the park on this side and so on and so on. So the initial discourse.
Yeah. Yeah, I think another reason was also that I wanted to still keep that, because the Capitol View Corridor actually really restricts how much we can build in height. So in order to achieve that density as well, and still maintain that relation to the Capitol, that is kind of why, as well, that these two are bisected into 2 kind of blocks. But yeah, that's just another reason.
I think the section is also successful from my perspective, in meaning like it fits within the context, at least the height and everything. And I don't know if it's just a matter of representation or you're representing exactly what would fit your project, or if actually your project fits the context. But the section is successful in that sense. Well, I'll leave Abby and Fernando say something.
No, I was just going to add to that, where I think Alessandra, what you're getting at here is the scale feels right, like the size of the buildings to the size of the green space or the public space. It feels really good right here. And then when I'm looking at the diagram in the upper right corner, we're at the most densely, the building is the densest at this location. So I think cutting another section closer to where the entrance to the subway is located and exploring that section, I think could really help you kind of determine whether or not the building needs to grow a little bit more, or if that, I'll call, open space is appropriately sized for the number of people that you imagine accessing the station. And
So
I have another phone call, so I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just in the background, my husband's phone. So.
Okay. No, I was just going to ask, so do you mean cutting a section, not necessarily of the building, but where closer to the train station on the plaza to see that? Okay.
But I do want to commend you on the kind of thinking about the streetscape. And I know, I think I see street trees, and I think there could always be more street trees, especially in Austin. But I commend you for starting to think about that. And I know there was a rendering of one of the cafes that opens up to the street, but then also provides right here exactly. So you have kind of the street facing piece, but then also an entry into the courtyard here. I think it's a really successful rendering, and I think that idea in your project is really successful.
Yeah, I think that balance of inward and still engage in the outside street, it's on spot. So I recommend you to always think it's not one answer when we're saying, oh yeah, just do it inwarded. We don't mean just do it all inwarded, because then you're enclosing and creating a wall and edges. But this is nice. The guy on the cell phone talking, the circulation spills out. You're not just looking to the bazaar. You can look to the street if you want to. So good process a little bit on that.
Anna, I do think you have a very successful project. I think the scale of your project is one of the best assets of your idea. It has a very interesting scale. You said you decided to be limited by the view of the Capitol, which is interesting. There are a couple of things that I want to ask you about. One is why the 45-degree rotation? What was the main reason for that? And second, you left all the public spaces on the outside of your housing and retail spaces. Basically, there's no patio. So from the axonometric, from the aerial perspective, it looks a little like a tiny shopping mall surrounded by fields, right? It doesn't really engage the street. I mean, you only engage the street with those corners. I really love those little triangles that are the leftovers of how your buildings engage the street. But I think there's some work there to be done with shade and, you know, give shade and protection from the rain for the retail to happen on the streets. There's some fine tuning to be done on the relationship between the massing and the street. And not everything needs to be 45-degree rotated. I mean, you can rotate some and not rotate others. I'm not convinced that the whole complex needs to be 45-degree off the grid of the city. But I think it's a very successful project. I think you got the scale right. I also wanted to elaborate a bit on the short-term housing idea. So basically, you are building for Airbnb and any other short-term rental companies or short-term rental facilitators. It's interesting. I'm not for or against it. I just think it's a completely new thing. I mean, it came up in the last 5 years or so, and architecture is responding to it. So I think it's really interesting that you're responding to the short-term rental issue. But we have an issue of homelessness in the city. My fellow citizens just decided to criminalize that with the passing of a bill that criminalizes homelessness last week. So I want you also to ask you to comment on that. I mean, you're clearly designing for a population that have extra income and that have the flexibility to spend 3 months in one city and then move to another city for another 3 months. So there's no space for children here. I mean, above the ages of 4 or 5, they go to school and they can't really fit that nomadism. There's also not much space for the elderly. So your demographic is pretty restricted to young people with the virtual economy jobs that have great gigs here and there for a few months at a time. I wanted to respond to that, especially in light of a homeless crisis, that what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. What is coming as we move into 2021 and 22, I think will be quite worse.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a really good point. I think the idea of having this temporary housing, and by temporary, I meant more that these are, as you said, like young people who might move out of this residence once they achieve a certain standing in their income, or just might also be for Airbnb. But I just wanted to show why a bit I chose that specific group, which was more because of our analysis here. So from the placement of our site would be about here. So all of these programs around the corridor are very governmental and very business programs. So there's not really any of those like family programs there. And as I was developing my residential intervention, for me, what made the most sense here was just to make something that spoke to those programs, because like, I don't know, for me, a family residence didn't make sense in the middle of this very inactive and barren government void of the corridor. So I thought that young professionals and freelancers could help bring some activity in there that was needed, and with still being in that kind of working and business category. But yeah, that was the reasoning for your second question, I believe.
I have to strongly disagree with you. There
Okay.
are lots of families that whose parents work in the areas around here. The only reason they cannot live here is because they can't afford. So there's thousands of government jobs that are middle class government jobs, and people have to live in Round Rock or Buda or Bastrop because they cannot afford to live anywhere in Austin with an income below 100,000 per year, and government jobs don't pay at that level. So I just want to, I mean, it's not a problem in your project. It's just things that your project made us discuss. They help us discuss those things. What kind of city are we designing? I saw an article this week that just strike a light bulb in my brain, and the headline was, as much as Austin wants to be different from San Francisco, we are following on the exact same steps. Exact same steps. We are going headlong into the San Francisco model of gentrification and homelessness and exclusivity. So those are things that we need to think about.
5 years advance us.
Yeah, they are 10 years ahead of us. Yeah,
we're still following the same pattern. Yes. We're like doing the exact
same thing. Yes. So they're 10 years ahead of us, but
I think it's a good suggestion. Like, it doesn't have to be homelessness, but it could be like affordable housing. That's a little bit better to promote than rich tech kids that just graduated and can afford to live in cities, you know.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do.
But I think we have a responsibility as architects, which is we have the power to envision the future. It's a really great power. It's like a magic. We can come up with images of the future that people tend to buy. People fall for the images that we sell them, for the proposals that we show them. So if we keep insisting on showing proposals for temporary housing for wealthy IT people who have great jobs and gigs of 3 or 4 months, the city will become this. If we want a different city, we have to imagine a different city. And it's a magical power that also comes with a tremendous responsibility. We need to imagine a different city. So the comment that I made before about the cars, we need to claim space away from the cars. We need to draw it. We need to draw narrower streets. We need to draw cars having trouble so that pedestrians can have a slightly easier life. If we don't draw that, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, no, I think those are really good points, and I really hope I get the chance to actually create something
that's a good point. Like, at base level academia, you have to propose things, you know. If not, we're going to continue building the same thing we've been doing up to now.
Yeah.
And I only had the opportunity to say it now because your project is really good, Anna. So there are no other problems for us to talk about. There are no other issues in the project itself. So your project is so good that it allows us to talk about the big scheme of things in the world that it is inserted in. All of them are. Yours just help us have that higher level conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean, I think maybe on that, if we want to just wrap up with any kind of group-wide comments, I think that kind of encouragement to, especially at an academic level, you know, y'all are kind of a little bit past midway through your academic careers, but to, you know, be ambitious this is certainly the place to be progressive and ambitious in terms of visionaries for what a city and public space should be. And, that extends to programming, ideas of affordability, but also, I think even at technical level, like when you show a street section, take back some of the street, like, be progressive in kind of all aspects of your proposals. I think this is the time, and hopefully that, transcends into your professional careers as well. But yeah, I'm going to invite the reviewers for any kind of concluding comments to the studio at large. It would be helpful, and then we can adjourn for the day.
I want to commend the instructors for proposing this studio. I mean, this strip of Guadalupe is a challenge. I think the fact that you based your studio on the public transportation project is a plus. And I think the students responded really well. But the project was very well formulated, so thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Abby, Ale.
I just want to congratulate everyone for the amazing job. I mean, we saw your projects advancing throughout the semester, and you all got to a really quite an incredible point by looking at the city as from an analytical point of view, and then getting to the level of the building, housing complexes, and social perspective. All the variables that you included, green, materials. So yeah, really congratulations, and enjoy your, I think, holiday, right? You have your summer holiday coming up. So enjoy that, relax, rest, and then get ready for another semester of hard work.
Yeah, I'll just kind of add to what Alessandra said. Wonderful job. It was really great seeing the progression throughout the semester, and the research that you did, kind of really informing all of your design decisions later on. Also, I just thought that they were really well formulated projects, very clear presentations on how you went from the research to the design. And so as a reviewer, it was really wonderful to listen to, because it was really easy to understand, and which is a compliment, taking a very complex problem and presenting it in a way that a reviewer who has never, or has very, only seen your project a couple of times, that's a really big compliment. Thanks.
Great. Well, yeah, I think with that, we'll thank the reviewers for their time, and then I'll ask the students to stick around and we'll debrief. But yeah, that'll conclude our review for the semester.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Ale.
And Abby.
Thank you.